There we go. Save it. Welcome to Maki Invite, thank you. And Lambda Delta from UMINEKO. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted, thank you. Hello. Steamed hand. You're still thinking about that, huh? I don't blame you. It probably wouldn't leave my brain either. Let's see. Let me double check my list. Teeth, brush, yippee, face wash, hair. Okay, good. I'm surprised it didn't end up being a 20-minute wait time because I lose track of time really fast, actually. Super fast. Hello. Good morning for some of you. Good almost night for some of you. It depends. Why earlier stream time? So I can play longer. Unless if I stream later on in the day, that's great for the regular time slot somewhat. But then I'll die. So we don't want that. We don't want that. Although I do like streaming earlier. Or let's see, the regular time slot works really well in Japan. I like that because then I have the rest of my day. And then you don't think about it. Because you can't think about work or anything like that if you've already done everything. Right? Yeah. Hi, Flay. Got this atarashi gakko last night and I'm on my way home in a train. Is it a pretty train or is it just a train? I guess it depends on where you live, right? You don't have to tell me. I hope you like the train, though. Thank you, Yen. Have a safe train ride. I love trains. As I always say, 2 hours by train is nothing. Or just in general. Or let's see. Even a 2-hour flight is nothing. Now it's 17 hours? That's something else. If there's one thing I wish Little Me did, I wish I played UMINEKO on the plane. I think that would have felt good. Meow said in red. Said in blue. There's always golden. Okay. Hold on, wait. Let me go over here. Yippee. Wait, look at this one. Look. I always forget to use this. Oh, no, I don't really forget. I just usually talk outside of in the arches, usually. It's funny that way. Okay. Atarashi Gakko sounds familiar. Come here. Unfortunately, I'm still processing waking up. Okay, there we go. I need to move this over just a bit. Here, blah, blah, blah. You really will need that. The captions are nice, though. Maybe I'll re-implement them. Okay. So. Next, let me get front up and synth for this. What is UMINEKO? UMINEKO is about a family, very tight-knotted, very close. And they have family reunions every other year or every 2 years. I forgot exactly, but basically get the gist for anyone that doesn't know. The family has family meetups, right? Okay. Wait, it'll be easier to explain if I have the chart open. Actually, hold on. Let me load. Which is my latest one? Look! The dates! Yay! I don't know. I feel this UMINEKO family is tense, but I've seen families where it's really dangerous. Okay, wait, system. Okay! There we go, that's much easier. Where is he? Oh, and they're not gonna put his face here? Oh, asshole. Okay. So, at the top of this chart, there's supposed to be Kinzo, the leader of the family. He's a very old man. He's sad his wife is dead, and he won't stop thinking about her to the point he neglects everything else. He hates his children. He'll also be a very nasty man, and he secludes himself in his room in this big mansion. I forgot, they probably don't tell you until later, but basically, he worked his way to get his money, so he's very prideful like that. Or at least, that's what he says. Then you have here, Genji, his butler. He's nice, he's chill. Here you have some of his children. Eva, she's married to Hideyoshi, who has a Kansai dialect, which he kind of puts on for show, I think. So, yeah. Ava, what are you doing? Leave him alone. Let poor George work his way. It's like that. Ava's very nice. She's also very self-made, just like the father, but even more so. She, unfortunately, did not inherit. Even though she's probably the most capable, is not the one inheriting all of his things. She's not... The one who's really in command right now is Cross, but you can't really see him. Cross is the father of Jessica. He's cool, but doesn't know what he's doing. Eva, because of this, develops a grudge. And she has the alpha bitch energy. We love to see it. But perhaps she takes it too far. Because she bullies people sometimes and is nasty. Then you have Rudolph. The third child. Father of the main character. He's kind of a man whore. But he got reined in by Kyrie, who was his second wife. Basically, he can't fuck around when she's there. She puts him in his place, so that's good. His first wife, he loved her very much. But right after she died, he got with Kyrie, and then Battler was like, fuck you! Mom dies and you dip immediately? Piece of shit! And Rudolph said, who asked though? And that's where he is. So it's very tense. Battler likes Kyrie. She's chill, but he admitted he will never see her as a mother. But she's chill as fuck, so he likes her. Rudolph, he doesn't really like this so much. Then you have George. Been raised from the beginning by Ava and Hideyoshi to very competent of the kids. He could probably lead the family, but because not chosen, it leads to Jessica. George is cool. He's sort of a loser, but he's very cool. He's a loser in Riz. But in terms of normie society, he's the GOAT. Then you have Maria. Very sweet. She may have the tism. Then you have Rosa, she had a husband, but then he essentially raw-dogged and dipped, unfortunately. And she has to take out her stress, and at least according to her. And Maria is a recipient of it, unfortunately. Then there's Shannon. These two, let me see if I get it right. They're from an orphanage. And in the orphanage, they raise them to serve the family. So consider that what you will and think that's sus. But very top-notch. Shannon's very sweet, very optimistic, very caring, very shy. Kanon is very brooding, edgy, mistrusting. Yes. Then you have Goda. And then you have Kumasawa, who's a very nice, sweet maid. She's been looking after the children ever since she was just young. Very sweet. She likes to play tricks. I mean, Goda's okay. He's a self-serving kind of... He's a try-hard like you see in retail or in a restaurant. Very try-hard, but not in the nice way. And there are others, but I can't show them yet, because they're not here. But basically, this family meets every other year, every other 2 years. Basically, they have family meetings. But this time, Kinzo's getting old, so they're here to discuss inheritance. Now, luckily, all the members of this family are very nice, and they all get along. Surely they have no money problems whatsoever. Sure, there are strained relationships and just flat-out really bad miscommunication, but that's pretty normal. And these sprites are the original sprites the game came with. If you want the... Okay. New sprites, which are from the pachinko of UMINEKO, then you have to switch it over. Then you get this. These sprites can be decisive for people. People either love or they hate it. Most people prefer either the original or the PS3 sprites. Oh my goodness! See, it's different. They're both big, but... Unfortunately, this is the only version I can play. Okay, Mario looks nice. Goda's serviceable. Just like it looks nice. She has melons. Exit. Okay. And that's pretty much it. So, now the family's here, they're inside the house. They're wondering why the father won't come down. The grandpa won't come down. He doesn't really give a fuck. Yippee! There. And now they're just looking through the rest of the mansion. Because Battler here, the main character, hasn't been here in... what? How many years? Was it 4? He hasn't been here in a long time because he got very F-you to the family. Only for his own reasons, because he was very young then, but also the event with his dad essentially, in his way, ditching his mom and hitting with a new mistress. Battler said, okay, this is the type of family that you want me to be a part of. Screw it! So now he's back, and you may say, why does he want to come back? Well, he's just here to form relations with his siblings. Keep it nice and tight. See? Because he doesn't want to give up those connections. For everyone else, it's kind of meh. Meh. Battler, I'd be angry too. I perhaps had a Battler time in my age. Sort of. I can relate with this game. I don't talk about my family much. There's not much to talk about. Oh, the tip section. Cute. Okay, basically you sit back, relax, have fun. I think Higurashi, the other work by the creator, Yukishi 07, and the 07 expansion, it's easy to hop in on that one because there's always something happening. Whereas UMINEKO, there's something happening, but in the beginning, they're setting up everything. But it's very relatable, as in a very screwed up family. So I think many people can see that and go, I understand. Yeah. You good guy, Flayon? I'm gonna eat your skull. Ahem. This is Battler narrating, right? The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Yeah, there you go. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. You're late, brats. Yeah, there we go. Hurry up and take a seat. The old bastard pressed us to sit. Only gaps in that group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. I've done voiceover so much, it's the same thing as breathing for me. Insane. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipient's chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. And from the perspective of someone facing the incipient's chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of 2 further away from it. So, the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipient's chair, was where Uncle Cross should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. Oh, you watch my VOD? You're crazy. I'm in your brain. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair, on the right side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Ava, who was the 3rd highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was the 4th highest in rank. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the 3rd of the siblings. Across from him, on the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But nope, the left-handed seat in the 3rd row, ring number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was Georgianiki. I sat next to Jessica. and Maria sat across from me. Then finally, she! Blorbo! And then finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the 5th row, sat Aunt Nazi, the 10th highest in rank. She got no clout. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. And next to Aunt Nazi in the 6th row, and the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kirie-san. The seat opposite to Kirie-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. According to this ranking system, the spot was where Aunt Rose's husband should be set. He dipped. Deadbeat father. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Ushinomiya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. They hate women? If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of the direct descendant would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. Yeah, Kinzo's not very nice. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. If I can tell, well, let's see. What is the exact... UMINEKO takes place 1986. Yeah. It's terrible. But by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she were still alive. Kinzo's a piece of shit. In their youth, they obey their father. And after they get married, their husband, after aging their children. That's so fucked! There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. You have a home in my realm, you can use me. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups. You know, adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up at that, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Nazi, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in managing the family, sat to my right. Which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. I like her stance. She's so pretty. Hi, nice to see you, Butler. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Oh, yep. 6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pull through. Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? I guess about 180 cm. He's taller than me. But, Aunt Nazi, that's what you're supposed to say. Heck, sounds like all you did was eat. Huh? Oh. I'm sorry. Cross, you better be nice to her or I'm gonna steal your wife. No. No, she'll steal me. I belong to her. After a short pause, she did laugh with me. But it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. And this woman is Aunt Nazi. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? Possibly. It feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things, with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her. Though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. I mean, at least she's trying to hear you out, even though she has no idea what you're saying. I kind of like that. I like when someone has no idea what I'm saying, but they smile anyway. Aren't they so nice? Trying to spare my feelings. So sweet. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So, as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Too much power in his hand. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while we waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Grandfather's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time. Well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. Still, I figured he'd at least come down today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Jessica! I mean, she's just spitting facts. He's a grumpy asshole man. I don't know. I'm a rebel by heart. I'm a rebel by heart. I don't care what your standing is. If you're so disrespectful to me, you lose loyalty fast. Even if other people say I should be. I'm evil. When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. I like that. Good on you, Jessica. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Bit late. We're a couple hours early. No! Ushinomiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushinomiya head family. Do it. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with a stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somewhat sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here first, the first thing they'd do was open a window and ventilate the room. All that mold spores in his brain. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling father sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then, he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door.
Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool! Who told you the door would be open if you but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile! Do you wish to suffer the same fate?
Yeah, that's about him.
Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please, come out!
Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly everyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call him from the corridor like this.
Molest me not. Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them all! Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's hearth. But a pot into the hearth to boil the wormwood. Full of imbeciles who dare to try and lure me out of it to drink the balls of the apocalypse. I will soak the dregs in liquor. Ah! Where is Genji? Call for Genji! Have my demonic absinthe prepared. The whisperings of the Green Fairy reaches me no longer. Ah! Where is Genji? Bring him here!
He's very sane.
On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. Looks like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though it's saying it's no use,
Silver?
and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as formality.
Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while?
Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Lanjo! I never told anyone to kick you. I told them to get Genji! Now call for him immediately! I'm assured, and the apostles are already reading their trumpets. So why can't you foolish sheep understand?
Kinzo slammed an old, heavy book against the table, over and over. The racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open, as if this seemed to have packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled.
Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything. And there's only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh! Beatrice! If I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you! Oh! Commanders and legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth! Everything is ugly. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this infinite of this most precious of lives? Call for Genji!
Kraus?
I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now.
Kraus-san, isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing about your own father?
My father is already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do.
Kinzo-san!
Choking coughs continued to pour out from the study. I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's rice cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house.
Kraus, I'm gonna steal your wife.
Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling, and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew it wouldn't be in vain. I'm not gonna even steal her romantically. I'm just gonna give her basic treatment and respect, and she's gonna get a nice hobby. And perhaps find someone else if she wants, or she can date Ava.
Genji-san. Father is calling for you. Keep him company. Certainly. Dr. Najo, let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste.
Without waiting for Najo, Cross went downstairs.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Everyone and their mom is coming to my chat when they got boyfriends now. What the fuck? Anyways.
Genji urged Najo to go and eat. Najo glanced between the study's door and crossed his back as the ladder disappeared down the stairs and let out a deep sigh.
Sorry, Genji-san, but please, allow me to leave this in your hands. Yes, please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol.
Why can't I do this voice? Interesting. That's a habit too far difficult to break.
Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Ah, where's Genji? Call for Genji!
Genji said, oh, it's like if you have a nice friend, but he's losing it. See, that's kind of sweet. See, if you went and tripped local, I would still support you. But it'd be kind of like, bro, you gotta get this together. You gotta get a hold of yourself. I don't know, it feels weird if I just drop someone. I think I'd only drop someone if they were freaking evil. Like, super evil. Or just, you know, actual nasty. But if you just mess up, I go, yeah, you fucked up, man. Well, maybe next time you gotta do something better. So I respect it, although Kinzo's kinda... yeah. You do you, Genji.
Please, allow me to handle the situation here. Very well. Forgive me.
Najo bowed slightly and headed the stairs. It's only when I yell. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door.
Master, it is I, Genji. Genji! Why have you kept me waiting so long?
It's my King Vegeta voice now.
You're alone, I trust. Correct. I am alone.
Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. Who said you could leave, huh? Where are you going, huh? After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things to him or important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission and therefore sealing himself in the jail of his own making. Genji, whom he had trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they could hardly be called, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. There you go. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. He ruins that this research yaoi. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave the room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants.
Genji, by usual. I'm busy. Yes, sir.
Genji headed to the corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them grimoires." There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn into a certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations, all of them in a religious or mysterious nature, so you're saying he's not very mentally stable. Including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. Above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. Then, he placed the cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Yeah, they're still starving. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then, Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Bro, he's gonna make it like it's a mood ring. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window.
Here, master. Thank you.
Kinzo had regained his composure, and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments earlier. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence to allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time. Genji motionally waited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. You drink Kinzo's drink? Ugh. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it up upon the tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Yet you watched my streams, I'm like alcohol.
Drink, my friend. Your words are far too kind for me. No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend. Thank you.
Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down.
I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, master.
Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit.
We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It is entirely thanks to you, master, that I have been able to live like this until today.
Kinzo gave a faint smile, As if to say he didn't need any flattery. This is Old Man Yaoi.
Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you serve me even now. You earned more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Cross is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Eva is a slave to money, who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth. That Rudolph just wants to fool around with women! Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere, and whom we know nothing! Jessica is incompetent and uneducated. George has known what it takes to be a man! Butler is a fool who threw away the honor there should be a family! And Maria is the obscene to the eye. He's usually a blood so incompetent! Is there no one worthy in here with the glory I build? Of course. I know. This is about Beatrice's curse. I know it! Ha! You golden witch! Are you trying to take revenge against me in this way? If you want to hate me, then do so! If you want to run away, then run! I won't let you go! 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 You belong to me! You must always be in my arms! For all my life! You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity! Whispering only to me! Hi! Won't you smile back at me? Oh!
Now that's Kinzo for you. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Oh my god, so cute!
There. There, Kinzo. There.
Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this.
Thank you, my friend. That's crazy.
Genji. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing 2 different people. A wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo living together inside one body. And so,
I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my deemed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble.
like visiting a shrine of the Hour of the Ox in the ancient Japanese sorcery to nail a crystal to a tree. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be.
Many miracles that happen in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, with a low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of countless, innumerable results of the roulette of those with power.
What is he talking about?
This is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds.
Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles is a magical power in itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. However, people who do truly possess magic power can grasp hold of the miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true.
Kenzo looked up into the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone in the skies.
If only I were capable of grasping that miracle! Oh! Real teacher! Real teacher! Show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile. That is all. I will return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you,
His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Kenzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. Sure. Genji said, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family head's health is not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you have gathered for this event that occurs but once a year. Goda, let the lunch begin. Certainly, I shall begin today's luncheon. Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition really that bad? Couldn't he at least let us see his face?
It's more a problem of mood than of physical condition. And for that, there's no medicine I can prescribe.
You said he's fucking crazy. Hey, are we talking about his mood again? You gotta be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season to come and just find out how he's doing. And now he's... Then you should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing.
Shut the fuck up, Cross. He's got a good poker face, I'll give him that.
What? Would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding?
Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was, he wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting. Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner, Krasny-san?
I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him directly. Although, I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him.
Well, Genji-san's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk.
It's pretty pathetic, though, making the servants deal with your own parents' bad mood. She does not watch her mouth, but she says what needs to be said.
Jessica. Don't speak out of turn.
She planned for her complaint to only be heard by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking.
Rune quoted.
Hey, if he's as cranky as they make him sound, he can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves he's got his wits about him. It's because grandfather has especially strong willpower. However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left. If the initial diagnosis is correct, grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone.
Oh my god.
It's right for us to worry about him. Lunch started with the family head's seat still empty. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old, and the brilliant glory which had been rebuilt the Ushidamiya family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt it was that odd anymore.
You only watch the anime? The anime is a good way to get you, like, it grabs your attention. Also, let me get water. I have it right here. Yeah, play it. It's 100 hours. If you can't do that, I do recommend the... Oh wait, I need to get my asthma inhaler in a bit. Just in case. I recommend the... What's it called? Oh, the manga. Okay, hold on. Let me get my asthma just in case. A little prep. I'm so attractive, and for what? Okay. Oh yeah, wait, let me do my daily asthma. Hold on. Okay, Carl. Oh no. I'm like a little mole rat. I'm a little mole rat. You are my snacks. Here, you want asthma inhaler ASMR? Okay, that was the emergency one, just in case, then... This is the daily one. There you go. Hello, chat. I'll never say chat. But I think it's funny when other people say it. Hello, chat. I think chat or cat noir. Easy. Okay. Hey, I wonder if I can use my controller with this. Stop. Hi, chat. Hello, streamer. Oh, wait, that's funny. Hi, streamer. Hi, streamer. Hi, streamer. I like the... Imagine you're having a breakdown and you go, chat, is this real? But you're just talking to yourself. That's funny. Okay. Oh no, it doesn't work with here. Oh, controller doesn't work with this game. Or does it? Okay, I'll just have to press... Okay. La 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 la. Shinri's the only one I like saying chat. You should say hi, slut. Just do it only to me. Okay, let me save. What the heck is going on? The only new gen meme I get is Skibbity, but that's because I actually watched it. But see, I would like Skibbity meme more if they just had speaker heads everywhere. Hi, slut. Oh, you were waiting to say that, weren't you? This is the only BFE here. When you say that. Okay. You don't get the Skibbity thing? If you watch it, just watch they're just like sentient heads in toilets, and then they're taking over, and then you have, so you know TV head characters? It's like that, but they have speakers on their head, and they're really sexy. It's pretty good. The fights are really good. The Ushinomiya family conference. I slept on Skibbity until I saw speaker heads. It was held once every year, on the first weekend of October. My voice okay? Yeah, I've done way harder than that. The only thing that might throw it for a rut is that maybe I did not warm up properly because I only woke up a bit ago. But I'm regulating, so I'm all good. Let's see. I think the things that will kill my voice if I scream in a higher pitch. Oh my god. It's Kurumi Komoru, the nut girl. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had been met with success in business. So this meeting was literally a conference. Don't worry, Kinzo. I have a promising career as voice... I hate it every time. It's shouting me in the face every day. Every day. I make a whimpering post on Twitter, bookmarks galore. Doesn't matter how serious I am about it. People will just take anything. I'd be slightly authoritative in my tone. People take it. Bookmarks. Good lord. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons they had learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting, where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. Thank you for the gifted. Hi. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So, while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste even more delicious. The phrase, while the demon is not around, everyone can relax, comes to mind. Anyways, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle Kraus. This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. Now that we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. So Kraus doesn't actually seem all that bad. Kraus. It even starts to sound kind of cool. Just like with Aunt Nazi, I didn't have any memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat with children, and I felt like he was always talking to adults, just like Aunt Nazi. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling, and was despised by all the other siblings. Though, despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together, for now.
I could fix them, so you're into 40-year-old men? Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Take pride, take pride. Hold this cross, let me check. Take pride, don't worry. 52. Actually, I want to be that sexy. Let me wait for him to open his eyes. That's probably what this was. You're 18K, so you like old men? After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited from exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposely faced right while firing off rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the end opposite from Kraus and the others. Good penguin. And titty galore. In the very last seat of the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kirie-san. This was my first time meeting him. I'd only just been introduced to him, but it seems he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. Mistake. He had known grandfather since the very beginning when the mansion was first constructed on this island, but had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through the grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. Am I being cucked? Who? What's going on? Runes are crazy. Nanjo is probably the only person who can enter Rokujima despite being neither a family nor a servant. No, I'm being cucked. My bad. Considering how long he stood at the side, I steal everyone's. Shinra's heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushidemiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much. It'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it. But consider how rich grandfather is. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released. Probably along with a fair share of his parents' stomach acid. Thank you for the gift, Rika Higurashi. And it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. Give me some money. Oh my god, please, Kinzo. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. Me? Well, I can play chess. There's a good chance they'll be talking about this stuff like at that family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. What the? No, dial it back a bit. Dial it back a bit. Bonk. Let's see. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo. But he let us call him Goldsmith or something, I'd totally freak out. Dusk, thank you. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. Do you guys have temper issues? I'm one of his grandchildren. I'm not his son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Bye, Flay, bye-bye. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself. But our parents are apparently raised with iron fists. I used to have really bad temper issues. Now I'm scared of people with temper issues. I had an earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about we should go convince grandfather to come down. It seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. I have better handle on my emotions now, that's good. Trigger frustration. The only thing I get scared with temper is that, like, I don't know, it's like, you are gonna turn on me fast? That's scary, scary, scary. That scares me. I've always dealt with that when I was younger, I think. That's why the teachers that did listen to me and they didn't get like really mad, I go, oh my god, thank you. I get overwhelmed by my feelings, get upset. That's normal. Emotions are very strong. It's both a blessing, but probably a curse for some. Although if you don't get as mad, get more mad. Just do it. There's no shame. Oh god, not the lore. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back for the Showa era, 1926 to 1989. Until the Meiji, 1868 to 1912, and the Taisho, 1912 to 1926 eras, the Ushinomiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of the branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he hardly had any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taisho 12, 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushinomiya family in Odara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushinomiya family had lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So, once they started to figure out the successor the Ushinomiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and this branch family. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as a good fortune so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring, everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushinomiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with the task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this was when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he'd built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in business. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. He was like Kraus, but better. However, after several miracles and a turn of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of the powerful connections with occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in the twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands in the very beginning, when he started investing in his money. The history books make it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. On a very limited number of the super rich, only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, Grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure all this happened during the year Showa 25, 1950, or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taisho 13, 1924. So, that means Grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushinomiya family in only 20 years to level even higher than it had been before. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odaora. But for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Something. Pronouncing. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, Grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes didn't work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period. GHQ? How would I say? They're like United States. It's the main base. The general headquarters. It's pretty simple. Yeah. But they don't, it's like the occupied forces in something. I think it's like a town or a city. Not the Eagle. Obtaining a vast fortune in his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this as an advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. The only thing I go raw about is my own tits and pho. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact, Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this one inhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would be ever permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made a good use of his fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that is how they're portrayed after the fact. But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on the island, where all his dreams are made real. Are you eccentric? Are you crazy? Everyone knows that he has a Western inception from the start. But none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck when reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? You're sane? I believe you. I aspire to be eccentric. Aren't you already? Or are you the type that is eccentric but you're more serious? Welcome back, 707. From Mystic Messenger. At some point, Grandfather began to make research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as became increasingly bizarre. And from what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased. But there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out, thinking, that's disgusting, I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles, with both opportunities and risks. What are you guys doing today? It's a bit early for some of you, right? But you're here? But don't you usually have work? Interesting. I want to open up your brain. Let's see. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably advance like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salaryman. I was doing anything but just got home. Oh, to watch me. It's Saturday. Oh, you're watching me? Okay, ready to go do stuff. Oh, to watch more of me? Free day for me? Oh, to watch all of me? Thanks. If that happened, he probably has sat somewhere, happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this. More like a table in some bar. Then again, why are you laughing at me? I'll bet this family's conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. I'm already convinced of the sashimi salad appetizer. Koda-san's an excellent chef. Plus, these fish were caught in adjacent seas, weren't they? They're totally different from the sashimi you get from the supermarket. Hey, quit it, Battler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. I want goldfish. Because you're goofy? This is why I can't get married. I need to be sexy. Damn it. You say that even though you love those cheap pubs. I've eaten at usual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them. I'd be willing to bet Koda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles. This is the only problem with a white text. Let's see. Oi. Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel I used to work at. What with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was. In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire. Laid off? At the time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant. I need... My tummy. Don't know if I have any snacks I can eat though, we'll see. Wait, let me see. I haven't eaten yet? I can't. My appetite will let me. I can eat tiny snacks though. And delivery isn't really a thing here. Let me see. I could, though. You guys are so silly. I love you all so much. Let's see. Let me look. Maybe I could get delivered. The only thing possible to get delivered here is pizza. And it's not even good pizza. Fuck. Okay. Let's see. Pregnant woman? Oh, like period hot flashes? Ooh! Wait, maybe I can. It's a bit cheaper today. There's a deal going on. Come on. Send me your address, I'll join you something. Really?
Oh my god, that's scary. Let me see. Okay, let me put up like a note. Text. Let's see, quick break. But I'm still here. Tomorrow I can go longer. You go for, I'll bite you. It's okay, pizza. Let me see. Do you get extra cheese? Okay. Let me look. Where are the other coupons? No bread, because then I'll get chunky. I don't want to get chunky. I'm not even close. But it's the habit. You feel me? I'm getting mainly protein. I'll share with you, but then you can't leave. Are you sure about that? Okay, one sec. You guys are too nice to me. What's on the inside that matters? Really? Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, you're so nice. Here, I'll chip it up with stuffed crust. Man, I don't think this pizza place even has it. I would get that. I love the cheese. Oh. Oh, let me do that. The coupon auto canceled out. I'm not sitting more than 20. Pizza, thank you for the super chats, thank you. Buy yourself something nice too. Okay? If not, I'll kill you. There we go. I think that should be enough. Pepperoni. You bought yourself a Furby. What year? What year? Hey. Fuck it! Oh my god! It's a 2005 Furby and it's red velvet. Okay. Let's see. Do I need that? Bring that down. Okay. I haven't had delivery in a while. And that delivery's a luxury. Yeah. See, if you're gonna get a Furby, I'm trying to buy Haka one, but let's see. Actually, it's fine because I'm just getting him an English Furby. But if you want a Spanish talking Furby or German talking Furby, the prices start going up. If you want Japanese Furby, good luck. Good luck, I say. Okay, let me pay. Oh, hold on. La 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 la. I'm so weird. Be cute, hot. Okay, then we're gonna get back the minute I place this. Thank you for the 5 gift, Beth. Thank you. You guys have paid for my delivery today. I rarely get delivery. I'm gonna ship it for. I don't know if you can. You wanna gift me stuff, huh? Maybe I'll accept it. Dude. Okay. For B. Yeah? Let's see, it's like I don't want to make tier membership. I don't want to make tier 5 unless I can have something that I can reliably deliver. And I go, yeah, that's worth that much. I know someone's gonna go out of their mind and go, I'm gonna send him $500 right now. And they may not have the money to. But that's not my responsibility, but you get me. So I dial it down to, for like gift giving like that too, I go, I need to make sure I'll use it if I get gifted. And make good use. What the fuck? I get weird DMs. Okay, anyways. Ahem.
At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out jobs for her servant. As Go to remove the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile.
The world is a difficult place.
What voice are this guy?
However, thanks to Madame, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again. This time, through Shinomiya family.
Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles.
Blah, 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 blah. I enjoy exchanging this style, a larger number all this mouse service.
I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please the limited number of those who have employed me. All this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the madam.
Blah, blah, blah. Kiss ass, kiss ass.
Koda-san respectfully bowed his head toward Aunt Natsuhi.
Blah, 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 blah.
That's because you were the most talented of the applicants. The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, so there's no need to thank me. Dang, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression.
It's because her husband sucks. When's the last time he gave her any affection? She probably did she probably did really good something, and he goes, not bad. That's all she gets. She is dating the emotionally distant man, TM. Oh god, I cannot do emotionally distant, I'll die.
Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway of the serving cart.
Please excuse us.
Oh, it's Shannon, my bad.
Now then, let us move on to today's dessert.
Koda-san and the others laid a beautifully adorned dessert in front of all of us.
I'm emotionally distant. But I just fight it. So you'll never hear it coming out of me and you'll never feel it, but I have to deal with it. Wait, it's like, no, it's more like there's a wall, but it's to keep me safe. So it's like a coward type thing if you think about it. But understandably so.
I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert.
Why is that?
I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food. But as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling more.
Desire? Oh my god, like me?
I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. My white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce. And elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally during a high-class meals like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol virtues of this particular meal before eating. Nah, I want to eat! Nom 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 nom. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that. She got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert.
How many Dolanor pics have there been here? Holy she has a cold on you. I think I've seen 5. Combining today and yesterday. Which isn't a lot, but that's 5 times. Let's see.
Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, now, it's okay.
This part's sour. I would do it more, but I don't want to risk my voice going too high. It's so sad, my voice keeps going lower and lower. It's probably the condition. If we talk about it, everyone will say puberty. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. My body is way more ready than you. Thanks, Maria. Butler, this one's so good. Ah!
Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. What? Some are good and some are bad?
You're aging? Yeah, I'm old, right? Bad.
Okay, I'll give it a go.
You feel bad, sir? Oh. That's not it. Lord, heaven help ye. That's not it. That's like if you have a cute face and everyone babies you. Or if you're just an adult and you're in touch with your whatever hobbies, but people go, that's childish. It's like that. Don't worry about it. They call me the reassurance machine.
Apparently one sauce was sweet and the other was sour. Despite being bad manners, I also stuck my finger in licking it.
Air. ASMR.
Whoa. One of the sauces was swollen with like a fucking rub. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red.
Me, I'm sour.
I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Shannon, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Shannon hesitated. Maybe her job was to set the table, so she doesn't really know how. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about?
She looks so funny making that face. Shannon's sprite's cute. Aunt Natsuhi's is something.
What do you think we made it out of?
It'll shock you.
Huh? I don't have a clue. Wait a sec. Kumasawa boss on that. That laugh's pretty creepy. So, what is it? Don't tell anyone, okay? Listen very carefully. Kumasawa-san leaned across on the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interest caught Jessica, Georgianiki, and of course Maria also put their ears closer.
What? What? Quickly! Quickly!
You see, the sour part is made from juice squeezed from a mackerel.
What? Mackerel?
That's crazy, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely.
Regis Altair, how is that new Zelda? Is it worth? Hit me with it. Let me stretch while I'm at it. Oh! Hello, slimes. Today is UMINEKO Day, or perhaps it is Full Metal Alchemist Day for you, or perhaps it is Persona 3 Day for you. I think October 3 through 5th is are very cursed days. But UMINEKO takes place on October 4th and 5th, and it's about a family that meets once every year, and they have no money problems whatsoever, and they have excellent communication skills, and there's no magic whatsoever. And they certainly would never sell each other out for extra money. And the family definitely loves women. It's a really good VN. If you know Higurashi, same creator, I recommend playing it. If you don't want to, you can read it. Altair, you would survive UMINEKO, trust, I believe it. But yeah, it's that. So, sit by, watch if you want. The first chapter is slow because they're introducing everybody, but then after that, it's bang, 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 bang! This is episode 1 out of... There's 8 episodes in total. They divide them into 2. So, episode 1 through 4 are the question arcs where your mind is going all over the place, going, what the fuck? And episode 5 through 8 is the answer arc, so they give you more answers and everything's explained. There's an anime. The opening's very good, but they have to cram a lot of info, so people usually recommend read the San novel or read the manga. Manga's really good, so I recommend. Especially if you're in a rut and you need something to take you out of it. A good story will distract you from anything. And it won't be escapism either, you'll learn from it. And that's it, okay? Thank you for the redirect, Altair. Let me know if I should play this whole game. And there's 2 sprites. She's so tiny. Mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them. When Mario started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults are unable to contain their laughter. Only Aunt Rosa, her face red. Yeah, I saw it at some Tears of the Kingdom-like gameplay. Whispered to Mario that mackerel's sour only once prepared as shimashiba. Saisea? Thank you for the 5 gifted, Farah. You're never leaving here ever. Ah, now I totally remember. Kurosawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me into all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has gotta be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're kikurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Kurosawa-bachan, you sure haven't changed. You know Mari's gonna believe it now, right? It's just a joke. I like her, she's cute. I like her little smile. Now Goda-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? Goda looked a little bit put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. It's not that serious, bro. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us.
Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden. The sauce is a combination of 2 reds, strawberry and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of strawberry sweetness and the rose's hip sourness. Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat. With that said, please enjoy.
Whoa. Man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. I'm the only dessert you need, shut up. As Koda elaborated on the details of the dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you just call him subtle or just talented? Why are you laughing at me? Why won't you fight me? Damn. Dessert was probably planned for the beginning. But taking the hint we all stopped in from the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. The combination of sweet and sour was always exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it and bored halfway through.
But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all that sourness in your mouth will be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt that way. Play UMINEKO for me and come out, and come back. If you follow the ruins at once, would you win? Yes, because you've already been nerfing yourselves. I can sense your anxiety from here. But maybe, if you have full belief, maybe I might lose. Just maybe. It's okay. Anxiety means your brain, you're just pretty much too smart for this world. You're too smart. You're too intelligent. If you're dumb, you just will not perceive it in the brain.
How is it, madam?
Splendid as always. I wish I was too smart for this. Praise yourself more. What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone's intelligent. Just if you want a certain type of intelligence, you just have to work a bit more for it. But you should never underestimate anyone. I want to be dumber. There we go. Let's see. Splendid as always. I can make people dumber, but sorry, that's a rental boyfriend service only. Dude, how much did he get paid? I just had to sit there? Impressive.
I am most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I've heard those receipts have the ability to cure headaches.
Okay, Goda's nice or this. He's trying to pay attention to her condition. I get it. But I still don't like him. I don't like him. You need to take them on dates. No, I would just be equivalent to me sitting there because that's easy. I can do that easy. The only thing I would struggle with is preparing stuff ahead of time. Like if you go, okay, we're going on this resort trip and we're gonna go, day 1 we're gonna go here, day 2 we're gonna go here, day 3 we're gonna go here, day 4 we're gonna go here, and then day 6 we're gonna end up with the blah 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 blah. Yes, yes! We're gonna be playing Higurashi also this month. Is that so? With the original sprites. Thank you. See, didn't I tell you, Natsuine-san? Rosehip is great for headaches. So it seems. I do hope it actually helps. No, I gotta break out the accent! Higurashi I can play up to the end of chapter 2. UMINEKO I can play up to the end of episode 1. Ryukishi, thank you so much for even letting me play it. I love you. I'm so jealous. People got to meet him at a convention.
Oda-san, I love you. Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating you? Or if you can, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like.
Ew.
Having your talent confined to the small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. What'd you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all our customers? What?
I can't.
Hideyoshi-san, are you trying to steal away our Goda? No, that won't do at all. We'd better start treating Goda better, or he'll get snatched up.
Yes, you really should. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him, and you'll be stuck with 3 meals Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking a day, won't you? That's harsh. It seems someone's holding a grudge against me. I don't like this. Everyone let a huge laugh. Okay, so the real way to do a Kansei accent is you put in a bit of a southern accent, but you need to like not overdo it, right? But then since Kansei accent is so specific, usually when they translate it, they just go with a really thick southern accent, right? Or I remember in the early Pokemon dub, they used a British accent. It was interesting. Interesting.
Damn, I got a free pizza code, but I can only give it to you if I give you my address. Damn, I was about to give it. Oh well. Everyone let out a huge laugh. I gotta go back to Japan. Come with me. Well, I'm a pilot. I'll work in Japan. That'd be nice. I want to bring Altair with me, but I can't. Don't do that. Don't go. I'm gonna go back. You're coming with me. Hold on, back. You back from Japan? According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could be slow aging, make people smarter and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent it on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kind of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory. In that case, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you'd better look forward to it. I'm poor. I would simply let you stay. That'd be nice. But I can make too many people stay. Let's see. We sure will. Can't wait to get all bucketed up from tonight's shimishiba. Shimisaba? That sounds wonderful. Rosa is so nice when she's not being a freak arrogant asshole. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake. Nah, stay away from that. Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Roken-tima's famous mackerel sochu? Nah, they got the boomer jokes. Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had been totally stolen. He just wanted the attention. Explained in a serious voice that we'd be having calf steak for dinner. Kumasawa-san. Thanks for doing that back there. See, Goto is a bully. I don't like him. As she puts the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about the dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Goto would have dunked on her, and Natsuki would have looked like, I want to take out my anger now. Shannon, who hesitated for a hard press for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. I feel you. If I'm having a really bad day, I'll hesitate a lot. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature. Her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue. I just heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. I'm jealous. I love your voice. Oh my god. Thank you. I want to hear all your voices. I want to... That's scary though. I can tell your ethnicity from your voice. Most of the time. But that's my special skill. I can tell what you look like. I can gauge. Not fully, but I can gauge. I don't know how to explain it. Oh no. My voice is locked behind level 10 friendship. Really? You make it level 20. What's with that? Well, let's see. Depending on how you take care of yourself and the nature of your throat, that will also tell me, like, okay, so this person has, like maybe they have, like, chubby cheeks, or this person has a lot of, like, fat around the neck,
But this person has very cheekbones, the hollow. Are you an oracle? It's hard to explain. I think if you study speech or do a lot of voice stuff, you'll also pick up on it. Or certain dialects or ways of speaking, you'll go, ah. You can probably tell better than I can. Just think. Just think. Think about stuff that's around you. You go, oh, that's an accent from someone around who lives with me. Let's see. Heard mine twice. You have a nice voice. Don't worry. Meet and greets can be hard because it depends on the quality of hearing. Just don't worry. I shall save you the best I can in the meet and greet. Let's see. Huh? Oh, sorry, I haven't checked the chef chart yet. Yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you could help out a bit before your break. Yes, I would be delighted to help. I'm not psychoanalyzing you. I feel it's rude. I do base analysis, but to go any further, I go, no, you should tell me yourself. To Shana and Kumasawa was like a mother among servants. It's like if I go through the Elysium archives, we could get information on all the guys, right? But usually, what I think me and Bettle do, we go, no, tell me yourself. If you want to. Exarch, thank you for the gifted. I told you I'm not a nice person at my core, but I'm practicing to be nice. And the only way to do that is habits. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, and so we were chased out. I also learned for not being like the parents in UMINEKO. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. You and who? Me and Bettle. We have similar ways of approaching stuff. We have, if me and Bettle were knights, we'd have the knight's honor. If you broke your sword, we'd both throw our sword down and go, okay, fists only then. That's worth something. You mean my tits? Apparently, they prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told us children to go play outside. And that lurkin, why don't we all go for a walk outside? I hate you, George. I didn't forget old Golden Fantasia. I'm pissed. You make me mad, George. Go ahead and take a walk at the roses or something. Now, keep a close eye on the weather. The sky's still clear, but the weather report kept on talking about rain. What accent is that? I want to go to the beach, Shut up, look at my tits. You don't tell me to put my jacket on. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on a sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it? Ah, good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. Let's go! Moving out next week. Good luck, okay? Just keep moving with it. Just keep moving. Keep moving, take a break when you need, then keep moving, ignore the voices in that, just keep moving. No problem, thank you for the thumbnail, thank you for drawing. Thank you for the super chat. Can I help you, Private? Look at that bang dream icon. I swear to God if it is. No, it's close. Squints. Interesting. Your collarbone's making me... Yeah? Here, quick break. You hear that? You hear that? You hear that? There you go, Shoro. You hear this? My tits. Okay, anyways. Back to the Golden Witch. Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. How are your shoes? Get wet. That obedience is so cute. Battler, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria, okay? Sure, leave it to me. Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself listening to Kyrie like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change? Hell no. Let's go, everyone. Come on. The children flew out of the parlor. He hates his ass. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. When you come to watch the UMINEKO stream and hear me slapping my tits, you have this face. Wait, what's he look like? Thank you for coming by, Shoto. Hi. What the f... So moe. They're like two different type of moes. You came here only for UMINEKO? Oh, okay. Oh, oops. The parlor was filled with sublime aroma which lighted everyone while they waited to see through first.
Udo's family certainly seems close. It's a wonderful thing.
Quit it. We're no match for your family, Aniki. That's true. You raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talents at education and training, Natsuhine-san. Thank you. Natsu answered coldly. Dude, this is like when someone beefs with you but they're friendly in public, but then you have to be polite. Oh my goodness. Why does this remind me of Project Sekai fandom? Oh, really great to have you as my oomph, Natsuhine-san. Thank you so much. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the sounds, because he broke it himself in an exaggerated gesture. Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever. They start getting huge all of a sudden, and then they're adults like us. Batley lives like a completely different person now. I can't do that! I hate it! All 38 of it? It's 42, 41. His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid. Though you could say the same about my husband. Okay. I can't tell if she's flirting with Rudolph now or just saying it. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. I still don't feel as though I've grown up. I feel you grow up, the real adult age feels 23, I feel. Because 18, you just got out of it. 16, no. 21, you're going through it. That's your early midlife crisis. Around like 23, I feel. See, in my opinion, the real 20s are your 30s. I feel back in the old day, maybe you could have fun in your 20s. Maybe. Now it's a bit more difficult. So I feel the 30s is where your real 20s, and that's when you start feeling sexy. And you go, wait! So things don't matter to you as much anymore? You'll be confident in things? And you go, no, I don't really... I feel sexy now. Yeah, you'll see it. Take your time with it. Trust me, around the 30s, I think you'll start going, wait, I'm sexy as fuck. You'll probably have your own outfits you want to wear. You'll play your own things you like and go, yep, I like this. Whereas when you're an adolescent, you're still going through the motions and probably have to censor what you like depending on where you live. Or in your 20s, who knows? That's the whole... 20s is... Oh, fuck, what do I do now? I don't think it's... Yeah, party! So good luck. I'm an old man.
Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say.
That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now. So I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level rather than an emotional one alone.
when an argument breaks out in the group chat and he gets tense. This is the exact feeling. Oh, I love that music stop. When Ava smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. It felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window.
Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations. It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark, just as it always has.
Oh, what is it you've always endeavored to do? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa? Rosa gave a vague smile. Now this is the average family meetup. She knew that, whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. There's a bit worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling. Quit it, Aniki. We better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around. Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh and some let out a small look of resignation across their face. They were approaching their unavoidable. True agenda. We must maintain the agenda. Last year, his life expectancy was estimated about 3 months. Which, I guess, means that he's got negative 9 months left now. Should we take that to mean that it might suddenly happen at any time? The family's head is still alive and well. The fact that you bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san.
Still, Natsui-san, this is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this perfect time to talk about this. You know what, we still got time to plan. It's just a bit of financial etiquette, you must say.
It seems father is the focus of everyone's concern. Dr. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you?
That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all.
Nanjo, who had been standing up by the window staring at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called. Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition?
Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision. Since my estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out.
No need to explain. You're saying that the measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right?
That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, the effect of one's condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state.
So, you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited.
Kyrie, sorry, but please stay quiet for...
This family hates women, bro! She's perhaps the smartest person in this room! Kinzo, what have you done? I'm sorry. Now, she wouldn't keep talking, then I go, okay, like, don't interrupt the conversation, I suppose. Jeez.
That is correct. Kinzo-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health. This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake of such strong alcohol.
So, he's in a crisis now because he drinks. And maybe he's lived this long because he drinks. There's Dad for you, a heavy drinker.
Yeah, I think the family would still be asked if they were born in today's age, but it is 1980, what, 7, 89?
Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction. But, what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head! Natsuki jumped on Ava, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Ava stared back daringly. She hit her with a DreamWorks face. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me see what the sprite looks like. Interesting. Those sprites just kind of hit different.
Nate-san, forgive her. Ava, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay?
I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about Father's condition. She's such a mean girl. Is that so? I hadn't realized.
Dr. Nanjo, please, tell us. For the sake of the beautiful love a daughter wrote about her father's lifespan.
Cross laughed sarcastically, and Ava smiled sweetly, and returned an identical chuckle.
You asked whether he will still be healthy next year. But as a doctor, it would be very hard to say. Because while I do think this illness condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do.
You should voice act with me. If you love me, you'll do it. Please?
After all, Okanjima is a solitary island. It is not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in to save him. Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but...
You don't have to. Just read it. That's it. The key is, imagine if you were the person saying that. That's it. If you want to get deeper, technically we're all acting. We all have different faces we show each other. You're showing me what you want me to see of you, and I'm showing you what I want you to see. My big tits! And then focus more on the acting, less the voice. Easy. That's it. Okay, so let's give a really big voice to him.
Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted.
That's super voice, but let's try to add more acting.
Father has stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted.
No, it's just still voicey, but then you can see more of the... You put it in it, right? Now let's voice it as if it's a movie.
Father stated he does not want his noble research interrupted.
See? You take it. There's the anime, there's the one that you see in video games, there's the one that you see in video games are like movies, the ones you see in movies. Masculine voices, you just try to imitate it, but without any pain. If there's pain, don't. Movie-like? Well, movie, they tried to go with a more... See, okay, let me read this in a movie fashion.
It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year.
See? It sounds more like you'd hear that on the street.
It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year.
Versus if you animate it, it goes,
it seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year.
Like that. Yeah, more natural. So just trust yourself, just let go. And then breathe in, take your time with it.
Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside.
UMINEKO's more in the middle because some may say, oh, anime isn't real acting, but the thing is, what's the thing about anime? Everyone looks super attractive, right? So you make your voice super attractive in a way to match it. Same thing for if you're having a play and you're doing lots of exaggerated expressions and movements and you have big exaggerated sets, you up your voice to match that. Whereas movies, they usually focus on the human element if it's like a standard drama. So they'll read it as if they are like there, like that. Have fun with it. It's a skill you can pick up easy. The only way you can't is if you can't, what's the word? Like you can't physically talk. So take your time with it. Also, I recommend watching shows or just going outside. Back in the old place I used to live, I used to go to the mall and I would sit there and people watch. And just listen to conversations. But that's it. Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him?
Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when one of his better moods. I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look. It's true some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle.
Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination, or if you really want, learn singing. Do it. Just do it, please. Stop worrying about time that's already gone. Just do it now. I say that as someone who does that all the time. Just do it now. Learn it. If you can't afford classes, just sing a song over and over. And that's it. The thing is, if you're depressed, the more things you have on your plate, the more you have to focus on those things, and it will keep you away from any brooding or focusing on it. You didn't ask to be it, but it's like that. So do it, do it, do it. Look at Ryukishi. Man locked in and made Umineko, Higurashi, Kikonia, Rose Gun Days, and more. Good stuff. Oh, sum it up. He's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death. Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words? Ah, sorry. I'm always talk this way. Give me a break. I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it. What about you, Krasny-san?
To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick he only has only 3 months to live. His yell's as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fist raining down on me.
Wow, he's abusive. Didn't see that coming.
Pushing the care of your father solely onto the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair.
The next world get born after me. Kikonia, it'll come out. I'm pretty sure Ryukishi was working on it, but then because like when you get told about Silent Hill F, they've been working on that for a while. So stuff comes up. I have confidence he'll finish it.
The next world get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track. So, in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go at any time.
Kraus does look like he's from Gundam.
No offense to you, Aniki. I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in this field. Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets.
Father's personal funds probably reach as high as 10 billion yen, right? But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as simply cutting a birthday cake with a knife.
That's an interesting way to put it. That's right. You sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut into equal parts. Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how best to stick the knife in?
I cannot understand how you can all openly discuss this as though the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. She's right, they are being rude as fuck. If I saw this as a father, I think my heart would break. Come now, don't you see how important this is? But it's Kinzo, so... After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Ushidamiya house's wealth is vast. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? Wait, you're right. No wonder I like Succession. It's like American Umineko? There's a huge difference between this family's resources and your family's wealth. How rude! My birth family has nothing to do with this! Natsuhi responded indignantly, though in a low voice. An already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile.
Give it a rest, Ava.
See, how does he tame her? Yeah, Natsuhi
Natsu married into the family, but she's 100% dedicated to it. Even more so than some of the siblings. So the siblings, they're dedicated to it, but they're really selfish with it. She's like, In a way, she kind of reminds you of Shinri. Because Shinri could dedicate himself to supporting the whole cause. Like, that's where the martyr thing we joke about complex comes from, right? Blah, blah, blah. Like how he'll protect everyone at a cost of himself. But only some people with a very strong will can do that. And when you have to be that strict, I think some people will interpret that as being mean. But it's more like in some cases, you have to be that way. So he's like a different type of leader. And Natsu's a good leader too. But it's just, in this family, the women have no power.
Give it a rest, Ava. Natsuki-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness.
Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile. But it only resulted in making the hostility between Ava and Natsu even more intense.
Oh my god, Nandru, you're floating in front of the chandelier, thank you.
It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay in any longer.
Me trying to lead the conversation, I feel that. 1986.
Please, excuse me.
Nandru rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape.
Nandru said, this is getting awkward. Bye.
After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had dissipated to the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs. I wish you could play all of UMINEKO on stream.
In other words, this is what you would all like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder?
Yeah, oh no, I can only do episode 1 of UMINEKO. And then for Higarashi's up to episode 2. Makes sense. Let's see, so let's say alternate universe where I'm like the most popular streamer ever. There would be people that would just watch me to experience it. But I want him to get money. And we don't want to spoil people. Let's see. I could ask. But I'd rather not step on toes. Right now I'm just happy. I'll finish this first.
Certainly, as you say,
Estimating and distributing the Ushinomiya family's wealth is no simple task.
in that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations? It seems to me that you are all impatient to slit up the cake tonight. Isn't that true, Rosa? What reason is there to be hasty?
We aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between us siblings. It doesn't matter when we do that, but if the day Father's condition worsen is approaching, discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me. Rosa shot a glance at Ava and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest.
Oh? Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of siblings would say something like that.
Even as I'm voicing this, I'm still criticizing it. I'm like, could be better. We'll get there.
I wonder if those two told you to say it.
Quit it, Aniki. Rosa's one of Dad's kids, too. She's got as much right to his inheritance as the rest of us. It's only natural she'd be interested. After all, Dad'll definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary,
Aniki, you're way too relaxed.
It almost seems like you'd like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the inheritance issue.
What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something?
Calm down, Natsuki-san. Listen to what we have to say.
Nii-san, I hear the times have been extremely good lately. Yes, since last year, we've been in an unprecedented boom and the yen keeps on rising. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. Also, the ruling party says it will establish health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about, trying to gather as much funding as they can.
You certainly seem to know a lot about it.
I like his smile. Why is he smiling like that? What's he look like? Let me see. I think the original has more aura, but the new one's not so bad.
Japan is about to... Oh boy, he don't know. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. It'll be repeated the Korean War demands, the time during which father revived the Ushinomiya family. The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on that fact. The 3 kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs. The people need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools, resort hotels, and theme parks. Have you gone to Disneyland, which opened up just a few years ago? With Mackie Rat. What an excellent theme park. It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. No longer do we count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families. We have become the most prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits.
Yeah, this is before the yen went crazy. So Kraus is not... he's not the smartest guy.
Kraus-san, your foresight's nothing to be sneezed at. When I heard this sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy. But when I heard about G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that all changed. The yen shot up, and I'll bet the price of the land skyrockets soon too. It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world. You've got a great sense of direction the world's moving, Kraus-san. At least there can be no debate about that. I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you got that keen sense from Dad. And it's incredible. However, unlike Dad, timing your predictions has always been a bit off sometimes, right?
Nissan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon see a boom, but almost all of them continue to fail. While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread the timing of that boom. You were too early. You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. If your nose is really so reliable, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. Is this proof that you mistrust your own ability?
How rude! Are you trying to insult my husband?
Natsuhi's forehead creased as she rose on the sofa. Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down. Please stop, Natsuhi. Eva's always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little, or your headache will get worse.
The thing is, when he says this, he legit, in his bottom of his heart, actually says it in a way like, hey, don't worry, I don't want your headache to get worse. But you suck at communicating. You suck, Kraus. But I guess he can't, because then if he shows the sentimental side, the siblings will attack. Okay, see, here's the problem. He needs to go after the thing and let her know beforehand or after and go, hey, honey, my siblings are relentless. I'm going to have to act as more of an asshole during this. So just know that. You can continue to act the part, but just know I'm that. But no, he keeps it to him fucking self. Yeah, he's concerned and is trying to warn her, but he just comes off as a dick because he's doing the DreamWorks smile right now. Calm down a little, or your little headache will get worse.
There's proof of your lack of talent right next to us. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? You built a wonderful resort hotel and beautifully maintained the garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand. But you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right? And what is that to you? My husband's business, it's none of yours!
Actually, that's not true, Natsuki-san. Okajima doesn't belong to Aniki. It belongs to Dad. Of course, the hotel does belong to Aniki, right? I think Rudolph's the hardest voice to do. Because he's voiced by, Kiritsugu Emiya. And then, that one's hard. That's such a specific tone. That's like trying to voice Kinjiro Yatsuda characters. Yeah, Koyama. I don't know if I can do it justice, so I dial back to like a more chill voice and work with the acting. In fact, he'd be more than willing to play lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa?
Well, if what I have on hand will suffice.
If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future.
You try to emulate the original voices of your own voice acting? To the best I can. I always try to do my own take, but with the original Japanese voices, I always go, there's a certain tone they're going for that is you shouldn't forget about. And I try to get, that's the most integral part. So, Carlos is very, if you hear his Japanese voice, he speaks very,
I know more than you.
but he's just got a really good poker face. They have to speak like more elegant, but with like a slight smugness. I'm gonna explain. Voice with me.
When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not?
I understand that.
Now Ava's easier. She's always mean girling, so you're being nice, but you're making it known to everyone, which, depending on the line, that yeah, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you.
I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. We can just resolve the matter with money equal to the value of the property.
If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied?
We aren't satisfied.
We're uneasy.
In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel?
Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right? That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Right, Rosa? That's right. Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it will become quite popular once you open it. Oh, so the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house.
Kirie's voice, I'm not sure. That one's hard. I don't know how to do that. And it's not the voice itself. I mean the, like... Because Kirie knows when to hide her hand. She's great at chess.
It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular.
The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there's still absolutely no prospect of it opening. Nissan, it's just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then, it always becomes unmaintainable partway through and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit.
You were brilliant when you saw that using this island as only as a place to live is a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn into a resort that could use a prospect of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and I like to attract customers.
If I were the eldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for ways to profit off this island. But 2 full years have passed since you finished the building, right? After 2 years, you still haven't had the opportunity to open it. Where's the managing company you entrusted it to?
Impertinent! That is not my husband's fault! There's just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are the victims here!
And yet, the rumors we've heard about this company you hired haven't been good at all.
Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't have heard about the lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight? We even have evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the tourism industry, it is necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people. It is also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It's merely taken us some time to meet that goal.
I'll admit that, in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs. It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant.
Liar. I'll bet you wanted to liquidate it, but you can't. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated, empty island without any established sightseeing routes. And anyway, what about all the loans you made for this project? Well, even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, my borrowed money you can't return just keeps growing. Sorry, Cross Nissan, but I've investigated the development plan for this island a bit. To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either.
Hideyoshi-san, I can see how you might be left with the impression by looking only at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment. I have no choice but to admit that many prediction was mistaken. And that, up until now, several liabilities have been created. However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No. Actually, all the investments I've made up until now will finally return my possession. That's right. Just like throwing a small fry to catch a salmon, they will come back even bigger than before. I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long. Though I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all your debt. However, House Nissan, after all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about. You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you dug.
What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san?
Natsuhi-san, please don't get angry. We looked into this too. We checked to see who might have provided Cross Nissan with enough financing to support his recent large-scale project that started a string of failures. And we discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of money roulette is that you bet against the loser. Haneki, you're a fairly well-known loser in this field. It's true that the prosperous times are to come, but when we looked for people who considered that enough to overlook your string of failures, and also had enough for the investment, we found no candidates.
So, the big question now is where you got that money from.
Oh, now isn't that intriguing? And?
And?
Dear, how long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand?
Sit down, Natsuhi-san. Let's get to the point. Haneki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds to your own business. There's pretty much no room for doubt. If you think we made some kind of mistake, please, feel free to explain.
Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated! How can you face the successor to the Ushirimiya head family in love with these absurd accusations? They aren't absurd. They're right on the mark. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debt keeps getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. It's only natural he tried to grab any source of funding close at hand. Let me be frank, Nissan. What you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying father. You know that we'll have the court settle this after it's all over, right? Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor to the Ushinomiya head family? You dare to claim that he's betrayed the family head? You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushinomiya family! Leave this place at once! Now! Get out!
Oh dear.
Natsuhi had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Ava in rage. She then pointed alternately at Ava and the hallway, demanding that she leave. The girls are fighting. Ava took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi as though silently daring her to repeat what she said.
Okay, I got it.
However, her mouth is still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. And that pleasant silence Rosa gulped.
Hey, Natsuhi-san? To whom do you think you're speaking in such a tone?
I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband. As the person in charge of the main family's kitchen, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of the kitchen? Be silent, lowly maidservant!
Ava folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive.
How foolish! You stand down! Before Ava of the Ushinomiya family! You tell me to stand down? Me, Ushinomiya Ava, the third ring to the Ushinomiya family hierarchy, I'm the only one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head! Know your place! And then look at your shabby self in the mirror.
Where is the symbol on the wing on your clothes? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Aren't you nothing more than a borrowed room to the house's next successor to the Ushinomiya family?
Understand your place, you common housemaid!
Oh dear. Ava's face twisted hideously as her wounds gouged into Natsuhi's heart like talons, wrenching at it. There are 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and her sorrow crushed her throat, and none of these words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go, and became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down.
What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do so. Come on!
Ava faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi couldn't do nothing but tremble, her clenched fist quivering. Cross quietly broke that powder keg tension.
Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Oh, fuck you fucking idiot. At least whisper into her ear or some shit. Tell her that you gotta play the bad guy for this.
Natsuhi, leave your seat. You should go cool your head.
Bro's speech is at -100. You don't say that thereafter she just got disrespected?
Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack.
Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are baselessly calling you a traitor to father! They are making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Ushinomiya family, even though we are constantly expending every effort to earn that glory from father. They trample all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling! And you don't even try to fight back! Why? I'm only standing up for you because you won't! You've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now! And now you tell me to go comb my head? It's always me! Even though I've always considered this you've...
Hatsuyu was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. Half the earth had. All that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor.
Cross, you fucking idiot!
When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Cross shrugged his shoulders slightly.
Okay.
I apologize for my wife. She has always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's been...
Oh, shut the fuck! Nobody liked that! Nobody liked that, Kraus.
It's even been rough for me.
If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nissan.
Bro, okay, she's not here. At least go in on her now. She's disrespecting her even after she's left.
Madam. Leave me be.
Natsu flew herself into her room and ran to her bed lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kamisama in the hallway.
There's a reason their sister-in-law's like that. Okay, so Ava. Okay, look at this. So, eldest son, so it goes to him. Women have no power in this family, unfortunately. So that gives it to Kraus. And then by retrospect, Jessica. Right? Ava is the most competent sibling here, but because she's a girl, Kinzo said, me, so it makes that grow. And so she's had to watch Kraus fumble everything for the longest time. He does good sometimes, but not all the time. Rudolph is man whore, and also he's... I'm having a mental breakdown. Rosa is the youngest sibling, so not even up for an option. So she's the most competent. But Cross is better. And Natsu's just doing her job. But that just makes Ava mad. So yeah, they're gay.
Poor Madame Natsu. There's a deep enmity between her and Ava-sama. Explaining the relationship would be very trying for me as a woman. The Ushinomiya family holds blood in high regard. But if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register.
Yep, there you go.
Thus, under normal circumstances, Ava-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, there was no one deserving of blame in this matter. The madam certainly bears no guilt. There's nothing to call it other than a whim of God. But else-sama and Natsu-sama were not blessed with children for some time. After all, this is the male-dominant Hoshinomiya family. A wife is merely a tool to create a heir. As such, wife cannot fulfill her only duty. She will not even be treated as a human.
Yeah, Rudolph is pretty decent. He's just fucking... Ooh, sex! Ooh! That's Rudolph. And then Kyrie came in and said, I'm going to discipline you. Get under my heel. And he said... But Rudolph did like his first wife. It was just unfortunate.
Back then, a wedding between Ava-sama and Hideyoshi-sama was being discussed. Ava-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Mana's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushinomiya register.
There was a vast difference in the Ushinomiya hierarchy between Madame, who married into the Ushinomiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took on the Ushinomiya name. Furthermore, Eva actually gave birth first, and to a boy. Curious that I can fix Rudolph. As for how much weaker Madame's position was than Eva-sama's, well, I believe you can see for yourself. I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought that, if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage. And Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today. However, that was not Madame's fault. All the blame lies with God's whims and the storm that delivered Jessica late. Even so, Madame would allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman at her inability to carry out duties expected of a wife. Ah, how sad. I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows.
La 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 la. No, you can't leave. No. No one can leave, no. Ooh. See. Bye-bye. We have to affect the law. We gotta put spike traps so no one ever can leave again. We crossed the hall and are again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot. So, this is the witch Beatrice. Wonder if that story's true. Beatrice. That's how you say it, right? It's the only voice I can try to do that for in the falsetto.
Butler doesn't believe?
Back when he had asked about what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Butler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Butler didn't have faith in Maria. Of course, that wasn't what Butler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on the plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. Sorry about that. It's not like I doubt you anything you said, Maria.
Butler believes.
When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly ooh-ooing. Ooh-ooey. Ooh-ooh. What's this? My beloved witch Beatrice. Beatrice. Yeah, it's the Italian way, right? Because ReZero, Beatrice. This one is Beatrice. Behold the sweet fish with her. What's with this weird, huge epithet? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be only a long epithet. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you. Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that made. I'm proud to say we are 20% of the way in episode 1. Maybe 30. Pretty deep, huh? Maybe 10%.
I know. It's the place for the gold's hidden.
Yeah, see, I can't do it.
Needs to sound more natural. Wait, is it the story about the Ushinomiya family's hidden gold? No, there's another thing I remember from long ago. Hold on. Aniki, is this for real? Grandfather had this made, but he never said anything about this picture on the avatar. Even so, amongst the family, it is often whispered that it indicates the location of Grandfather's hidden gold, and that he will relinquish the inheritance and the gold to that person who solves the riddle.
I heard that too. What's it called?
Well, something like that. Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars? I think it's fake, though. Still, when you read about it in an avatar like this, it almost seems real. I think I already explained Grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushinoya family's legend of gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushinoya family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake, and by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves Grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low. But, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, Grandfather correctly predicted what the future would hold and won in a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained any trust. It takes trust to gather money.
You trust me?
There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust.
You can say no, I'll get it, I'll understand. Oh! Ay, mamma mia. In what context? Would you trust me to save you? Trust fall?
How did Grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds?
Bro, he went to Toy House and started selling.
When asked the question, Grandfather supposedly answered like this.
On a certain day, I encountered the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
Grandfather then went on about continuing his research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician.
You trust me if I've worked on 9 to 5? I have.
And the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ceremony was the Golden Witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted Grandfather 10 tons of gold.
Damn, give me some gold. That's okay. I should get a third job.
Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Ushinoya family.
At top at 2, I do voice work.
It seems this story is so old that even our parents were told when they were still just children.
Let's see. There's technically 3 already. So, there's the job of protecting Elysium, sending calls, and then when I'm not doing that, I'm streaming. And 3's voice work on the side. It's nice. And then, let's look at my demo reel. Let's see. Because then I can send, and then I can be in a game like Aradan Senpai. That'd be good. But right now, my manager's gathering all my clips. If not, let me put this down. Because I need to ask my manager something. Because maybe I could commission a studio instead. Because if you're trying to go through my clips, it might be hard. Or Olga Senpai, there we go. Okay. I hope to voice in a hentai.
So, back when our parents were young, they explored the island all sorts of ways, believing that the gold Grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, Grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was forbidden. I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went all over the island searching for treasure after our parents told us about it. Didn't we get lost in the forest once, then start crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents got so mad. Dang, that takes me back.
Should I expensive that? Actually, let me leave that for manager right now. Okay, who should I do? Stand. On type of manager. Okay, there you go. I scored myself a boy. What did I say? What did I say? Everyone's coming to fuck their goddamn boyfriends! Yeah, Flayon, me and my Esso were cuddling nice today. What happened? Maximus, everyone comes to this chat, and there's people who are married here, there's people who are dating other runes here. Oh my god, but congratulations! I say you can get a relationship way easier than you think. It's just if you want a good relationship, that is different. You have to actively work on that. Come on. Anyone can get one if you want. And if you're ace, don't worry about it. You're what you... Okay, where was I? Okay, left the message there. I'm ready. We sure were idiots, weren't we? After all, Grandfather only bought this island after using those funds to get rich, right? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. There's no way the gold's on this island. That's not necessarily so. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning. And he bought the whole island just to ensure it'd be his and his alone. There was a whole 10 metric tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he tried to secure the place where it was hidden, rather than try to move it all. His epitaph was made 2 years ago. And since Grandfather wrote it himself, yeah, it does seem like the legend of gold seemed more believable. The so-called witch's gold that revived the Ushirina family weighed 10 tons. Maybe that's sleeping somewhere, ready to be turned over to whoever can solve Grandfather's riddle. Maybe that's why he did it. I guess it sounds like my grandfather's style or something. Fuck. See, Ruse has the fucking battler laugh. Huh. If that's true, it's pretty incredible. I want to hear Ruse do battler. I feel he can make it work. The avatar carved into the plate was very mysterious. It was something like a poem or a song written on it. The text was incredibly disturbing, full of the signs of Grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle that, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold. Yeah, this is episode 1. Well, whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even imagine what his true motive might have been. All we know for sure is that Grandfather put this shady epitaph here so that everyone in the family could see it. We also know that he sent the existence of the gold that we're talking about where it might be hidden, at least so far. These facts that were embellished by the imaginations of our parents, who were convinced that Grandfather was challenging us to a battle of wits.
Sounds just like my dad. So agreed that he'd take out something like this so seriously. He may laugh at my grandfather's black magic obsession, but he'd still believe the story about the hidden gold. It just sounds so good. Well, it's certainly not a realistic story.
Dude, dubbing... Usually they're gonna hire someone who's more natural at it, which makes sense. I think most likely they put me here as George or some lower voice. I don't know. Yeah, then who knows? The hardest thing about doing auditions is you have to get what the director's looking for, so you have to accurately determine what product they want. And then you can do a little research.
At the time, when grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone could just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. If such a person actually did exist, it's not unthinkable that grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch.
Yeah, but it's 10 tons. 10 tons! If you cash that in, how much would it come to?
I mean, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right? It certainly would be a ridiculous amount. They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is 10,000 metric tons at most. That 1 out of 10,000 of all gold humankind is obtained through history should belong to just one person is just insane. On top of that, this witch supposedly had all that gold collected in one place and was able to lend it to grandfather just like that. We're not talking about any ordinary person.
Well, to me, that 10 tons number seems pretty fishy. After all, no one's actually seen it except grandfather, right? Research? Well, okay, so... Some directors, think Erase for the anime. If you read interviews, he specifically... There were people who would voice the main character and they go with the standard, "Hey, what's up? Boku no namae wa... blah 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 blah." I forgot his name. I think his name, I can't remember right now. But the director for that anime specifically, because he wanted to match the tone, when he was getting voices saved for the anime, he said he wants someone with a really natural take. So he got someone that did mainly real-life acting, per se, in-person acting. So movies, Hollywoods, that type of thing. Because they have a more natural tone. So instead of, "Hey, nice to meet you," is more, "Hey, nice to meet you." Like that. So some directors want that. Some directors, if you look at the previous work that they've worked on, they go, okay, so you go, so this guy's worked on Genshin Impact. Now they're working on Honkai. So you look at the old stuff and go, so these are the type of voice quality that the guy wants. So not only the quality and the voice sounding good, but the acting. Where another director might want more subdued acting, but with a lot of the anime voice. So it's like that. So that's why they say, with voiceover, if you go into the community, a lot of them say for that reason, it's not really a competition with others, like with your ability. It's more who happens to match the vision that the director's going for. And even then, the director may have a vision, but through the process of selecting everything, may go, you know what? I was going to go with A. And in the past, I've gone with A a couple times, but I'm thinking about B this time. B seems like a good option. It's like that. So it depends. So I think in this case, I probably would not get cast as Battler. Because there's probably someone that can have a lot more natural take with it. Yeah, director control. I could voice something a certain way, and that everyone would think is good, but if the director doesn't like it, we'll have to do another take that everyone might not think is good. I've directed before. It's harder in a... I'll get back to the game. It's harder in... so if you just go online right now, in a non-professional sense... Because getting everybody to do their lines will be hard because everyone has different home environments and then, you know. It's like if your friend asks you to do something, you might unconsciously not prioritize it. Whereas, if you're in a professional setting, they cannot say anything. They need to listen to you. Whereas if you're doing a big project, like think about the rune projects everyone does. You have to have a certain leadership where you have to go, hey guys, come on, right? And probably have to remind a lot. Whereas the director... When they give you a deadline, you need to fit it. There is no like, oh, sorry, blah, blah, unless it's a really big thing. Because that's like your credit score, but in terms of rep. It's your reputation. So it's like that. So in this case, they might cast me as someone else. I'm not sure. It'd be nice, though. Even 10 kilograms would be an incredible sum, right?
10 kilograms of gold is how much?
Arya, who hasn't been following the story, felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question.
If you want to get into voice acting, though, start small, do it for fun. Get a commercial demo and a character demo. Easy. Well, not easy, but like that. If you're just doing independent work, you can start and maybe get a friend to make your script, or you make a good script. Make sure the script's good, but don't send it to professionals or agents yet, or studios. When you do that, you need to get a very good demo reel that's like checked off by multiple people going, yep, this is something you can send. Because if you send something trash, they'll go, okay, that's my impression of you. And it's not that they want to be mean, you have to be like that. It's like if you show your portfolio and it's a bunch of art that's all over the place, whereas if you show your portfolio and go, hey, no, actually, I can draw for your game. It's like that.
Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount. But I had no idea exactly how huge.
And don't be like me. Just, if you want to do it, do it. I have things that get in the way of work, even this work, that it's more like age-old issues that I need to take care of from my youth. So don't let that stuff get in the way, just do it. No joke, I'm gonna eat you.
George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold. Well, even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the founder. You could also need to pay handling fees to cash it in. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's a precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current rate.
Thank you for the gift, then.
Just guessing haphazardly, I think you could expect a price of 2 million yen per kilogram.
Whoa. Just now, I randomly said 10 kilograms since it sounded smaller. But even that would be worth 20 million yen, wouldn't it?
I weigh 28 kilograms.
I wish I could do Mario's voice, but I'll stop. I don't have the range to do it properly. In one day.
Which means that if we had Mahaya-chan's weight in gold, we could estimate its worth at over 50 million yen.
That's just unbelievable. How much would 10 tons be then? So if you take Valor, his voice is Daisuke Ono, so it's got a nice manly tone to it. 10 kilograms is 200 million yen, which you multiply by 1,000, so, Huh? 20 billion yen? What the hell?
How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyway, let's say that a person's wages over a lifetime are about 20 million yen. You grow up, work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age. Everything, including retirement money, might add up to 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made through a human's life.
Ugh. I wish people could do... In a perfect world, I feel that you could work a full-time job, dedicate at least 10 years of your life, and then go, hey, now you can buy a house. I wish everyone could get that. That's what I feel. That makes sense.
No. You could even call it the value of life. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. If you work from age 20 to 60, that's 40 years of work, so it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. If you worked every day starting from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now.
Go to stocks and bonds. Go learn that. I don't know how to do it yet. Go learn it.
Is 20 billion yen a lot?
Heck yeah, it's a lot. Maria, you love shortcake, right? You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life. However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash, I don't think it'd be really realistic to have that much gold bars in all one place. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, so it's exactly convenient. So it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth. Sure, you can imagine someone gathering a fortune together as incredibly high-value stocks or precious gems. You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so that they can carry it around with them during the chaotic times of war. But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold.
Well, it may be heavy, but it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important? For example, bonds are just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under.
Well, you can also look at it this way. But even one 10-kilogram ingot is pretty heavy to carry around.
I could carry it.
Haven't you heard? A 50-kilogram person can't carry a 50-kilogram bag over their shoulder.
How much is that? I could do that. Oh, but wait. It's super thinner than me. Okay, what's my kg again? Let me just put the thing in. $60? $68? kg? 68 to 71? Okay, so maybe I can. I wonder. But I'm tiny.
With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate. So, what you're saying is, well, it'd be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen. 20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that it's practically kind of pointless. That's right. Although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it, just the part about the 10 tons of gold makes it pretty much impossible.
Then how do you get all this money?
If you think about it logically like that, it always sounds fake. Kind of brings you back down to reality. Anyway, that's grandfather for you. Maybe he exaggerated the story of some kind.
Oh, so someone just gave... I want that. I need a bunch and I'm gonna just invest it immediately. I gotta get my stuff together. Thank you all for your patience. Hey, where'd it go? Okay, now I can see.
Even then, the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic. Do you mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something?
Maybe some rich man's leisure wife generously granted it to grandfather. And maybe he started calling this person a witch.
I see. Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who's generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore,
where's my sugar mamas? But they actually want sugar. Grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth. They can't handle the other sugar. I'm too much for them.
The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent.
Wait, true.
The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch itself.
There's one thing to learn. I'm still, recovering, so sometimes I run on low breath. Take your time when you're reading something. It's easier to speed up later than it is to slow down. Take your time. Oh my god. I can't be a sugar mama, but I can spoil people. I like doing that. But my one issue is I do it outside of my means. I get excited about buying friends' games and I go, fuck, what am I doing? So just watch it.
That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her. I see. So, in other words, this witch lent grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Ushimiya family, and he owed her big time. And then he felt so grateful that he had the huge painting drawn and displayed. Yeah, it's not that crazy a story.
It's even possible this person was an old granny who looked like a witch.
Maybe grandfather idolized her, and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful.
I bet if he ever did meet this person, she wouldn't nearly be this pretty. Bet.
That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western. And if you think about how everyone in our family has Western names, maybe even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western. I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside this picture. Guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts.
Okay. Battler. Guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts. Battler loves tits. Okay, wait, where was I? Hold on, I need to put this down. Where's my cosplay? Wow! If I get a wife and it's consensual, and this Battler cosplay I am doing, and they want to cosplay Chiche. Okay, wait, where's my... Hold on, I'm looking for... They need to do this so quick before I forget. Where's my cosplay thing? I put down stuff I wanted to cosplay. Fuck. I can just put your Battler cosplay. Okay. In the first place, isn't having a witch pretty bizarre by itself? Like you could find something like that anywhere on Earth. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago. To get the witch of the forest, and Maria took on my sleeve. You want the ages? Okay, Maria's like 9. Battler's 18. George is 23. Jessica, she's 18 too. I forgot. He is 9. Kumasala. Guada's like 40 something. Rosa's in her 40s or late 30s. Rudolph, Eva, Cross are around the same age. Cross is 51. Natsu's like 40 something. Kinzo's... Nanjo's a penguin. Genji's old as fuck. Shannon is... 16? I think. Kanon should also... So they're around the same thing. I forgot. I think Kanon's definitely younger. Let me save while I'm at it. Is that dragon tattoo? Oh, the one-winged eagle? That's the only tattoo I'd want to get on myself. So if I ever get a tattoo, I'm gonna bring the picture of Shannon like this and go, yeah, I want this on here. That'd be good. Be a big-ass tattoo, though. Maybe smaller would be good. What is it, Maria?
The GTXS!
Maria stared up at me. There's the original. She had on her usual sour look. I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes. Balor's hard to voice. I always feel I'm one step closer but 2 steps away from his voice.
Witches exist! Witches exist!
Well, sure. They do exist. If you turn the TV on and watch anime or something.
Exist! Witches exist!
I started getting impatient, not knowing why Mario was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered,
Dumbass, you're snatching a kid's dream. Mario really believes in things like witches and HAHAHAHA.
Come to think of it, Mario-chan, in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you? Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, the existence of Hayachiche was proof that witches do exist in this world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired.
Exist! Exist! Witches exist! Butler still doesn't believe.
It's okay, witches do exist. I believe it. Poor Johnny kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams, so... Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize. Beatrice does exist.
Even now, she's living in a forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing. So, you shouldn't go into the forest. At night, you mustn't stare into the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch in the forest, Hachiche. After all, grandmother said so. He's trying so hard.
Really? Butler really believes?
Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting it. Come on, let's make up. I stuck out my hand. Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so Georgianiki and Jessica were relieved.
Yay!
Oh. So this is where all of you are. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach.
Shannon, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait.
Ah, Shannon. Oh, this is the first time Battler has seen Hachichi's portrait. He was just fascinated by it. That's right. It certainly is fascinating. Hachiche-sama truly is beautiful. I'm sure that she captivated the master.
In addition to the Baichin theory, there's also a theory that she was grandfather's first love. Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart.
Really, so sweet.
Sean, I'm sorry, I gotta look.
Good God! George is okay.
Campy little guy. Sheesh. That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, huh?
I'm not really sure, but that might actually be true. Apparently, grandmother believed that he was cheating on her with some blonde.
Good still. Good still, Shannon.
Maria, sniffing, approaching the basket Shannon was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla.
I apologize. I was told by Kamasawa-san to bring them to everyone.
What is it, I wonder? Oh, excellent! Cookies!
I eat cookies. I eat cookies.
Oh, please, eat as much as you'd like. But,
Would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this? In front of the portrait? Shannon-chan sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking.
Maria, why don't we eat someplace else? Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic.
Have a picnic. Have a picnic. Making cookies, let's go.
Yeah, let's go get some fresh air. We shouldn't stuff ourselves right in front of the witch.
That's right. Didn't we say that we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? We're getting closer. Hey, stretch! Aha!
Let's go! Shannon-chan, sorry, but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flask of tea?
Right. Certainly.
Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though the witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more.
Battler, you still don't believe?
Okay, that's better. Nope, I believe. It'd be so much cooler that way. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave grandfather 10 tons of gold. And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere. Besides, didn't grandfather write that strange havataf as though challenging us to find it, if we can? I'd say that kind of adventurous story is way better.
20 billion yen worth of gold, huh?
I love enchiladas so much. Oh, and not me? Okay.
Sorry, I can't be them. Sorry, I can't be such a varied meal. Also, I need a new pillow. I guess my pillow has run out, so my neck's hurting. Not bad hurting. It's sad because it's memory foam, but maybe it got old. Waiter, waiter! More compliments, please. Waiter. Wait. Wait. I know, look at the dog. Waiter, waiter, more dog food and bones, please. I like memes like, it's so cute. Why does he look so polite?
5 billion yen for each of us. Incredible. With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper.
If I was not here, I'd probably be doing this just... Let's see. Let's see if I was not a streamer. I would stream, but I wouldn't show anything, and I would just voice it and say nothing. Maybe, who knows?
In fact, we could live our whole lives happily without working at all.
The dog is so cute. Waiter, waiter! More UMINEKO, please. Audiobook, sort of.
Mario would take cookies over money. Mario would take cookies over money. Still, 5 billion yen, that's like a dream.
It'd just be fun. Go play Final Fantasy XIV and voice whatever your character says. I hope they do it. I hope they do it more. And use, what do you call it? More times than your character chooses a dialogue choice, and they voice it. That's good. I think self-insert blank when they say nothing, that works best for me, Souls games, as I always say. Always Souls. JRPGs? Oh. No. Unless you make them a certain way. Yeah, get back to the family argument. Let's have fun. You ready?
Ridiculous. Is it possible that you all truly believe in Father's legend of the gold? Of course you don't believe that story about a witch giving him gold. There's no mistake about the gold itself.
The fact that Father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways. We've heard that, before the president of the auto sale company died, Father showed him a large pile of gold somewhere. Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons worth.
That's just the nonsense of a senile old man. Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story. You can't take it seriously. If that gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding.
Alright, well, now I'm curious. I'm googling something with UMINEKO. Okay, actually, I do not know about the 10 gold. I don't know. Despite knowing so much about it, I never remembered why. Let's see. Did you ever see the gold? You'll see something. This game's writing is very excellent, so they talk about it, you will hear about something about it later on.
Before the president died, he was a person of such sincere personality and the respect of many in the business world. He wouldn't have become a partner to such fraud. Aniki, the president of Maruso definitely saw it. 10 tons of it, clearly with his own eyes. Even more, Dad let the president take one ingot at random and have it examined. The results of the examination showed that the 10 kilograms of ingot were 99.99% pure. He said that the Ushirima family crest, the one-winged eagle, was imprinted on it.
Almost instantly, the Ushirima legend of gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world. Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money. Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral. And as a result, Father was able to receive massive loans.
Is there no limit to the absurdity you're willing to accept?
How old are you people? Are you still taking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously? Where is the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? Aren't you just parroting the lies of Father and a few of those close to him? Of course, it's just a story. But still, Aniki, the amount of money Dad raised required a suitable amount of collateral. Even the gold itself was just a rumor. It's an undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure worth a comparable worth. It was just an illusion of money created by our penniless father. He acted as though he actually had gold that didn't exist, fooling his sponsors. It was probably the gamble of a lifetime. Luckily, his use of those funds proved successful. Had the Korean War demands didn't come and the Yoshinoya family had not been restored, Father would probably have been hounded after as the crook of the century. So, are you saying the gold never existed, and Father made it all up? Of course. And because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he achieved success.
Wait, maybe he's cooking.
That's why, later on, Father added all that about the witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story. In other words, he revealed that the illusion of the gold was a fabrication. If he claimed to ever see the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it existed at all, right? It's also possible he said it all for your sakes. Nevertheless, here comes some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold, along with the rest of that inheritance. Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe in a fabrication like this.
I can't prove whether or not Father really had the gold. I just want to claim my rightful share as one of Father's 4 children.
Oh. It seems even you have started to talk that way, Rosa. I see. So, that's what you're all getting at. You're trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold for myself.
Nissan, you've gathered a massive supply of funds. That's a fact. If you rule out the possibility that you've been embezzling Father's personal funds, then there's only one possibility left, right?
Hanaki, we've been thinking that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars. Ridiculous. Such a thing never existed in the first place.
Then explain yourself. Was it embezzlement of Father's assets or Father's hidden gold? How could you have gathered so much funding if not by one of these methods?
Even I have many friends in the political and financial realms. I have earned their cooperation. Nothing more. And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you. You understand, don't you? There are some topics that ought to be spoken of. If you insist on that point, that's all well and good for now. But Aniki, Dad doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year. The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death. We'll arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation.
At that time, if it comes to light you've unjustly interfered with Father's money, you understand, right?
I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Bakabakashi. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife has.
Why did you just take a shot at her suddenly? What's your problem?
Of course. Father's gold is part of the Father's fortune. We understand it's money you can't reveal openly, but the fortune someone should have an equal right to it. In other words, we're gonna have your financial situation investigated as well as Dad's to determine whether you're holding gold or not.
Isn't that a great opportunity? Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances. That way we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you. Right, Rosa? That's right. Cross-Nissan, you are the one who's dodging the issue. If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right, but you weren't even trying to do so.
However, Aniki, we still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a large share of the burden than we are. We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now.
So, it wouldn't be fair to the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account.
Oh? It seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me. Please, get to the point.
Basically, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of Father's wealth seems like a pretty good way to go about it. As you said, Krasny-san, there might have been movements of money that were difficult to explain. We've come to consult with you today, we're fully aware of that point. Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now.
A consultation. Oh.
When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work taking care of Dad by agreement that's generous in your favor.
Don't misunderstand us, Nissan. They are vultures. We aren't saying that we'll abandon our rights. But when we make our claim for what we deserve, we might as well offer a generous understanding for your position. That's what we mean.
In other words, if you accept our conditions, then when the inheritance is divided, we'll leave the investigation of Father's financial situation to you, Krasny-san.
Isn't this such a nice family?
All the siblings from Ava down were suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. So, letting Kraus report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be possible for him to control the distribution of inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He couldn't help but worry about what they asked for in exchange.
Huh.
Damn, his poker face so good. He just smiles, hand in pocket, and goes,
Oh. Oh. After mistreating me completely, you now say you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling? So, what is it that you want in return?
Just what we deserve as siblings. You aren't the kind of person who'd steal Dad's property. But you also aren't being financed by some patron. Considering all that, there's a certain explanation that satisfies the rest of us.
Nissan, you found 10 tons of gold and used that as collateral to gather some funding. Yes, just like Father did in the past, right?
If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in Father's finances. You've always been a good son looking after Father. Why would we mistrust a person like that?
You're being so roundabout I can barely understand you. Please, speak in
"This is what that's me." It's what I say and what people say to me, but that's just a skill issue. I don't know what to say. Let's see. Spit it out. Okay, saving this. I haven't had forum arguments in years. I'll never use these screenshots. Wait, I can argue about Dragon Ball Z now. I can argue about Kaba. Okay, interesting. Let's go.
Our first condition. Aniki, you must admit that you found Dad's gold.
Are you asking me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist?
Our second condition. You'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to share of that gold, and you will pay out those shares.
How foolish. With that non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, that would be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen?
This is so fun. Asking that much from him? Gogeta would be Kaba. The GT scaling is closer to the Super than people think. People just take too much stuff at face value. The thing is, when they say Super Saiyan 4 Goku is comparable to Vegeta, they're saying maybe at the very, very minimum of power at best, and more it's just a comparison of he's in that tier of strength. Like, because Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z was up there. He's far beyond anyone. So Super Saiyan 4 Goku is far beyond everyone. Jesus. Then not only to mention, Kaba is good, but Gogeta has the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. They're smart, they're skilled, they're experienced. Even if he was stronger, he would beat his ass. Shake my head. Okay, anyways. That's my Dragon Ball rant.
Ridiculous. Bakalakash. Keep listening till the end. We know that much money can't just pop up out of nowhere. We're not asking you to make an impossible deal. Of course, regarding the portions of gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work up until now.
Wait, what's the YouTube short? Let me know so I can watch it.
Our third condition. The portion of gold to the one bearing the title successor to the Ushina head family will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share of the siblings and divided up. Of course, this includes you, Krasny-san.
Did he just embezzle his funds? Of the 20 billion, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki. 2.5 billion will go to Avane-san. 2.5 billion will go to me. And 2.5 will go to Rosa.
That efficient scheme makes me so grateful I could cry.
He's so smug. Mark? Oh, that guy. I've not watched his video on that yet. He's so smug.
So, you're saying, for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen.
What's wrong? Nissan, your share is 5 times the size of ours. These are such good terms, I'd be jumping for joy. Our fourth condition. The gold to be liquidated and distributed along the inheritance at the time of father's death. However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us promptly. These payments must be made before March of next year. What do you think, Krasny-san? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding your handling of father's assets, isn't it? Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.9 billion before father dies, but it should be possible for you to manage a deposit of 750 million yen, right?
Jesus Christ. I feel bad for him now, even though he probably did embezzle. That's insane. Who has that money on hand?
Paying 700 million half a year might sound like a pain, but you should be able to manage it. What with all your friends in the political and business spheres? Normally, we'd hope to receive 7.5 billion right now, all at once. But out of concern for you, we'll show our sincerity by asking for only 10% of that for the time being. The remaining 90% can wait until the inheritance is distributed. See? Even you'd be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity.
So you're trying to sell me the right to assess father's financial situation for 750 million yen? How impressive. You all certainly have grown. To think that I'm now the one I'm being offered deals.
Nissan, if you accept these terms, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you. However, the results of that investigation will be subject to scrutiny. It's only natural, right? We'd be so sad if you managed things so that our 7 billion yen shares shrank.
We'll avoid complaining as a general rule. Just make sure you do it neat and tidy. As long as you don't try anything that's blatantly obvious, you got no intention of stirring things up.
Would you blackmail me like this?
We want our inheritance quickly, too.
She's so...
Hello, what about me?
Let's see.
We don't want it to get all drawn out and left hanging. If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation?
We don't mind if it's you. This is probably the first and last chance for our siblings to reach a consensus.
Huh? No, probably not.
Looks like even you can sneak up every now and then, Rosa.
By this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical eldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the other siblings' shares.
I like this scene.
It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, are finally teaming up and striking back for the first time. Sorry,
But there's more. Our fifth condition. This decision must take precedence over Father's will. Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely irrelevant.
I see that you're very cautious. Then,
Let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do? Well, since you'll be making payments to us for what the gold's worth, the rest of us really don't care if we see the gold or not. You can think of our share as an advance payment.
It's good to have dreams, isn't it? You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction.
Eva let out a high-pitched laugh. Cross watched but didn't even flinch.
then let me add a seventh condition before I accept. In the situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me.
Yes, of course. We'll hold on to it for you.
It was a play on words. Of course, the others, who were forcing Cross to pay money for some non-existent gold, wouldn't save Cross's portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed towards Cross. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Cross was embezzling his father's assets. When Kenzo faced death at last and had his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light. That could easily become fatal to Cross. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They'd forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they'd been forced to band together just to combat him. While Eva couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Kraus let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was.
This all makes for such a touching story. My estrangement from you all has left a deep pain in my heart. If accepting these conditions means we siblings can become friends again, it would please me to no end. I'd be happy to agree to your deal. Rejoice, Yorokove, Rosa. Rejoice, Rosa. We have reached an understanding.
Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Eva also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Cross had obediently accepted the deal.
My, how obedient of you. It's not like you at all, Nissan.
What a cruel thing to say. Are you implying I have some ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just the same as all of you.
Just the same as all of you. He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring this newly resolved discussion to a conclusion. Then we're good. So, Hanaki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've just been having. There's one for each of us. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of the deal written on them. Yeah, it's tense. It's tense like a fighting scene, but without fighting. I like it.
The 7th condition you propose will, of course, be added right now. Don't worry about that.
Hanaki. Need a pen? Oh my god, I had one here that I could have used it for a sound effect. But I don't, it was the, no, where is it? It was the Tintman pen. That works. It's not a pen, but it works. Okay. Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made it as if to accept it, but then,
With a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. Actually, in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment on just one point. As soon as Krav said that single sentence, all the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up with their backs at the same time.
That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Just stay quiet and sign it.
Why are you in such a hurry, Ava? Of course. I'll sign. I promise the share of gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that when Father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is one point that I simply must insist that you compromise on. Oh, what are you talking about? What don't you like? The part about promptly paying 10% of your share, 750 million yen? As you pointed out, my financial situation is far from prosperous. While I can guarantee that I will collect on various future investments, I must admit that I am quite poor at the present moment. In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent, and my business sense is dull. Since I am the loser you all claim me to be, I don't have the power to move 750 million a year in just half a year.
That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with such a half-baked trick?
At the time of division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once. Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance. That is the only condition on which I'm willing to sign. Cross-Nissan, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it? All things being equal, you shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all. We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% in good faith money. Now that we explained that, you rejecting our offer would seriously damage our trust and relationship, right?
Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Cross had already seen through the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
Why are you all in such a rush? Or could it be that you're afraid of something? Rosa, won't you tell me alone? Secretly, so the rest of the siblings can't hear.
It's not as though
Quit it, Aniki. All we're asking is whether you're gonna sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or any suspicious moves. Oh. You say that I have no room to negotiate? Are you trying to claim that I'm in a weak position, which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship?
Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother, completely unsurmountable wall, and the long shadow that had existed since they were children.
Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footings? From my perspective, this deal will help restore the long-lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us. It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one that I would prefer to resolve as soon as possible. I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today. However, it seems that I'm not the only one to be quite glad to close this deal quickly. Am I wrong?
Cross stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with the animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it. So he was caught by Krause's gaze.
Hideyoshi-san, I hear your company's been doing extremely well lately. At a brisk pace, it went public, and both its track record and stock prices have soared. I am truly jealous.
We aren't here to talk about my husband.
However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your stockholders. It's even more unfortunate that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed. Before you realized it, some bad-natured colleagues of yours had bought up a huge share of your company's stock. Right.
He's fucking going for their necks.
How could you know about that?
Why, the same way you know about me. If it's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then it's possible for me to collect evidence on you. Is it really so unexpected of that?
Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face is rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company that he started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range and petitioned to make it stock listed. Oh, fuck! Pizza!
I'll get later though. I'm in the zone.
Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it stock listed company had recently succeeded.
So it was properly refrigerated.
The greatest advantage of being in a stockholding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business normal profits. So, this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights to allow themselves to observe and guide the company they invested in,
He got Norman Osborn.
leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management.
I like pepperoni. It's all Ryukishi's social work. I get it. See, like, all my wisdom comes from working volunteer all the time at download homeless shelters. And I'm not talking about the ones that are nice and neat. I'm talking the ones that are really not. They're barely standing up. Many delivering food trucks, go to many areas. It gives you perspective.
That right allows them to keep an eye for management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, they use it forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders.
Hideyoshi got punked because he was too nice.
That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders. And people who own more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they'd like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, not just company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't the time to strengthen those defensive measures.
Oh, Aniki? I could see, like, Jameson Pierce.
Oh, yes. Around
We can try that.
Ragnar the Blood Edge.
Who the hell do you? I wish I could do Ragnar. Get out of the way, Red Devil.
Kokonoe. Kokonoe, I found him.
Something like that. I could see it.
It's hard to say whether he'd be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish man who had his feet swept out from under him.
He was naive.
In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivety unscathed.
That's a good way to put it. Without taking off the fact that he got bamboozled.
They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that it couldn't be ignored. They then sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of the majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives back more to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of the company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted. Aw, man, because he was just trying to help everyone out, but then they took it, they spun it. He lost. I know a lot of UMINEKO. Thanks to the efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noted and started to buy back the stock. But the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver. And each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. Why would you do? Damn, man. Throw him a bone. Shit. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiating price. After all that time, he was being nicer, then they swept the rug from under him. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So, in the end, whoever manages to buy the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. He couldn't wait for the division of Ginzo's inheritance, since no one knew he would die.
And you, Rudolph, have been in quite a lot of trouble lately, haven't you? You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They never hand down generous judgments to foreigners. Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run?
What's this all about?
Well, it's just some trouble from work. No big deal. Nothing you can't settle with money.
Kiria immediately guessed the meaning beside the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge, and had been worrying over it alone.
That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, you can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights, but with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism.
What the fuck? Let me screenshot this. Piece of shit! Okay, dude. I sent a cross screenshot of my management server. Oops. Oh shit. We'll see if I delete it, so I'm gonna delete it and leave a message. Oops. Okay. Cause what do they see? They get mad. Cause it's the one he says,
"You're being so roundabout, I can barely understand you."
that's so mean. Okay. No, I'm not gonna fight. No. I easily can get perceived in many ways. I don't want to deal with that. It's been happening to me since I was a kid. You never know if you get benefit out. All it takes is to say Flayon's gone rogue. That's scary. Okay. It was the worst screenshot. It's gone now though. Okay.
Though, rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $1 million.
Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights.
For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely, and he was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved without money.
But maybe that's my trauma talking. I got phoenixed right as a kid.
If he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. And if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now.
Rosa, you're a good and noble sister. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble. Hasn't it? In my opinion, becoming a co-signer for anything that isn't something one should enter lightly.
That's none of your business, Krasny-san. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. Or I should have yelled, oops. After all, no one was supposed to know about that. Shit, he's got sleeper agents. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Kraus would be in. Kraus, why didn't you be a lawyer instead? I agree. Kraus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles' heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes.
If it were possible, I would like nothing more than raise money for my adorable siblings in their time of need. But, unfortunately, I have nothing on hand. If you know of any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole $750 million, I suggest you try there first.
Kraus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up the charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options.
However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor. Oh, wait, I do believe you said that I have no influence. Well then, I'm afraid I won't be much help to you.
This never gets old. He's so petty. I feel that. I internalize everything and my pettiness is there. It'll come out like that.
As his low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor, the younger siblings, who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago, could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth.
Ava.
Don't make me laugh, as if I'd ever put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh! Don't make me laugh! If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us?
I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible.
Damn you. Taking advantage of us. Honey, please calm down. I am calm. I'm extremely cool. You bastard. Chie grabbed her husband's hand. But that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Cross laughed as though watching something highly amusing.
In times like these, it certainly would be nice to find Father's hidden gold. If you did, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now. How sad. How sad. How very sad. How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad. Tonight, let us all drink together as we solve the riddle of BH's epitaph and discover the location of Father's hidden gold. If we four friendly siblings were together, there is surely no puzzle we can't solve.
Decimated! Destroyed! They destroyed him! He destroyed them! Oh my god, meanwhile, he has his iPad Nano downstairs, listening to the entire conversation because he's so rich he had it made ahead of time. I'm voicing a lot of old men today, are you happy?
Quite an entertaining scheme. Well then, what are the conditions they've attached?
Well, whether or not Cross-Sama actually discovers the gold, he'll pay Eva-sama, Rudolph-sama, and Rosa-sama total 7.5 billion yen with their shares.
However, 10% of that will be paid before March. Cross, you dunce. To think he would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger siblings. How truly amusing. But it sounds as though they were tripped when going in for the kill. Yes.
Oh, that was... Okay, it was Canon, not Genji, okay.
Yes. Cross-Sama exposed the fact that Ava-sama and the younger siblings have an urgent need to get money.
Is there even any need to expose such obvious facts? That irresolute, incompetent man. What are they doing now?
That conversation has been put on hold for the time being. Now, Beatrice-sama's avatar is being discussed.
So, they're trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden?
Yes.
Kinzo set down his spectacles and snorted.
Will the miracle be fulfilled first? Or will those fools expose the gold first? What a show this will be. At the very moment those fools solve my puzzle, I will suffer utter defeat. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone. The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle. And yet, if the fulfillment of a miracle comes first, if it comes first, Beatrice will be resurrected again! The smile I've been chasing half my life will be restored. Oh! Beatrice! Soon will come the sacred night when we shall be brought upon a miracle, and the game of demons shall begin. I will surely prove triumph and survive. I'll let you have the lives of all those others. I don't need wealth or honor, assets or gold or anything. All I want is to see your smile one last time.
Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanan got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop.
Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of gold in a place that everyone can see?
No.
It is because magical power is determined by risk. If the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great, and the danger of them succeeding is great as well, then The power of magic will bring about a grand miracle if we succeed despite the odds. In other words, magic is a game. It is not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor. The victor performs the best because he has been granted magic. Oh, Clark, I see you give me an offering. This will not change the way I see you, but I, Kinzo Shinomiya, will thank you for your donation.
Thank you, Clark.
Do you see? It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1. Is this a little difficult for you?
My apologies.
That's fine. It all comes down to this. I will give all that I have built up to the one who solves the mystery of Maetri's epitaph. Wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ushiriya family. Everything that I have established. My children certainly aren't the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this riddle. Anyone who solves the riddle will have the right to gain everything. Even you. This super chat is brought to you by Maetri's gold.
Thank you.
Yes. However...
Anyways, Canon, too many cigarettes. Yes. However, I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle.
Of course. I made it difficult. But you must try to solve it as well. That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic. If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that will be that. However, if the miracles come together and give birth to magical power, it will happen. Beatrice will revive. That is why you must attempt it too. Everyone must attempt it. And in so doing, they will give strength to my magic. Do you understand?
Yes. I'll try. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving until he was given to the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this.
Very well. With me. There's a bag of sweets in the liquor cabinet. You can take some with you as a reward.
I'm fine. After all, I am... furniture.
So, furniture doesn't eat sweets. Well... I suppose it stands to reason. In that case, leave me.
Yes. Excuse me. Kanon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out.
It is. Furniture's the equivalent of going like you're not worth anything. So it's the lowest low self-esteem.
But it was not the sound of Kanon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission. And once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his study and isolate himself from the outside world. He was already unable to trust anyone expecting. Not the children who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture.
Damn, is he still tweaking?
Yes. Namjo-sama, how are you feeling?
Oh, Genji-san. Oh, it's just that there's no place for me to be anymore.
With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation.
It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
Still, I don't understand. Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written, I wonder?
Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait, at the plate with the epitaph.
I do not presume to understand the master's thoughts. However, I'm sure he had a deep reason for doing so.
Since long ago, when Kinzo played chess, he'd always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching judgment. Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand. For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through whatever it was he was planning.
Well, sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will in the master's eyes.
How can I do these voices?
Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth, entitled to the one who can understand it.
So, you're thinking he may have wanted the four siblings to work together and solve the riddle? Before some outsider like myself solved it? Kinzo-san may speak of his children in insulting terms, but perhaps he also wants them to repair their relationship.
Beatrice!
It certainly would be heartwarming if Nanjo, as Nanjo suggested, this avatar had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. However, both Nanjo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. They'd known Kinzo longer than anyone, and Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives. But even they cannot guess at his true motives.
The master always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of his family. What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
No, it's a little too difficult for a puzzle for this senile old man. Actually, I've once wrote this epitaph down in my notebook. Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep. But...
It really is hard.
It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to get us.
What do you say, Genji-san? I am nothing more than furniture in service of the master.
Gold and assets are necessary to me. My, you're very modest. I imagine that's what Kinzo-san trusts you so much.
You'll see the epitaph soon. It's in episode 1. And for some reason, if I don't finish, you'll see it.
If so, I am honored.
As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph.
Behold, the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in a search for the key.
The epitaph in the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follows. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream and search for the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. And that village, look for the shore the two of you will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart those 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One should be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One should be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch. I'll treat you.
There you go. You like it? You like it? You like it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, that was the epitaph. There you go. 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 Blah, blah, blah.
La la la. La 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 la.
Are you eating food? I'm at work. What I miss? You're being silly. I'm gonna open up your brain. Bright! You pizza maxing? No. I'm slut maxing. There you go.
So, on the 10th twilight, the journey ends and you reach the Golden Land? You really are diligent, Maria. You did a good job writing all this down.
I forgot what.
You just say I can't do it. So I write things down.
Mama told me to.
There was a notebook inside this handbag Maria was always carrying around.
We're getting closer. 40%.
And Beatrice's epitaph was copied onto it. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while walking down this beach. Jessica and the rest had already tried to solve it several times, and had already gotten bored with it. However, since this was the first time for me, I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my sense for adventure. Let's start with the first line. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown? Where was grandfather's hometown again?
I heard that before the war, the Oshinomiya family had a mansion near Odawara. Which makes you want to know which Sweetfish River flows through Odawara, right?
Yeah, because that river would be the starting place. Anyone searching for the Golden Land would head down that and search for the key. What's this river in Odawara? Does it have sweetfish swimming in it? If you're looking for sweetfish in Odawara, it'd have to be HAHAHAHA. It's famous for its mountain stream fishing.
I hate fish.
Yeah, Maria! Do you understand you get a bit older? Lick, 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 salty roasted sweet fish! Yummy!
Even though we just ate, I'm getting hungry again.
Shall I bring you a biscuit?
Huh? Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. Don't mind it.
Shannon-chan was faithfully keeping us company, since she didn't have any afternoon chores for a while.
I would have thought that since she's a servant, accompanying us would force her to take care of us entire route. But it didn't seem to be the case for her. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy joining in the conversation with people close to her age. When I asked, I heard that she was the sort of worker whose room and board were supplied by her employer. So normally, the only person close to her in her age was Jessica. Yeah, I can imagine how that might be pretty dull. Okay, so I get that the sweetfish-filled river near Odawara is Hayakawa. In that case, we gotta go down it. Do you find anything if you head down Hayakawa River?
If you follow it downstream, you arrive at the ocean.
Well, yeah, of course you'd reach the mouth of the river. And the third line of the epitaph was, as you travel down it, you will see a village. By the way, since long ago, the mouths of rivers have been key points in transportation, and large cities tend to be built there. That'd be the next checkpoint, right? That's a pretty good theory. Just like you guessed, there's an old city there that was very prosperous in ancient times. That's where Odawara Castle is.
I think I might have gone to Odawara Castle on a field trip once. It really was a wonderful castle. Yeah, I also went there. Even though I live in a Western-style house, it's true that Japanese people feel calmer with a Japanese layout.
I'll feel calmer with the layout of the inside of your flesh.
Castles are boring. Theme parks are better.
I see, okay. If we find the gold, the great battle or something, we'll generously reserve a whole theme park for a day and let you play in it.
Still,
Odawara Castle. Huh? What are you thinking about? What, too busy listening to my voice and I help you? What a shame.
The hidden gold of Ottawa Castle. Huh? It's actually starting to sound pretty good.
Well, we figured out that much 2 years ago. The village down the river where the sweet fish swim in Orawara. We figured it was probably somewhere near Orawara Castle. The problem is the next line. Okay, let's see where Battler's strange reasoning can take him.
Jessica grinned broadly. She seemed to have been implying that she would have solved the puzzle long ago if it was that easy. Damn it. I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself. Fourth line. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. I don't know what it means by the two, but anyway, the shore. What does it mean by the shore? No, wait. Is there any place near there with a shore or Kishi in its name?
No way. I'll take love, but I doubt I can give anyone feelings. Not in this con, I doubt it.
Or am I wrong? Who knows?
I've heard there's a place called Sugakishi.
Oh, wait, actually I can. I put too much of myself in this job.
Huh?
Wow, you sure know a lot about it. Look at that mean. Shanan-chan, are you trying to solve the riddle and get the gold too? What makes us rivals?
It's not like I'm interested in gold. It's just that George, someone told me about it before.
You patting, I will bite your hand.
That's because we reached the same conclusion 2 years ago. He went even to the trouble of laying out the map and looking it up.
Learning girl. There's nothing to learn and grow from me being tastelessly attractive. Except that nice.
It was about 5 kilometers to the north of Orawara.
Maybe I should brand the fucking hammer. You're getting a bit too. Fucking. Never mind.
We definitely found a place called Sugakishi there. However, after that, we got stuck. The fifth line doesn't say where the key is hidden in that place. Maria-chan, could you read it for us?
Your sleep saw key to the golden land.
Fine. My tits.
I can read it.
Sugakishi is probably large, and there wasn't ever a house built there by the Ushimiya family. Not much we can do to find a key in such a vast area without any hints.
You're right. And without the key, we can't advance to the next line. George Aniki, what kind of place is Sugakishi? Let's see. I've never been there, so I don't really know, but according to the map, it's in the mountains. I'm pretty sure it was at the base of Mount Asama. Something doesn't feel right. You'd expect a riddle pointing the way to the hidden gold to be a bit more exact. I get the feeling that even the part about Sugakishi was a mistake.
I'm not flashing you, my crotch isn't on the screen.
Well, I think it could be Sugakishi. I could be talking about some house that grandfather lived in when he was a kid and didn't know about. After all, the first line mentioned that his beloved hometown. Shannon, you served grandfather alcohol and stuff lots of times, right? Hasn't he ever talked to you about his past? Nah, he's fucking crazy. However, he talks of the Great Council earthquake as though it was someone else's story.
Never mind, no tits for you.
The Ushimiya family may have been living in Orawara, but not all the branch families were. Grandfather often called himself part of the branch family, the least connected to the successor. And that means that beloved hometown might not even be Orawara at all.
I've never heard of anything about grandfather's hometown. I doubt he'd actually tell me if I asked.
If the so-called beloved hometown isn't referring to the Ushimiya family's roots, then what if theory is wrong from the very beginning?
I'm hiding my massive tits behind this.
For example, perhaps he lived in Odawara when he was very young, but then moved very far away later.
Thank you for the gifts. Stretch. I don't understand what I'm talking about.
Maria had been completely left out of the conversation.
My god, you guys start flirting with each other. And now she's sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom.
So, basically, if we can't agree on the starting point for this dice game of gold, we're totally stuck. But, wait. After the first 5 lines, the thing we end up finding is a key. Right? Even if you don't have a key, it's always possible to bust through a door. Can't we just skip the first 5 lines and start figuring out the rest?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Sorry, am I bad flirting with your boyfriends? Flirting with your soulmates? Your Sigma friends? Your MB friends? Yeah?
I hadn't thought about that. Oh, well, we're just wasting time anyway. Let's hear the rest of Battler's reasoning. But in the next part, it gets dark really fast.
You would flirt with anyone? Leave them alone. Sigma friends, fellas.
Have you been to Ohio? After looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there, yeah, I was forced to agree. On the first twilight after the 6 years by the Key of Sacrifices, yeah, it sure does get horrible quickly. On the second twilight, it says to tear apart the two who are close. Does that mean to make them break off their loving relationship? Or does it mean to literally tear them apart? I don't know, but either way, it's pretty disgusting. Even if we set the second line aside, it mentions 6 people for the first twilight, then 5 people for the fourth, and 8 twilights. So at least 11 people must be sacrificed.
The sacrifice to right there, Chiche.
I see. Sacrifices to restore the witch. Yeah, that's what it means. At the end, the witch will be revived in the 9th twilight. That last part is guaranteed.
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. So everyone will die in the end.
Thanks, you spoiled the fucking plot, man.
And after that, the 10th twilight is the goal line. Not sure how you're supposed to reach the Golden Land if everyone's dead by then.
Depending on how you interpret it, the Trevor holds the key may or may not be included in the none shall be left alive part. But at the end, there's something pretty interesting. After reaching the goal, the witch gives out 4 treasures. Once you be all the gold, the problem is the next one. It says the dead souls will be resurrected, right? Doesn't that sound like it means everyone who died earlier lives? And the earlier lines, oops.
If you put it like that, the part about reviving lost love might refer to the pair torn apart at the 2nd twilight.
That's right. And the 4th one refers to the 9th twilight. The 4th treasure is putting the witch, revived the 9th twilight, to sleep.
If we put a happy spin on all this, it'll be hectic with people dying and breaking up all over the place, but it'll be all made right in the end. The awakened witch will sleep again, and everything will be like it was at the start, except for the huge pile of gold.
Interesting. But do you really believe the end justifies the means?
Interesting. The witch must be pretty busy, what with all the killing, reviving, breaking up, and reuniting people.
Not to mention waking up and sleeping.
Sheesh. Just when the tale of the hidden gold is getting interesting, it all starts getting dubious once the witch starts showing up.
Too true. Ahahaha.
I laughed along with Jessica. After all, the idea of the witch was just too ridiculous. Of course, once you started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in the witch, got angry.
Hey! The witch is incredible. She can do anything with fucking magic. Even kill.
Even bring back to life.
Even kill love. Even take it.
He can fly in the sky, can become invisible, can even make a golden bread out of nothing.
dang. Yo, my bad. We were just joking around.
Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. She grabbed her notebook back out of her hands, opening to some other pages, trying to prove that the witch existed. Those pages had colorful drawings of the witches on them, and well conveyed the fantastic image Maria had of witches. It wasn't the normal sinister image of a crooked-nosed hag flying around on a broom, but a dreamlike person with unnatural powers who could do anything and wore a beautiful dress. It was just what you'd expect from an imaginative young girl. Flitting through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing around all night with a teacup and a teapot that can never get empty, no matter how much you poured out of it. With a flourish of her staff, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down. And flowers produced sweets would bud by the roadside. To Maria, witches were the only concept that could embody magical dreams that captivated her.
I'm real. I'm real. I'm so real. I'm real. I'm real. See, that's real. Bruni Daisuke? Okay. Okay, guess I don't deserve any of that. Okay.
She didn't want that dream of hers to be tarnished.
That's why she didn't want anyone to... You're hallucinating me? Hallucinate me a better life. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, I get it. It's like when you make the OC suffer.
Because that witch named Beatrice is Maria's dream. Tenharia-chan, the avatar isn't a guide to the hidden gold, but magic to revive the witch. So, I was that single link between Maria and the witch. Maria was very angry and clung to Georgianiki. Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologized. It might not be possible to smooth things out over and again like this time she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't seem willing to be that easily consoled. Unlike Jessica and I, who hung our heads wondering what to do, Shino-chan timidly opened her mouth.
Maria-sama, did you know? There's a ghost story about Beatrice. Yeah, that's right. Shannon, tell us about it.
I hate Angus. I only left cheese.
What is this? A ghost story? Yes. It seems it's a story before we were born. I also heard about it from my mother.
Yes, and it's been passed down since the time of the mansion's construction. The servants of that time whispered that the mansion had two masters, one of the day and one of the night.
Can you believe it's almost been 5 hours?
And there was a forest with a witch living inside it. Then of course the witch would come to pay the mansion a visit from time to time.
Oi, what's this thing doing? I'll plug it. There you go.
When people do the rounds a second time to check doors, windows, and locks that were supposed to be closed, they'd find some of them left open. Lights that were supposed to be off were turned on. And lights that were supposed to be on went out. Things left lying around would disappear. And things would appear when no one had any memory of putting them there. When any of these things happened, the old servants would say that the witch had visited the mansion, invisible, and was playing pranks.
See, she exists, yo. Beatrice exists, on God.
Yeah, she exists. Long ago, it was right before leaving for school and I wasn't able to find my bag and stuff.
Maria puffed out her chest with a ooh ooh, as though this was final proof of the witch's existence.
If I opened my mouth, Maria would probably be hurt again, so I didn't. I mean, you hear this kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, they might blame it on a dwarf or an elf. The only difference is that they call it a witch in this island.
If you're missing something, I took it.
Just like I'm going to take everything from you. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around in the night of the thunderstorm would certainly be eerie.
In addition, some servants have also been will-o-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Kun saw something like that when he went patrolling about one night. And recently, we often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We've whispered together that Beatrice...
I'm sorry, Beatrice. I'm sorry.
It happened a while ago. But even I have heard those footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble those stories.
Phew, that's scary.
But there's nothing to be afraid of. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master. So there's no need to unnaturally be afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad.
I'm going to steal you.
However,
She'd be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right?
correct. I heard that just before I began working here. Someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their neck. Because of that, there was a rumor.
Because then I'll have multiple bodies and I can body jump. I'm gonna make you a gamer. Ooh! Anger will definitely be brought down upon Battler and Jessica. Ooh! I'm sorry. I don't want to hear her anger brought down upon me. I apologize, Maria. Of course, I also apologize to the witch. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive an outsider's nonsense.
I'll apologize as well.
What do you mean, feed you? Every time I talk, you're fed.
Will the witch be able to forgive us now?
Ooh. Don't know. Witches are fickle, so they forgive when they want to and don't when they don't. Ooh.
That's no good.
Maria-chan, isn't
There's some kind of good luck charm that could prevent Battler-kun and Jessica-chan from suffering Beatrice-sama's wrath.
maybe something that can block against magic.
By relying on Maria, who's proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. Once again, I've gotta admire his ability to calm kids down.
Fed up? Shove bread in your mouth. Eat the honey bread. Maria, maybe if I tried it seriously. Ooh!
I thought it was just a scribbled diary, but 3 also seem to be quite pages like that. There's pages that look like they come from a book on black magic. Maria suddenly considered a group of these pages which contained things that looked like magic circles. Apparently, Grandfather wasn't the only one who had a black magic hobby. When Maria finally found what she was looking for, she snapped the notebook shut, threw it into her handbag, and then she began fishing through that bag's contents.
Me fishing for your brain.
After a while, she took out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to Maria, and repeatedly threw them back in, saying they were wrong.
The things I do for love. Muriel!
Finally, she seemed to discover what she was looking for.
Jazz, thank you for the gifted. Hi.
Thank you everyone for the gifted. Thank you. Thank you for the money. You always make it so I can get food. Thank you. And then soon, I can do the equivalent of a move out. Ugh.
I grabbed it, and saw that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary.
Are you using the heart on me, huh?
Haven't you seen those cheap Zodiac-themed accessories? The kind you might win in a crane game in an arcade. It really looks something like that. There were 2 of them. Probably one for me and one for Jessica. However, the very fact that there were 2 of them made them feel even more like cheap manufactured goods, making it pretty hard to think of them as magical items.
You're giving these to me and Battler?
Yeah. These charms do another way about that.
Because scribbins in the fire don't ward off magic.
Huh? Really? I didn't know scorpions could do that.
That witch doesn't believe.
I'd said too much and angered Maria again. Maria took out her notebook again, pointing out various pages as she went on and on about the scorpion had such incredible holy power that he used to be using magic repelling magical circles in ancient times. Yada yada yada.
Something about the scorpion is trying as a magic repelling symbol in sorcery. Huh, really?
A scorpion protects against bad magic and calamity.
An emerald brings peace to the heart. Therefore, its effects are twofold. God damn, that's true, Mario. Fuck crazy. The scorpion wraps around the emerald and protects it. Yes, that certainly does sound like it'd work well.
I really wanted to make fun of those worthless-looking charms, but as I watched Maria explaining with it with all of her heart, and realized that she found it for our sakes, I started to feel like it might actually work, even if it was just a prize from Game Center.
The material quality sure did better.
What mattered was the strength of her feelings. Even I don't think of myself as the sort of loser who'd laugh at something like that. Okay, thank you. I apologize to Beatrice-sama, and even if I do end up getting cursed, I'll be safe now thanks to Maria's charm. Right, Jessica? Yeah, shit, that's right. Thanks, Maria.
Wear it on your arm and you want your heart to be at peace. Put it on your wallet and your money won't decrease. If you hang it from the doorknob, bad things can't get in. It's a really convenient charm.
Damn, what an incredible effect. Maria song is ahaha.
Shonen clapped her hands together and Maria stuck out her chest. It's okay, I'm the enemy of women. She was totally in a good mood again. It's probably best if we let her lead the conversation a bit longer. It will keep her in such a good mood. Come to think of it, she looked a bit bored when we were getting excited about the hidden gold. Probably because she couldn't keep it up. Is that doing it? Hold on. Where'd that thing go? I exist to make women jealous because I'm so pretty. And I'm a heartbreaker. I simply state things for facts. I'm hard to the core. Well, not really. I was mainly during high school. But I was more like, please, I don't have time for your romantic relationships. I'm struggling to live. Let's see, but here I am. Now who knows? I'm in no position to find out. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. Each time, George, Aniki, and Chan-chan would act surprised or chime in. The clouds in the sky grew darker, but we cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after years of separation. Glad to hear, really? I see what you see, huh? Bite you! Did I just feel a drop on my forehead? Huh? I wonder. As George Aniki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness in the air, it wouldn't have been odd for a raindrop to hit him. The wind also seemed to have grown a bit stronger. Don't worry, neither did I. Anyway, I'm sure it'll rain so much tonight that everyone gets to feel plenty of raindrops. I accept kind words. You just gotta back it up. Show me your Gundam collection and I'll believe you. That's right. Maybe we should head back soon. Shan-chan looked down at her watch. It's probably well into the evening by now. Ooh! One, because it's whimpering. Whimpering's easy. Easy sounds. Now dog. I like dog whimpering.
Yes, Thank you very much for allowing me to enjoy some time together with you all. Toooo-san, thanks for the cookies. Okay, everyone, how about at the camp? The cleanup. Oops. Shunshun declined her help, saying that it was her servant's job. But picking up dropped forks before the waitress has to is pretty much match my purpose in life. We folded up the blanket, covered up the trash, and helped clean up everything. For free. I knew it. I should have known. The way some of you guys come to my meet and greet seems so sweet. I should have known you're perverts. I should have known. But I didn't factor it in. The trash is getting away. I won't let it escape. I'll grab it before Maria does. Here, wait. I'm hearing something. I'm gonna go get water anyways. And maybe I can get one of the sacks, okay, hold on. Just admit it. I'm not gonna... You asked me to whimper at a meet and greet, that's like harassment. Easy, just ask me to voice a character that has it in it. I'm teasing you, you're fine. One sec. Meow, meow, meow. Chicken. Oh, they don't fall over, huh? Oops. Ron, okay, whatever. Ron plus
I'm right here, but this is my face. That trash is getting away. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'll grab it. Ooh, ooh. Maria, don't get your shoes wet. You'll get in trouble. You got something to say? Yeah. Do you? Shush. Maria, choosing after some trash sent by the powerful winds, was just another game. The time we finished, the wind was blowing pretty strongly. Probably a good time to head back.
You've all helped me out quite a lot. Thank you very much.
Oh my god, shout on baby girl, anytime. Anytime.
It looks like you're really out of time. It's okay if you head back first. Johnny perceived her from her hurried appearance that very little of free time was left.
Leave Oomph alone. Okay. So I'll make you my prime target then, is that okay? Genji-san's very strict about time. Oomph, get behind me, okay? You're next.
If you don't show up where you're supposed to at the right time, I bet I'll be pissed.
We'll see about that later.
Do your best with work. Yes. Then if you'll excuse me.
After making a respectful bow, I'm gonna run to.
Okay, let's head back to the guest house. We can watch TV or something and relax a little.
I gotta wait for the... It's a bit too hot to eat still.
Wanna watch TV? Wanna watch TV? Ooh. Then it's decided. Let's all head back and watch TV together.
Maria, who wasn't done having fun, agreed once television was mentioned.
We climbed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden.
Oh no.
For what reason? What do you mean?
What?
The wind had grown very strong, and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples in the water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. I'll bet tonight's typhoon ruins them. These roses might be done in by tonight's winds. You're right. Still, I think the roses were pretty lucky. After all, they got to welcome all of you before the typhoon. All flowers lose their petals eventually, but that means we admire them even more when they bloom.
That's right. Maria, burn this image into your eyes.
At this moment, they're the best roses of the year.
Burn into eyes. Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands.
It looked like she'd remembered something.
My rose. The typhoon wasn't it flying.
Oh. Do you mean that sad-looking rose Jojaniki marked with a ribbon?
Maria apparently remembered where the rose was.
She ran at full speed. The rest of us followed her. Where was that again? I'm sure it was somewhere around here. We searched everywhere around that area, but there was only a single flower among all these roses after all. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, we weren't able to find it. The winds making up the typhoon's front lines made the roses throughout the gardens
Undulate.
You're making me undulate.
What does undulate mean?
It was almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Maria's rose impossible to find. Maybe it wasn't here.
It's a tiny rose, it's gone.
Let's try spreading out a bit in our search.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go for strength in numbers. What's up, Maria?
As we made this start of the search, Maria tugged on my jacket with an unhappy face. You could tell that she didn't want us to leave that spot.
What is it? What's wrong?
My rose is here. It's here.
But it's actually not, right? Maybe it was on the other side of the flower bed? If y'all look, we'll find it fast, okay? It's here! My rose is here! Look for it! Look for it!
Maria stomped her feet in irritation. She pointed at that spot and said it was definitely there, but in actuality it wasn't. Even so, Maria got mad when we said that we were going to search somewhere else.
We were at a loss for what to do. For a while, we had to stay near Mario and pretend to search through that rose thicket.
Never mind, don't undulate me. Ooh.
Not here. Not here. Not here.
Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't? Maria becomes increasingly...
Yeah, the minute she pointed it, yeah, I understood that immediately.
Oh, man. Maria's really losing her temper.
Sometimes Mario starts to really care about really pointless stuff. If she gets what she wants, that's okay.
But you can't find something that isn't there. That's not good.
Just when we were at a loss what to do, oh no. Mario called out in a loud voice.
Mama!
We could see Aunt Rosa in the direction Mario was waving her hand. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came. Or maybe she had business at the guest house. Aunt Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over.
Yeah, this scene, Rosa's an asshole.
My,
I'll warn you not directly.
my, what happened, everyone? Are you looking for something? Look for it! Mama, you looking for my rose too!
Your rose? We found an unhealthy rose around here and marked it. We tied a candy wrapper around it. Maria, if I remember correctly, it was growing right out in front and really stood out, didn't it? Unless it grew legs and ran off somewhere. It must have been somewhere else. Maybe you remembered it wrong?
It is here! It is here! He doesn't believe!
Abusive! Here's why no one likes Rosa. Piece of sheep in wolf's clothing.
Hi, I'm Rosa. I've been dealt a really nasty hand, unfortunately,
Which she has.
and I'm the youngest sibling, but I'm the most nice one. Mama will look for it. Stay quiet.
I'd never seen Aunt Rosa be anything other than kind and gentle, so her anger surprised me a bit. Aunt Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being. But we were already more sure that it wasn't around here. So it didn't take long for Aunt Rosa to realize that too.
The rose isn't here.
Oh, wait, I mean, munch. And then... Oh. Okay, I wasn't. How should I know? Stop it! Stop saying ugh! And there it is. Asshole. Just leave her. Just leave her alone.
In that instant, Mario was shocked into silence. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Mario realized that her wish was being rejected, she started yelling even louder.
Didn't I tell you to stop that weird habit? That's why all the kids in your class make fun of you! Cut it out! She keeps double whatever. She's not nice. I think that's the thing about UMINEKO. Everyone's kind of an asshole. But some stuff you probably won't concede on. Rosa, I'm never forgetting this. This is the equivalent of choosing the bad dialogue option and choosing it 5 more times.
The music's good, though. This time, she didn't go silent. She choked as she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly loud voice.
That's usually why I dislike adults more. If a kid is loud and annoying, I'm like, that's a kid. I don't give a shit how much you're whining about a kid being a kid. It's a kid. You look more like a child if you keep whining about the kid whining about the kid.
Aunt Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try to shut her daughter up.
Battler, assist! Aunt Rosa!
No, she's just a little kid. So there's no reason to get so serious. I tried to cut in with a bitter smile, rubbing my hands together. But Aunt Rosa glared at me with a serious face. And I realized I should have stayed out of this.
No, you made it a solid attempt.
I'm sorry. Could the rest of you go back to your room for a bit? I need to have a little talk with Maria.
Hey! He believes in my rose! And the way is here! Look for it! Look for it! Here it was here!
But it's not here! So you must have confused this place for somewhere else, right? You have no faith in your daughter. What? She does not know. If someone is hallucinating, they are hallucinating, but what they see still feels real. And if it's a kid and they're saying something, I trust a kid more. You definitely have to have a history of lying, and then I go, But even then, just because you lied 5 other times, I still will try to take you seriously a bit the next time.
It is here!
Let me see how it looks, by the way. Rosa getting skill checked. Oh my god. Oh, nice with the arm. And then it disappeared! Give it up!
Why did it disappear? Why?
I don't know that! So stop saying it! Battler, get back in! Battler! Wait, then he's already a black sheep for the family, I guess. Get back in. I have a black sheep, but I go in anyways. It comes with some cons. But at least when you look back, you go, well, at least I didn't fumble. At least I acted the way I wanted to back then. Versus, I said yes to all of that. That will happen to you with everything. But it's nice to look back on stuff as a kid when you fight for it. Hey, Aunt Rosa. Even if she is your daughter, violence isn't the answer.
I stepped between them to protect Maria, who was still on the ground crying. I knew that as an outsider, problems between parent and child weren't none of my business. That I wasn't brought up just to silently observe something like this.
Don't you think it's weird, Battler? Are there any girls at your school who matter ooh-ooh?
Bitch, there are adults that do wear ooh-ooh. I do ooh-ooh.
Well, I am in high school, but for an elementary schooler, I think saying ooh-ooh is pretty cute.
Cute? Saying ooh-ooh is cute? Cute? Boy just says words and now she's attacking.
My careless words seemed to have earned me my Aunt Rosa's wrath. She grabbed my collar
with a terrifying expression.
Don't you hear, Battler? You're gonna let me be abusive.
Don't say such nonsense! Do you know how old Maria is? She's 9! Are you stupid?! She's 9! You answered your own question! I don't care if she's 17 and does the ooh-oohs. She thought she was cooking with this. She thought she was gonna get the ratio. She's crazy. She's a 4th grader. Hell, yes. Not a kindergartner. Some 4th graders act like kindergartners. But
She still makes that sound during class. Don't you get it? Do you know what they say about this girl when they bully her? Then you beat the shit out of the people talking trash about her. Hello? Thanks to this weird habit, she still hasn't made a single friend. I would hate everyone who's not accepting her. Don't you turn your eyes away from me. I get what you're saying. I get it, Rosa. But also, to do this, I don't know excuse. Don't turn your eyes away from reality and carelessly call Maria cute. Think more seriously about this kid's future. In another context, I would side with you. Not with the punching and hitting, but like, oh, you want her to be taken more seriously. Understandable. But why like this? Crazy ass. I think she does a typical parent thing if you come from a very dystopian type home where it's, listen to my children. No. Listen to some adult stranger. Okay. It's the meme where they point away. And people are just like that. I told you, stop making that sound. You're Grace. I'm gonna tell you to stop it. You're gonna make her make it more. You're gonna make it more. I tried to stop. What? I tried to stop it, but Aunt Rosa pushed me away. Oh, you're going with the full... I respect that. Rosa has a lot of depth to her. This is just her nastiest side. For some people, it's a cutoff point. Other people, I go, Me, I'd be so mad. Battler has more respect than I do in this part. I don't have respect even if they're higher than me, if they do really nasty stuff. My back hit George Aniki. George, why aren't you in there? You're the oldest. Hop in there, bitch. If Rosa has good intentions and then fix everything else that's bad. Hop in there. A long time ago, Aunt Rosa also thought it was nothing more than one of Maria-chan's baby words. But now that it hasn't been fixed even midway through elementary school, she's been worrying about it a lot. How she talks isn't really that big of a deal, right? Well, she'll never make it an adult if she's like, damn it, 1986! So, even though it isn't fun to watch, this is a problem between parent and child. Nah, you crazy. 1986. Well, even if I get shit out by Mom all the time because I talk, and they put it that way, even if something as painful as this isn't something an outsider like me should butt in on. They've been cultivated to think this way. It's over! Dowler, well, when you were a kid, didn't you have any bad habits that you couldn't fix and got into trouble? Well, one or two. On Parents' Day once, I kept getting yelled at in front of everyone, and it was embarrassing as hell. Well then, you can understand the two of them might feel right now. Nah, bro, I think the minute you bring physical into it, it becomes an entirely different matter. Because now they'll remember it in two different ways. Verbal and physical will lead to verbal. You understand that too, don't you, Jessica-chan? George, you sheep! That's okay, I know the character with them, though. I don't think... The only thing that pisses me off is when someone sees a character be an asshole and they go, this is bad writing. Shut the fuck up! No, it's not! It just means they're an asshole. They do not equate. They do not equate. I don't think anyone likes to be seen when they're being scolded. Let's go. We'll return to the guest house. Coward. George! The projecting I do is I project myself possibly doing those actions, and then I get mad at the character. I'm like, why would you do that? We thought George Aniki's point was probably a reasonable one, and we may have been eager to use that reasonable-sounding argument as a justification to retreat from this heart-rending scene. Jessica and I nodded at George Aniki, and we all left. We called towards Maria, telling her we were going to head to the guest house, but she didn't seem to hear, and we felt some sort of guilty and shameless after saying it. Hop back in! You're gonna abandon the child out in the storm? Rosa saw the bad Mong competition and said, wait, let me put my good shots in there. Insane! Good, yes, go to professional, I recommend. I don't really have any near me. I have some stuff I want to sort out. So for now, I do my best. Professional's good. There's no shame in getting rid of certain bad habits.
In that case, look by yourself as much as you want. Mama doesn't care. I'll look for it. I'll look for it by myself. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Maria. Damn. Damn, get her. Have it your way.
After blasting her with those last words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. The funny thing about Rosa is, you'll see a bit later, I'll just say it. She's that case of self-aware where she goes after and goes, oh my god, what the fuck have I done? What have I done to my daughter? That I would not want as a parent. That would, ugh. I'd actually rather just be evil at that point. Because the minute you actually have the other side where you actually do feel bad, that makes it so confusing and messy. Ugh. 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 Yuck.
Arya probably viewed that as a cold gesture meant to injure. But that wasn't Rosa's intention. It's because the hand with which she had emotionally struck Rosa's cheek was still numb.
Okay. Okay, good self-awareness.
It was because that if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by her emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over.
Alright, now you're self-aware, now work on it. It's easier to work on things if there's a really bad. I think that's the thing that gets people like depression. That's a slow burn type thing. Whereas if you have a really bad nasty trait as if, I like to stab people on the street. The urges there might be crazy, but it might go, oh my god, whoa, I never gone that far, I better knock it down a peg. Whereas if it's like you're just depressed, the bad habits pile up over time and then they don't really seem significant. And you go, whatever, well, I'm used to living like this, and then it, like blah, blah, blah. That's what makes it scary. So do your best. You do your best. If you're self-aware, congratulations, you won one part of the battle. Next second, you just win. And don't think about it too much. I don't take myself seriously too much every time. I get frustrated, but sometimes I go, I'm being silly today, I'm gonna go rest. Just know when you're being silly and when you're not. You giving me hearts? Grabs your arm. Woof. Thanks.
However, Mario couldn't leave that place. Not until she found that poor wilting rose.
You're gonna turn into a werewolf now. I'm a werewolf.
It had definitely been there. Even so, it wasn't. Even though she knew the place and even though it had been there, it wasn't. Maria bitterly stared at the place it was supposed to be, thought frantically.
Maybe the ankle I'm looking for is wrong. Two can play that game. Oh my god, you have cooties!
Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong. While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly stood up, changed her position, and continued to stare.
The only thing I will say is a flat-out disappointment. Not with the writing, with them as people. I don't know about you, but if someone's thing was missing, I would either say we need to look for it more or someone took it. And if she insisted it's there, whatever. That's what she believes. But I just go,
The wind was getting stronger and stronger.
The date of cute babies, having a hobby, a boyfriend, but that's just not, I don't think you guys perceive me that way. But like, that's just like anything to keep you busy. Like, nice, tight-knit, close relations. Spend time with your friends well. What else? On Stars. Twisted Wonderland. Playing UMINEKO. Wow, you want a cure, right? Jeez, gee, my pinned link right there. Fuck. I don't know. Okay. I bunch this. Ow. Eating, oh, no. Yeah, you're not slick. And then you touch the tits and they go, hey. Kinzo noticed the sound of raindrops beating on the window. Kinzo! Asshole. Of course I'd focus on that. What is it? If you like harems, you still like harems? The harem, it's two opposing forces. Although, I will say with guy harems, let's see. Okay, visual novel harem is peak. It's almost family-based. They're not interested in you unless you pursue them. Anime harem, they're all interested in you. VN, reverse harem. I don't know, but they're fucking crazy. Slow damage. What was that one with the T? I forgot. Toby something. Blockwood Saga. Sweet Pool. Or those are BL. The only thing, what's a very crazy otome with hair? Diablo Lovers. Kind of Piafore. Interesting. Because in anime harems, the girls usually like you because you do one good thing for them and it sticks. But, because Piafore is mafia-based, right? But, in VNs with girls, usually it does start like that. The girl gets attached to you for whatever reason, or there's a normal reason for liking you. But unfortunately, what brought you guys together is thrown into question because you both have baggage from your previous whatever relationship or just your life in general. So it causes miscommunication. And then there will always, I swear to God, there's always like a miscommunication arc in a VN, especially if you're on a girl's route. Or you have to help her, but when the main character helps her, he cannot solve the problem. He has to give her the courage, possibly, by being there. And that could be a supporting relationship. That's good. But he can never, usually they don't solve the problems. I played VNs where if you just flat out solve the problem for them, the girls stop thinking for themselves and they get reliant. And the game gives you a bad ending because of that. So it depends. It's interesting, isn't it? Bible Lover's good. I like it. The guys in it are abusive, of course, but, you know, I mean, sexy vampire guy going, oh, yeah, I can't get enough of that taste. It's like that. They all have a reason why they're where they are. Some are a bit more cursed than others. I think what I always say is the thing with anime people in general, that if they're fucked up, usually you can get through to them. Whereas in person, if you can get through to someone who or not, kind of know, right? Because they have to do it for themselves. Whereas most fictional media with a very fucked up person, they go, damn, maybe I was wrong. And they do that. There are fan translations, but yeah, the Japanese. I have it, but I've been keeping up with learning my Japanese, so it's just stuck there on my Vita. Okay. Kinzo noticed the sound of raindrops beating on the window. It seemed to be pouring down thickly. It had begun to rain later than the weather report had predicted. Kinzo approached the window as if being summoned by the sound of rain. Me, I love rain. Oh. The sound of rain is a sound of silence. I know. The sound feels quieter than any silence. And makes humans remember that, in the end. They are alone from this moment they're born to the moment they die. You could do is just buy the original, and then there used to be fan translation blogs, and then you can read it alongside it. I think something. Go. Just buy the game. Oh my god, also. I need to get a new digital keyboard. I just need ass.
You're late, Beatrice.
And with those words directed at the rainy sky, there was no one to be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze.
Well then, let us begin. Let us begin our banquet of miracles. This island has now been cut off from the world. Now, there are none who can enter my ceremony. There are many fitting sacrifices for you. 4 of my children, 3 of your companions, 4 of my grandchildren, me and my guests and my servants. You may devour as many as you please. The key of fate will select the sacrifices in accordance with the demon's roulette. If that roulette chooses me, even I will become your sacrifice. However, because of that, because I will bet on such madness, I will most assuredly bring forth a grand miracle.
Devour to your heart's content! I will achieve victory over that roulette. Yes. I'll put everything on the line. First, I'll return the inheritance of the Ushilamiya family! Accept it!
Silly guy. Kenzo tried the windows up and ripped the golden finger and forcibly threw it away.
At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that lightning had accepted the ring.
And when you are resurrected, surely I will be the one who stands witness. I will survive until the end and watch over you as you awaken. So, come, Beatrice. Welcome to my banquet! In exchange for all that I have created, show me another miracle just this once.
Oh! Beatrice!
Thanks. Oh! Now it loads. 40% point. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Hey, don't do that. I want to save. Hey, don't do that.
A bit of time left. La 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 la. My god, a news ticker popped up on the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities all over could continue singing out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the raindrops being harsher in the window are even more convincing. But this rain's incredible. Still, when it's raining this hard, it almost feels like it might stop at any moment. You wish. They said the typhoon's moving slow, so it might be like this all day tomorrow. And even a little bad weather stops the boats from coming. You're stuck on an island because of a typhoon? No like that. It looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all. Just in case, I cleared all my outside business from Monday. My Monday schedule. I'm glad I did. Which means... looks like we get to skip school Monday. Living on an island's starting to sound pretty good. Come to think of it, Jessica, you've got to take a boat to school every day, don't you? What do you do when the boats stop running? Do you stay home when it rains and show up late when the wind's blowing like King Kamehameha? If the boats don't come, I stay home. Still, it's not as good as it sounds. Usually I'm ordered to study by myself, and it's not that fun if someone's standing right behind you watching everything you do. Well, during the rainy season, does the weather ever stay bad for a long time and make you miss a bunch of days in a row? That does happen sometimes. Still, I get a call from my homeroom teacher every single day. They'd suddenly guide me on how I should teach myself and what I turn in. That's so nice. All I got were the guilt trip emails where they try to snitch on you. Your child did not show up at school today. That's my business. She can't skip school as easily as you're imagining, Battler. She's got to follow the rules for people that travel to school by boat and get a good amount of studying done. It's actually easier to just go to school. In my own room, I get distracted and can't concentrate. Yes. The Archers is like a home at this point. I need to make something else where I can do streaming. That'd be good. Get too distracted. After being made to do nothing but workbooks for several days straight, it's pretty hard to handle all that mental stress. When I get into college, I just really want to go to some dorm and quickly say goodbye to this inconvenient island. Okay. By the way, what do you mean when the weather's good in the morning, but then gets so bad on your way home that the boats are closed? Do you spend the night at school? That actually happens a lot. Because of that, they built some lodgings there for people who can't get back to the island they live on. That's where you spend the night. Sometimes when it gets really bad, you can't get back home for a few days at a time. Oh my god! Someone commuting to school or work on a train packed to its twice capacity might carelessly think that commuting by boat would be pretty interesting and fun. But it sounds like it comes with troubles of its own. Okay. No pizza yet. I'm eating cheese stick. But I ordered a small amount because of the bread. So just 3.
So I ended up sticking close to home even for high school. Man, I hate this island.
One. And after I'm done, brush my teeth.
Sure. Yeah?
Maybe ask nicely. Maybe.
I just want to go live in the city. I don't care if rain or even spears fall from the sky. As long as I can move to a city where I can actually wear casual clothes and sandals. Please?
I see. So obedient. Here. I wish I could give. Pretend I just gave you some.
Hold out just a little longer. Just a bit more and you'll graduate high school, right? I can't wait a little longer.
Jessica stretched out and reclined on the sofa. Maybe it was a bad time slot, but because there weren't any interesting programs on. And we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never turned to the cousin. See, that's concerning. I can judge from the safety of a seat now. When you're young, you probably don't act on things because you go, oh, maybe I shouldn't say something. The equivalent if you see someone on the road. Although that's Maria. This family, weird. It had to be pretty boring for Maria, all by herself while the adults were having a confusing conversation. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather was really awful. And since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed where we are. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered. Yes. The preparation for dinner can be... Oh.
I'm sorry. The preparations for dinner are complete. Please come to the mansion.
It was Kanankun's voice. Did he go to the trouble coming... Oh my god, Kanan. God, I thought you were Shannon, my bad. Can you have just called us over the telephone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route. Just when I was getting hungry. Would you protect me if I was being eaten by a bear, or would you run? Georgianiki turned off the television and stood up. My stomach's been growling for a while. I always been a huge fan of the main family dinners. Didn't go to Sun say it was a calf steak or something? Oh man, I can't read. You freeze up, that's an honest response. Our dinners are always even more fabulous than usual when the family conference comes around. You'd run? Honest. That means you're more sane than me. If I ran, I'd run to get distance and attack back. You can't, what? You guys are like goo, you can fight a bear, shush. As we left the room, Kanan-kun bowed silently and respectfully.
Okay, let's go. Is the rain pretty nasty out there?
Yes. Take care not to get your garments wet. After seeing the three of us out, Kanan-kun peered into the empty room. Wasn't Maria with you? The bear just attacked.
What do you do? Well, you're not stronger than bears, but I don't think a bear can kill you.
No, she's not. Wasn't she with Aunt Rosa?
Left her ass out there in the rain. It's a black bear, yeah. Or a grizzly, or a brown grizzly bear. No, not a polar bear. Let me die.
Rosa was lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it.
Oh, she's sleeping comfy. This Brett.
She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she'd been shocked with electricity. Thank you, Genji-san. When she realized that the thing that touched her was a blanket, and that Genji had been considerately giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief.
Did I wake you? I sincerely apologize.
No. It's okay. I hadn't planned on sleeping in on the first place. What time is it now? When he was asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket.
It is slightly after 6.
Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she slept for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that enveloped her must have been pretty deep. Thank you. I'll be fine without the blanket. I was in sleep at such a strange time. My sense of time has been completely thrown off. The rain has suddenly started pouring down in earnest. Hasn't it? Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that produced sleep was actually the rain. The wind's blowing hard too. I wonder if the typhoon's finally here.
That's what they said on TV. The typhoon is moving slowly, so they think it will be like this all day tomorrow.
Really? So our last chance to see that wonderful rose garden must have already passed by. In the window, what you could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain. Maria. That's right, what about Maria?
Damn, that's on you, fam. I have not seen her. Aren't you her mother? Did she not return to the guest house?
Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever, even in pouring rain. No. The cousins left before I did, so Maria was alone. Unless someone told her to stop, she'd stay there even if it started raining stairs. Without even opening up an umbrella. I'm gonna lose control of my emotions and done such a thing.
How many times have you done this, girl?
Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible.
I can relate with it in a bit. I can understand that. The self-hate that must come when you're that self-aware must be pain.
Maria!
Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. Especially if you react without thinking. It's like if your friend tries to hug you, we'll take it at a very low scale. Friend tries to hug you and you immediately shove them away and go, no! But, you know the reason why you're the way you are, but you don't want to be that way. And then you have to deal with that. That, I can see that it hurts.
The outside really looked like a typhoon, and the rain was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspects of the terrain, the winds weren't typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it certainly was windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched. Anyway, I'm getting pretty worried about Maria. You don't think she's still rebelliously searching for that rose alone, do you? I wonder. Surely she wouldn't do it in this rain. Or at least, I wish I could believe that. Maria-chan sometimes gets really stubborn and intensely straightforward. We hadn't worried much, thinking that Aunt Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. Yeah, a normal mother would, probably. However, when Kanon-kun had come to the mansion to call us and thought Mario was here, we got a little worried. I did not see her in the mansion, so I was sure she was here. After all, Rosa-sama was taking a nap. You didn't see her on your way over here? My apologies. I opened my umbrella and ran as fast as I could, so I did not pay much attention. If he had cut through the rose garden, taking the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have probably just barely missed the place where Maya had been looking for her rose. And it was raining hard, too. It certainly would have been possible for Kanon-kun to fail to notice her. Okay, well, instead of arguing around here, it'd be faster to just check it out directly. Nanaki, why don't we race over there? Oh, do you think you can beat me now that you've been growing for 6 years? Okay, let's settle this. Go! They run. George, Aniki, and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Kanon-kun followed us.
Maria! If you're there, answer me! Maria!
It's Aunt Rosa. Hey, Aunt Rosa! When George Aniki called back, Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him.
Where's Maria? Isn't she with you?
No. We didn't meet with Maria-chan after that.
Maria!
6 years ago, Maria was 3 years old. She was a cute and pure kid who just accepted whatever anyone said. But 6 years have passed since then. She's 9 now, and experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something. But Maria...
Are you stupid, Rosa? Yes! He's a fucking 9-year-old, are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you telling me still as innocent and pure as she used to be? You're stupid! She's 9! You left her out in the rain! I should hit you with my big fat fucking tits! Oh, what? Hi, shit. Hi. Okay, so... UMINEKO is a game where there's a family that's rich and they meet every year, right? Unfortunately, that family's not very nice. They're all very low on money. There's a typhoon going on right now. They're stuck with each other. And they all really want money right now. Anyways, Rosa is this nice lady right over here. Allow me to show you. Very sweet looking, right? Oh, so cute. So demure. Unfortunately for her, she had a husband that essentially raw dogged and dipped, so trash guy. And she has a daughter named Mario, a very cute girl, believes in witches. Mario just may have the tism. Very much so. Unfortunately, this is 1986, and Rosa does not understand that, so she is, when she loses her temper, abusive. So when little Mario was looking for a rose, instead of going, oh, I'll help you find it somehow, she got mad because Mario goes, which is her vocal tick. I started slapping the hell out of her. Battler tried to intervene and went, bro, what the fuck, she's 9. And she went, don't involve yourself in my business! Can I speak to your manager type B? And Battler went, Jesus Christ. Mario went, Battler tried again for the assist. And George has been groomed into accepting all this, so he went, oh, that's not our problem. And Jessica. Then Rosa went, fine, find your damn rose. And Maria said, okay, fine, I will. But then she left her out inside in the rain and said a typhoon. Was it raining initially? No. But now it is. And now the mom, she's one of those parents where she's very nasty, but then she actually feels bad for what she does. So it's that, the very nasty part where you keep going, how can I do this? How can I stand this? Yeah, that's it. Play UMINEKO, murder mystery. Ryan, welcome to Makibai. Season Salt, welcome. I'm gonna eat you. And I'm voicing it because today is UMINEKO Day and tomorrow is UMINEKO Day. Okay, no problem. Anyways, so look at this crying. Maria! You're stupid! She's 9!
As I circled the rose bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me.
It was a white umbrella.
And keep in mind, right now, there's a typhoon, so only the family members can be here. It's a family reunion. But who gave her that white umbrella? If everyone's saying they haven't seen Maria.
Think of it if I get then. Maria was crouching down, holding a white umbrella, and still searching for that rose. Her face, which had been turned bright red from crying her eyes out, was dirtied with water and mud. Actually, let me check the... That's a good sprite. I think the original has a superior expression, though. Oh wait, for anyone joining here, these are the pachinko sprites. Yeah, I know she has big boobs. It was a truly pitiful sight. Maria, are you still looking?
Also, hi, Beto. What did he play?
No. Can't find it. Can't find my rose.
Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag that Maria was always carried around. Thank goodness.
Think of if I get that again.
Seriously, thank goodness.
Did he rate Kiwi high?
Battler! Thank goodness you found her!
Maria! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Aunt Rosa threw an umbrella aside and hugged Maria.
It's not here. My rose isn't here. I'll look for it with you later, okay? So just put it on hold for today, okay? I don't want to hold for today.
It looked like Mario still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Kanon caught up with us. I'll have a towel ready in the mansion immediately.
Maria, were you here this whole time?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being such a bad mother.
Aunt Rosa, why don't we head back to the mansion for the time being?
I'm glad at least she feels bad and tries to actively do something about it. She's gonna just do more.
If we stay here, Mario will catch a cold.
You're right. Maria, let's go. If we don't get you cleaned up, Grandfather will be mad. Hungry.
It's already time to eat. You did a good job holding out, Maria. Once the weather gets better, we'll all go straight together.
We couldn't stay in the rain forever. I took Mario with the...
Well, it's just because it's an easy trait to hate, because like, the abusive mother. But obviously Rosa is not as nasty as she could be. She just has the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde moment, which is still bad. But she actively feels bad and tries to fix it. She just sucks. She's just incompetent. Red truth, you are incompetent. It's like that. So there's no problem with seeing characters that are assholes and going, that's relatable. Because if that was the case, then we just write every character going, hey, I'm shy. I have no esteem. But thanks to my friends telling me I can do it, all my problems are gone. I have no depression anymore. And then you'll get boring shit like that all the time. You know? Or, hey, I have an ego. Oh, I learned to not keep my ego. Okay, that's it. Now the rest of my life is fine. Which is cool, but life does not work that way. It's usually up and down, so... There's no problem with seeing a character that is screwed up and go, oh, I can see it. Sometimes I see a character that is screwed up and I go, oh, I don't like anything they did, but I see how they got there, and I go... Even like people I meet, if they're really nasty, I never try to look down on them because I realize if I don't watch my steps, I can end up just like them. It all starts from a simple little tiny thing and then it grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. Don't worry. But people just don't like it, but there's no shame in going like, that's relatable. I think it's very relatable to have a character that she snaps. Because look, her husband dipped on her, family doesn't take her right. So that's where she probably got it from. She snaps because of that. Unfortunately, takes out Maria, which she shouldn't do. But see, that the lashing out, the whole weight of the world on your shoulders, that's very relatable. That's it. Okay, redo UMINEKO.
Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. When she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner, she started chanting,
I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
and returned to her usual spirited self.
You can still be mad. Stand your ground.
Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying ooh ooh.
I see. So she had an umbrella on her. Maria sure is good at packing the right stuff.
I didn't bring an umbrella. Ugh.
What? Then how did you get that white umbrella you're holding?
I borrowed it.
Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella. A normal kid would look for shelter once it started raining, but Mario was too stubborn to give up so easily. So maybe that caring person gave up on telling Mario to find shelter and then decided to at least give her an umbrella.
I see. I'll have to thank that person. Who was it?
Beatrice.
And for anyone that doesn't know, Beatrice is a witch that's supposed to exist, and she's something. And it's a family reunion, but this is a child, of course. But why would she lie? There's only supposed to be a specific amount of people on this island. The family members, the grandchildren, and the family members, and the servants. So who? Interesting.
The name Mario cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath again.
she's trying. I hate it. See, I hate it just because it makes it hard to deal with. I really would rather if you were an evil parent, just stay evil, because I don't want to get complicated feelings when I remember how crazy you were, and then I remember, oh wait, I remember that time where you were actually trying, or that time where you cried and weren't meaning anything wrong. I hate that shit. Fuck. I call it the Hunter x Hunter Gon effect. Ooh.
Really? That's wonderful. So, who was it?
She's trying so hard not to get mad. Her crazy ass.
Who was it that brought you that umbrella?
Beatrice.
Maria immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. So, Rosa stopped pursuing the subject.
Okay, there you go. That's much better than hitting your daughter.
It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner, rather than ask Maria herself.
Good God, now keep that up, girl. Jesus. Or you going to jail? You already should be. Oh my God, this is fun.
Father, please at least join us for dinner. It won't be a family conference otherwise.
Along with the dull pounding on the door, the sound of Cross's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard.
Kinzo-san, won't you at least come out for dinner? All your children have gathered here to see your face, haven't they? Silence, Nanjiro. So the bishop won't work. One move too short.
Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. House's voice didn't reach his ear.
Kinzo-san, I'm hungry myself.
Is he keeping him?
Kinzo-san, I'm hungry. You will finish this match of chess with me.
What?
Kinzo-san, I'm hungry myself.
What does he look? He looks like a sad doggy.
Please. I haven't seen my family in months. Why don't we go down and eat? Go by yourself if that's what you want. Let me consider this next move for a little longer. We are going to finish it tonight. Otherwise, it's doubtful we'll finish before the world ends.
Manjo rose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess. But you'd never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this.
It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed that, no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Kraus was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Kraus was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Kraus let out a sigh of relief.
Dr. Nanjo, is Father... I'm sorry, I couldn't be of service. Right now, this room is Kinzo-san's whole world.
Nanjo shook his head with a complete defeated expression. Kraus raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting,
Father! Can you hear me? We're heading down now, but please join us at any time you feel like it. All of your children are waiting for you.
His voice was very loud, and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. Well, it certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. However, unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. By now, Kinzo was calm at heart, almost as though he had taken on philosophical view and turned himself over to fate.
Neither dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest. I will only ever leave here Beatrice is resurrected, or if I'm chosen a sacrifice for the key. The demon's roulette has already started spinning. What meaning does dinner have at this point?
As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo silently thought about his next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Hi, Liz. Liz, they're dangerous. The runes are dangerous. Be careful. They'll bite you. They bite me all the time. Just as always, Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Kraus, wearing a bitter smile, returned to Nanjo.
Father says he is still not feeling well. He truly regrets missing this once in a year opportunity to sit together with his gathered family.
Trust me, they got rune bees. They developed it to counteract my flabies. Eva and Rudolph sniggered. Even in Kinzo's personality, there was no way she'd shown any signs of regret. And none of his relatives showed any regret at his absence.
Then why don't we start dinner?
Rune bees, see, it's cute, right?
Goda, begin.
They affect each other. They made such a nice community that I think they like each other just as much as they like me. Can you believe that, Liz? I think I might have to kill them now.
Certainly. Well then, if you will allow me.
When Goda was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin. May I ask who lent Maria an umbrella? For justice? No, I like them. When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed. An umbrella? What's this about? A short while back, Mario was in the rose garden when it started raining, and she apparently borrowed a white umbrella from someone. I wanted to thank them.
It wasn't one of us. After you left, we moved to a different room and had a friendly chat the whole time.
A friendly.
That's right. Even after that, the siblings had a real friendly chat.
The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips. So even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one.
At the very least, it couldn't have been me. Eva, Rudolph, Hideyoshi-san, or Kirei-san.
They were together the whole time. Even after Natsu, Ine-san, and Rosa-san left. The whole time until the meal started. Nii-san went up to the study with Genji-san to call father. At that time, the rest of us went straight down to the dining hall. So it wasn't one of us. Do you like it? Oh my god. Liz, I wish I could do higher voices. You have a good voice set. Couldn't it have been a servant kind enough to lend an umbrella? Okay, so was it you, Goda-san?
I have been in the kitchen the whole time preparing. My sincere apologies.
Kota looks slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. Boy wanted to get the glaze. He wanted to be glazed up. Insane. How about this Rosa face? She got the hand on the hips. Cheers. Oh, cheers. Please. This one day, talk with me, and then you do an American accent, I do British. Then you should kill me every time I mess it up. Thank you. Stay as long as you like, Liz. We're just vibing. Ooh. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres. Don't kill me, actually! It's like, bonk me with your sword. I'll learn from pain.
Then what about Kumasawa-san or Shannon-san? Yes? Has something gone wrong?
Because Shannon had come in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking that the others were searching out for the one responsible for some error. It isn't like that. It started to rain when Maria-chan was alone in the rose garden. After that, someone left her an umbrella. Aunt Rosa said she wanted to thank that person. Maria, her mouth on a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled.
It wasn't us! Shannon-san and I were burning the rooms together, so we did not go outside.
Tommy.
Yes. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be of any assistance.
Preparing the rooms? What do you mean by that?
Because of the rain, we thought it would be troublesome for all the guests to return to the guest house, so the servants were ordered to prepare the guest rooms inside the mansion.
Wait! Liz, is there any song you want me to learn? If you learn the UMINEKO opening, I'll give you $1 million.
Really? How thoughtful. Yes, it certainly would be rude to chase us outside like this in this rain.
Could you give it a rest?
Yes.
Okay, maybe not $1 million. I'll doodle.
Ooh. Then it became time for dinner. So Genji-sama ordered Kanan-kun to go to the guest house and summon the children. Yes. So did Kanan-san find Maria on the way to the guest house and hand her the umbrella? Ah! Wrong!
The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work out immediately.
Then, was it you, Natsune-san? I'm sorry. After everyone's friendly chat, my headache was so bad that I've been resting in my room. Therefore, I did not go outside. Then, who was it? George-kun and the kids? That can't be right. No, it wasn't us. We were watching television in the guest house the whole time. Actually, we thought Maria-chan had just gone back to the mansion with you.
Everyone's got alibis. Then Kanon-kun came and he asked whether Maria was with us. That's when we first realized she wasn't in the mansion. I mean, if it were me, I'd have grabbed her hand and pulled her under a roof before giving her an umbrella. Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants denied that they had done it. Even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. So, by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large.
Of course, it wasn't me. Right after it began raining, I visited Kinzo-san's room, and I was playing chess with him until just now.
Which means that it also wasn't grandfather. Wait a sec. Isn't this starting to get a bit weird? Who's left?
Then... Who was it? Genji-san? Huh? Wait a second. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm searching for some culprit or anything. All I want to do is be the mother is thank the person who gave Mario an umbrella in the middle of the rain.
Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not? Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting. I'm down, Rosa. Why don't we just ask the person who lent the umbrella? That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria, who'd been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked. Of course! Rob Coon's got ears, got the right idea. Maria-chan, tell your uncle. Who lent you the umbrella?
Beatrice!
The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but it soon was interrupted by a burst of laughter.
I see. So Beatrice, the witch of the forest, felt pity and lent her an umbrella. What a lovely story. Rosa, there you have it.
Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke?
Just like Uncle Carl said. Beatrice let me borrow it.
Isn't that wonderful? We should all be jealous of such beauty. What do you think, everyone?
Klaus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking. But Mario was overjoyed. Joyed, apparently convinced that her claim was being believed.
Wait, how did that work? Does that mean a witch really appeared and lent her an umbrella?
Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me. Hey, has Maria ever been the type to make jokes? If we heard that kind of story pop out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have just taken it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain it away like that when Maria said it. This was getting pretty unnerving.
No way. She's always been frank and serious. She's the sort that believe any joke, even ones normal people could instantly tell were lies. I'd never even heard of her cracking a joke.
Aunt Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore. So, if Maria said she borrowed an umbrella from Beatrice, that must mean it really was Beatrice?
Well, we're talking about Maria here, so I can't think of it as some kind of metaphor or joke. It might be best to take what she says at face value.
Then, what's going on? Are you saying Genji-san or someone put on a fancy dress for the portrait and gave Maria the umbrella?
I'm not sure about that. Actually, that's what I want to know.
Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the hors d'oeuvres was set out and Kota showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. And the meal ended up being so quiet that you can ignore the sound of rain sinking into the dining hall. This chair, this chair, this chair, this chair. I like that song. Kuwasawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Kana on their way to the kitchen.
Oh, it's Genji-san. Did you lend Maria-san an umbrella?
An umbrella? What are you talking about?
Well, I heard that when it started raining, Maria-sama was alone in the rose garden. It seems she borrowed an umbrella from someone there, but we don't know who it was. It wasn't me. After all, I actually thought Maria-sama was in the guest house. When Palette-sama first found her, she was already holding a white umbrella.
My apologies, but it was not me either.
Then, Could it actually be the master?
Kenzo being nice? Oh, hold on, let me pause. There we go. Managers are waking! Yippee!
Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone had stated they hadn't done it. That left only Kenzo, but Kenzo suddenly decided to be nice.
Oh, Beatrice, how dare you let my granddaughter be in the typhoon? Ooh.
Really nice change of heart. I was really glad to see that he had that. Maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason, when he just happened to see Maya summon the rose garden without even an umbrella.
No, he fucking hates her.
I love how he said it!
The master is not particularly fond of Maria.
I agree. That, yeah, he hates her. I can't imagine that for Maria-sama's sake. He'd go to all that trouble of descending the stairs with an umbrella. Oh my! How troublesome! Does that mean the one who lent Maya-sama an umbrella really was Chiche? Kosa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break the smooth feeling in the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Gota coming out of the dining hall.
Okay, everyone. When serving a dinner, proper timing while setting the table is essential. Please immediately see the setting out the soup. Genji-san, the women are in the middle of an important job, so please don't get in the way.
Fuck you.
I mean, I want to be VA. I did acting in VA because it was the only way I could express myself. Because back then it was really rough, so even if you fought in self-defense, if you were to yell, you know, they stabbed you, it was like that crazy. You could not do that, and you'd be seen as like the enemy, that type of thing. So it's like, or it's a general human thing in general. The person, if you have two people making an argument, but one person's going "Ah!" more often, they will be seen as crazy. So it was like that. And little me had very big temper issues, but it was always temper because I was actually getting treated wrong because I just couldn't stand it. But unfortunately, you're defending yourself that much, or just losing your temper in general, it kind of makes you like outcasty. So then the only area where I could actually express those emotions and get praised was acting. So it started with like an elf play. And then I went, ooh, wow, for once people are finally smiling and laughing at me. Let's see, 'cause I was like a black sheep in the family, and then around my area I was kind of a black sheep too, just by existing. It's kind of hard to explain. So the odds were against you. They were very against you. So that was like the one time I could actually get away with doing something like that. And then it just kept going. And then when I act things out, I start to understand their feelings. I go, ooh, So it helps you understand even assholes or something. So that's it. That's it. And then I just did it. It's fun. It's fun. I recommend it. I think with that, voice acting, I feel, is easier to learn than singing. Singing is very difficult for me. But singing is not that hard, but you get what I mean. Voice acting comes in many shapes and forms. Usually singing comes in one or two forms where they go, oh yeah, that's good singing. Whereas some singers, they're famous because they have good singing, but then they do something. It's like Otto, Growling Queen. Growling Queen. But if you gave it to someone would go, well, it doesn't sound like, ah, so it's not singing. But there's different types of singing. Same with acting. But I think singing is on a whole other level. Because that's like a universal language. Whereas if you go to someone else and say, oh yeah, I like acting or voice acting, unless you say Hollywood, they might not get it. So it's like that. I recommend learning singing. Learn it, learn it. You want to jump ahead of me? If you view me as a goalpost anyway, learn singing. You will learn better techniques. And it's only a matter of time. Kanon glared at Gota for being rude to Genji, a person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as a warning. kind of reluctantly turned away and returned its expression to normal.
Obey Goda's instructions. Hurry and prepare the dinner table.
Come now, there's no time. Goda just wants to get glazed every second.
Don't dawdle. Hurry!
Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shauna and steadily pushed it towards the kitchen. I'm getting there with singing. I like it. I gotta take classes again.
Then please allow us to return to the kitchen.
After all, Goda-san's temper is very short. Basically, start somewhere and either one will... So my voiceover will lead into singing and your singing will lead over to voiceover. Easy. Let's see, 4 roommates. Do you have like a car? That's the best place, ironically. Other than that, what would I do if I had nothing? Karaoke. That's hard. Do what you can. Or do soft singing. All I say is, don't work on it because you just don't want to. But if you can slide some practice in, do it because you don't want to wait too long to the perfect moment to pop up. But if you know your situation, no, you can't, then you can't. Don't worry about it. This is for the brain worms, if you ever think about that. Practice with them. Practice in the car because it's very soundproof. And it has pretty nice acoustics. Okay, anyways. Oh! That's so funny to do. I really recommend the car. Thanks for me being patient. I'll bite you.
Please excuse me as well.
No problem.
Kawasawa and Shannon left. Only Gijin and Kanon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt. Genji-sama, did Beatrice really return?
I don't know.
Shall I inform the master?
That is not necessary.
I try to give Genji the deepest voice. I'm pretty sure his voice in the Japanese is deep as fuck.
Have good dinner.
Try doing the basic singing and then start, because like I have my own way of singing, right, with the growls. I like doing it. Or I'm emotional. Hon.
Furthermore, she is a fickle person.
Is that the deepest I can go?
It would be pointless to report to the master only to find that she does not appear.
Oh my god.
I wonder if this means the master's ceremony has already begun.
Probably. However, it has nothing to do with furniture like us. We must continue to return the favor we receive from Master until our final moments.
Yes, that is furniture. The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants when lightning hit the sky. Nothing can be seen out the window but the darkness of night. It's just humans rule and the sun is up. Those that are not human rule and the sun is out.
Actually, if you have time to do it, try covering a song. Get the instrumental. Open up like Audacity if you want. I use Reaper. I used to be so scared of it, but I already have like I've recorded for some songs and I probably cannot release. But it's nice to go, okay, I can always submit this to a mixer if I want, or like even right now in its a rough state, I go, wait, I did that. It's good. And just keep it so then you can compare it to later on. The more busy your plate is, the more your mind can't get to you. Do a cover, do it. Make sure you follow the rules. Easy settings for Reaper. Oh, yeah, let me do this real quick then. I always say, definitely have replugs. If you want good noise suppression, you get replugs, and then you go. And you choose that for noise cancellation, and for that you put it at -60, -65, -50. Who knows? Because that will take all the sound that's there. So if you have a fan that's around that decibel of volume, it will push that down. Usually you want to avoid it, but that's all you need to do. And then when it says to arm the tracks with recording in Reaper, you need to press the red button next to
next to the track. And then once it's lit up, then you can record. And that's it. Pretty simple.
Ahem. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down, like me. The darkness of night now surrounded Rokunjima was ruled by another master. Not the Ushinomiya family.
I'm gonna bite you. Don't you can conjure at me? You're gonna thank me?
Did this master take pity on Mario when she was alone, being pummeled by the rain in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? Kanon looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Kanon forced himself to avert his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light.
Do you know we're 6 hours and a half in? Can the weather change how people act? Yo, I don't know. You tell me. Yeah. We've associated with the mood. That makes sense. When it rains, it changes how I act, alright? I act up. I love it. I love the rain. Ooh. Ooh.
Can the weather change how people act? Do you often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health? For some time now, everyone had been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere. But any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled with the sound of rain.
It's okay if you don't like the rain. Don't worry.
Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. Koda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as his final dish was presented. But I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent. The weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed.
Okay, good. Yeah, the stream's an example. Now I can start voicing again. Good quality throughout. La 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 la.
It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of the meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Koda-san, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes.
Goda-san, Goda has no fucking humor. No way. Yeah, not one of them succeeded.
After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Cross spoke.
Damn, hoo-hoo. My. What a waste that dinner Goda was so hard to create has been met with such a gloomy atmosphere. Oh. You're the...
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. It just feels like nothing would taste good today.
Oh. I'd like to know why you feel...
You piece of shit! Oh my god!
Oh. I'd like to know why you feel that way.
I'd be the same. If you bluster on me, I'm never letting it go. Oh my god, what was that? Okay, whatever.
Later on... Later on, I'll do all as I can as your older brother to help cheer you up.
Aunt Eva grimaced slightly. I'd already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Cross, but it was pretty clear now. And I looked around. I noticed my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Apparently, there was something besides the weather troubling all of them. Both Aunt Eva and my dad aren't looking too happy.
Really? I don't think so.
I asked Aunt Natsu, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. She snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested.
Well, our adult conversation got a little, complicated. It isn't something kids like you need to worry about, Battler. Not right, Natsu-ne-san. Kirei-san.
Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness. So I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become. On top of that,
Even old Nazi, yeah. Aunt Nazi and Kei-san, the people it directed his comment to, ignored him as though he hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they'd been having while his kids were away. But it reminded me of how Dad said he had stomach cramps when he arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the other adults, an awkward silence followed the room. Kiryu-san spoke up. They ignored him. Leave him alone. Tyler's 18, but he just had a huge-ass growth spurt. We were talking about how the kids' careers would turn out. Liar. Such is what lies in your future, Battler. You just shift on to college. Wouldn't that be a little disheartening as a starting line for the long race of life? Hey, wait a sec. Kiryu-san, if you start talking about something like that in the middle of a meal, it won't digest well. How do you laugh with that accent? We're talking about Battler and Jessica's careers. He's lying. He just latched onto it. He's lying. Oh my god. You gotta think serious about the future. Hideyoshi hardly agreed as if that had been what they were really talking about. But that was probably wrong. You want ages? Okay, 18. 9. 23. 18. Oh my god, 40s, 50s. 40s, 50s. 40s, 50s. 40s, 50s. Late 40s, 50s. Late 40s, 50s. 51.
Old.
30-something. Or 20. 20-something. Oh, beautiful lady. Old. Young. 16. Or 14 or 16. 16. There you go. Kiryu-san had obviously been trying to change the subject. However, it's because Battler has the Daisuke Ono voice, too. Kiryu-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicions to the cause behind Aunt Ava and Dad's bad moods. There's a thing with anime. I think most of the time anime characters, when they say, oh, they're 16, they act more like 25 or 30-year-old after going to therapy because of that level of emotional maturity and just sweetness and just overall composure. Whereas when you actually see a kid in that, like 16-year-old in a show and they act that age, fandoms don't shut up about it. They're so annoying, back here, shut the fuck up. I don't know, go watch your other escapism thing then. Shit. But anyways, it's like that. So it's usually like that, but with Battler's case, he...
Daisuke Ono.
Voice, and then also, he just canonically had a huge-ass growth spurt. So he big. He's like 5'11", 180 cm. Tall boy. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea. Kurosawa-san and Shannon served it to everyone. Goda-san then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It was a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been under the best conditions.
Ooh, yo! It's Mario here, go it!
Let's see. Japan standards? Very tall.
Ronnie-chan, is dinner over now? Over?
Yes, with this, dinner is finished. Don't be rude. Stay in your seat and calmly drink up. Maria looked like she was really excited by the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She'd been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting. And Mario apparently was one of the latter sort. Therefore, when she heard from George Aniki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face.
Oh my god, wait, I don't have the crown on me. I have to wait for the assets to pass the check. That's cute. Thank you for everyone that makes assets for me. Thank you. Very sweet. Usually I'd be scared about using that stuff. But I shall take it with open arms. Yeah, they need to be checked. Everything needs to be checked. So some things are faster. There's time. Usually, let's see, assets checked. Membership requests usually have to be checked. With Machina, it's a bit easier because it's usually just, can you draw this or that? I'm like, okay. Then, let's see. Certain streams need to be checked, blah, 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 blah. Then collabs would be checked too. The whole process is confusing, but you learn to keep track of it. Ah. Ow. Bit my lip. Yikes. I'm okay. Okay. Where was I? She then rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she set under her seat, never having even left it after she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior. What's that? Where did you get it? George is the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battler noticed too. They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Ushinomiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with the dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank. Maria-san? What is that? It seemed Natsu had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child, so the relatives around us finally noticed too. What happened, Natsune-san? What is that? Maria, where did you pick that up? That envelope has Kinzo-san's. Ananja muttered that. Even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Ushinomiya family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo.
Oh. What is an envelope like that doing here?
Now that's an interesting to come out jumping at us. Just let me have a peek.
Ah! No, wait! I'll read it! I was told to read it to everyone! Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope from Maria's hand, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let it go. Hideyoshi-san, you can't use force against a child. Maria-chan, where did you get this envelope? I got it from Beatrice when she gave me the umbrella. She told me to read it to everyone after the meal is over. I'm the... which is... a messenger.
Messenger? The almighty witch of the island sure likes to mess around. Paolo tried to joke about it, but no one laughed. I wonder what's written inside of it. Maria-chan?
Gonna read it.
Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it to the center of the table where Natsu, Kurie, and Nanjo stared at it.
and printed in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which is the Ushinomiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest.
This is the family head's personal crest.
I know it from the letters I've received from Kinzo-san before. Without a doubt, this is his wax seal.
But aren't there several things in this mansion bearing that crest? For example, if there was some kind of stamp for wax seals, couldn't someone other than Kinzo-san have used it?
No, Kinzo-san would always use a ring on his finger. It's proof of the Ushinomiya family headship when he sealed the wax. The shape and complex design is definitely Kinzo-san's seal. That is not necessarily so. Anyone in the family must have received a letter from father at least once. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone used a wax as a model to create a fake seal and pass themselves off as father.
I agree with Aniki. No matter how much seal resembles Dad's, we can't prove that it's a real thing. So it doesn't prove this envelope came from him.
I absolutely agree. I cannot approve arbitrarily deciding that this letter came from father, based solely on a wax seal. Dr. Nanjo, couldn't you use a bit more discretion with your vague words?
I apologize. It was not my place to speak.
One after another, all the siblings from Cross and downwards, "Why the mean to him? Leave him alone! Leave him alone! Penguin Man!" They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinzo's intentions were written in there, and that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them.
Maria, the person who gave you that envelope was the same person who lent you the umbrella, right? I don't know what means. Is it true? Yes.
So, in other words, the witch, Beatrice, gave Maria-chan that envelope along with the umbrella? Maria nodded forcefully. I agree with my husband. It's a dubious letter handed over by some suspicious person that isn't even worth reading. There's nothing wrong with just reading it, right? Battler said it to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but Natsu heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes.
And then, Beatrice told you to read it after the meal was over, right, Maria?
It's okay, everyone. This envelope didn't come from Grandfather, but from Beatrice. Regardless of who actually wrote it, why can't we just hear what's inside before we decide?
That's right. Even if Father didn't necessarily write it, I'd still like to know what's written inside. Maria-chan, I'm sorry I tried to take it from you from force earlier. I apologize. So, will you read it out loud in front of everyone?
Maria, read it.
As all the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she split the letter open with a rustle.
Do you think it really did come from Dad? Impossible. Whenever Father has announced something to us in the past, he'd always send Genji if he didn't do it directly, correct? I cannot believe that he would use such a joke-like approach.
That's right. Maria, a messenger? That definitely doesn't suit Father's taste. Rosa, could this be Maria-chan trying to surprise us by putting on some kind of show?
Maria... You just called her fucking stupid?
Maria isn't really a kid who's capable of something so thoughtful. Gonna read it.
The words came out of Maria's mouth. For some reason, her voice seemed different than usual. Everyone went suddenly silent.
Welcome to Rokenjima, members of the Ushinomiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family employed by Kinzo-sama himself.
That's crazy!
Quiet! I have served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day, Kinzo-sama has announced the final suspension of that contract. Therefore, I ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist from this day forth.
How foolish. What nonsense.
I can't stand to listen to it. And now, there is one part of the contract that must be explained to all present. I, Beatrice, lend Kinzo-sama a vast quantity of gold under certain terms. One of these terms specifies that all the gold is to be returned to me upon termination of the contract. Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ushinomiya family as interest.
Ridiculous.
It's been ridiculous from the very beginning.
So it's basically one of those things, right? Doesn't it sound just like one of those contracts with the devil? The contract has expired, so they come to collect the interest. Is she trying to grab some retirement money for old age or something? What a cheeky witch!
Valor, now isn't the time to joke around.
Tyler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked dazed.
After hearing this, you may feel as though Kinzo-sama has been savagely ruthless. However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If, and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to gold and the interest for all eternity.
Special clause?
What is it? Special clause. Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. The collection of this interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of the special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected. Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kinzo-sama's tapped, I have taken possession of the Ushinomiya family's head ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushinomiya family's headship from one individual to another. I ask that you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on that wax seal.
Are they trying to claim that's the meaning behind the seal? That father would have relinquished his ring is unthinkable!
Croft stared at the ceiling wax as trying to burn a hole through it. Evan and Rudolph were doing the same thing over his shoulder. Come to think of it, when we were playing chess, I did have a strange feeling that something was missing from Kinzo-san's finger.
Dr. Nanjo! Don't say something so careless just because of a vague memory! We can't prove his authenticity here. Only by asking Father directly. Can we determine whether he really handed over his ring and whether this letter tells the truth? That's right. It's just as Kirie-san says.
Do you really think Kinzo-san will tell you?
He said he's stubborn as fuck.
After all, that person's thoughts sometimes surpass the bounds of common sense. No matter what happens, it's still nonsense. In the first place, the illusion of gold itself is one of Father's tricks. I've already heard enough to talk with that gold from the rest of you.
But this is the witch speaking, right? About how the inheritance and assets will be handed over to the one who finds the gold, right? So maybe Beatrice is Father's legal advisor, or in charge of his funds. We can't possibly trust some strange person who entrusts such a suspicious paper to a child!
Hanuki, we need you to be frank with us. Is it possible Dad's assets are being managed by someone you don't know?
No, that's impossible. As the family head representative, I control all of Father's assets. It should be impossible for anyone to do as they please with them without me knowing it.
So, this must mean there are some assets you don't control, right, Krasny-san?
How foolish! Such assets cannot possibly exist!
Oh, but there is such a thing. An asset of Father that you don't control. There is no such thing, there's no way such a thing could exist!
Not the hiccups.
No, it does. It's Father's. No, Beatrice's hidden gold.
Let's keep it simple. In short, Dad's trusted some random confidant that Aniki doesn't even know about. Furthermore, this person has always been in charge of watching and managing the gold.
Or could it be some eccentric rich person who offered him a loan with rules like a devil's contract?
Could it be that this confidant called Beatrice is trying to test which of Kinzo's children is most worthy to be financed by her gold?
Me! I deserve it! I like to be nice!
Kirei's question was one that all the siblings wanted answered. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had been hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time. And what had been long was, no, I am. Kraus is about to get cut. It was just something that everyone had hoped it might be true. And right here, right now, the thing they'd hoped for had been clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Ushinomiya family would be given to the one who found the gold.
Battle could solve it. Watch out, Beatrice. Watch out. Watch out.
Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden.
Shinny would get close. Shinny would get close.
Father! I know you can hear me! Please, respond!
The door to Kinzo's study was being violently, harshly beaten over and over again like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolph, and sometimes Ava. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind the mysterious letter.
Y'all hear something? Some nice food today.
Kinzo was eating. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had adorned the table down the dining hall was reproduced here. Kinzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kinzo's face.
Everyone is calling for you. But what should I do?
Leave them. God and my meals both want silence as virtue. Should I silence them? There's no need. It does not even reach my ears.
Kinzo enjoyed his food. This shit's good. Yum. Apparently indifferent.
Genji hardly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he dared Kono stood in reverse like a shadow, finally took the side and Genji opened his mouth.
Maria-sama apparently received a letter from Beatrice-sama, so I imagine they want to test its authenticity.
Has she said it already then? Come, Beatrice. I have no shortage of coins to be wagered. Shall we enjoy this night to the fullest? I don't think I'll lose. Your smile would be mine for all eternity. If I could see it one more time, I wouldn't regret losing my wealth, my honor, or even my life. Well then, the roulette has begun to spin. Which pocket will the ball fall into? Or Rouge? Or House takes all? Come, you may begin, Beatrice. I'll show you the power of miracles once more!
Average Kinzo moment. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah, he's wagering his family's life too. Damn, so okay, so you're saying if I follow your rules and get sacrifices, I can see you again? Really? Damn, I really happen to, I have a bunch of children, and then they have grandchildren too, and then I have these really loyal servants. Isn't that crazy? I guess that matches the requirements that you're looking for. Yeah, sure. Kinzo moment. Okay. Where was it? Beach issue is really hot as fuck. I think she should do a speed date with me. You sacrificed the runes to meet the edge. What do you think I think of you? No. What the fuck? The strange letter that the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from her mind. Maria repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rose and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. No, I wouldn't ask. I wouldn't sacrifice. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of assets, and completely forgetting that we were even here. I'd already guessed they had been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd been so blunt. They'd turned to vulture mode. It gave all of us kids a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, when you find me on the street and I'm arguing with a bird, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. I don't know, I feel I need some discipline. I don't trust myself with lots of money yet. Back and forth about the distribution of the gold that was found. What about for Ark? No, I would not. No, not for Hatsune Miku. Stop asking me. You already know the answer. You're being cheeky at this point. You're just gonna hear it more. You could welcome a lucky invite. Hi. It was so despicable. I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents. I get it. Now I totally see why grandfather hates coming down for meals. I'm so disillusioned with our parents right now. All that about money inheritance. Oops. How can they act like that right out in the open? Well, I'm already completely disillusioned with my old bastard. There's no way I could think any worse of him. That's exactly the same for me. Still, that freaking shocked me. Shocked me to the core. Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. The depth of Jessica's shocks made that clear. You're all minors being supported by your parents, so you might not understand. Yeah, George? But getting money is neither a simple nor a pretty thing. I won't try to force you to understand right now, since you're still kids. George, you're still fresh out of the fucking womb. But even so, I want you to realize that your parents are just doing their best in their own way. They could do it without like 5 different things that they do, but okay. Oh, great. George Aniki's gotten all mature. George Nissan, I know you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society, but does that mean that you turn into a shameless, greedy vulture like our parents whenever you start talking about money and assets? Well, if they were only for my benefit, then no. I wouldn't want to do that. However, when your family and your employees, your subordinates and their families are all counting on you, there are some times when you must fight. Fair. I hate that kind of fight. That back and forth about grandfather's inheritance just makes me want to puke. Oops, Jessica. Just kidding, pretended to spit violently. I'm sorry, Jessica. The harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear. Let's stop talking about this. All this about grandfather's hidden gold, property, and inheritance is our parents' problem, not ours. I agree. At the very least, I think children have a duty to be considerate and stay out of their parents' way when they're talking together. Sounds pretty boring. Everyone knows the phrase, adults are filthy. But we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. George Aniki was now pretty much an adult, and I'd already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she'd received a bigger blow than I thought. She always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. Even now,
She's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going, money, money, inheritance, my money. Right in front of all the other parents and children. It's no surprise she received such shock from hearing that. Jessica-chan, please don't start hating your mother and father. I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them.
I get it, just leave me alone for a bit.
6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected. But I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realized it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a little while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left. Come to think of it, I wonder where Maria-chan went. She's probably pouting in front of the portrait. Mario truly looked up to the witches, and she expected that coming into her contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof would surprise everyone and make them happy.
What a cross stew beside everything.
However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Mario with questions and refusing to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George, Aniki, and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of falling rain and the dark night. I wonder what's happening with that typhoon.
You're stuck here, good luck. You're stuck here with perhaps another person on the island. GG. And now there's money and inheritance being talked about.
Maybe there's something about it on the news. George Aniki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't care less if the typhoon was on the sea now. So without going over to the television, I looked around the window.
Hello! 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 The wind hasn't picked up that much air, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea.
I did hear about a severe storm warning in the weather report. Kine-san, I take it those big talks between the adults are going smoothly, yeah? She seemed to catch the sarcasm. Kine-san shrugged. I wonder if that stomachache of a discussion will continue all night. It's not going to be fun. Well then, please enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property as much as you'd like. I feel sick. I'll agree with you on that.
We both have red hair. Yay.
I want a pretty lady to mess me up. If I could just slip away like you, I'd do it. Unfortunately, I can't. Even I'm not allowed to speak. My spouses have it pretty rough, too. Kine-san took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. Good luck, I bite you. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kine-san speak since she only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she'd had no choice but to stay by his side.
Wait, if someone marries me, is their last name? Yeah. It should be Machina then.
Interesting. I really thought about that. She's probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being. So, that is a look. Are they still stuck on this topic of the mysterious witch Beatrice? More or less. Those four siblings are always piling up secret agreements and they come together to discuss the division of grandfather's inheritance. They're saying that some unknown fifth person has appeared, trying to make things even more complicated.
You have no reason, no scale, and no boundaries to make me change my last name.
And there's no way that'll make a peaceful conversation. Come back in 1 million years. Just when you think they're snarling at each other, they'll set up a common front. Natsue-san not the only one getting headaches. On the one hand, they all want a larger portion than the other sibling. I'll respect your braveness, though. So they're all rivals.
There's something else I want to combine.
But on the other hand, They don't want 1 yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're all allies. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations. Setting up ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting unfair advantages, even preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond discussing that you just have to acknowledge their resilience. Shut up! But you brads! So, basically, Beatrice is like an assassin sent by grandfather. He probably wanted to scare the hell out of his children for talking about the inheritance without him. No, because you're being cheeky. You're being cheeky. Who is this Beatrice, I wonder? If everything she claims is true, then she's a mystery figure that no one knew about until today. And she also knows about grandfather's hidden gold. On top of that, she was entrusted with the head's ring. Just a question? Okay. Right, that's how you gotta play, huh? I'll remember that. You can't play when I play. You can't say anything when I play around with my food then. Well, obviously, I don't think she's a witch riding around on a broom. But there's no doubt she's a mysterious person who earned the right to be called a witch. If only Maria-chan would go into more detail about that. Send your period cramp here. Everyone's been smothering her, even though she's just a little girl. I really scared her, and some things I might have asked can't be asked. I wonder if those people have ever read The North Wind and the Sun. What we do know is that Mario received a letter from the person who took the name Beatrice. She sure is shy for a mysterious person. Trusting Mario with a letter and hiding it even now, when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly. Hey, Battler. You can give pushback, but I won't. I didn't say I won't bite. Do you really think a person called Beatrice actually exists? Who knows? Doesn't it really seem like a false name? Like she's grandfather's representative, so she was given permission to take the name of the witch from his delusions? No. That's not what I meant. Right now, there's a total of 18 people here in Rokenjima. Do you think there's a 19th person? Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers, and it really did come out that many. Do I think that a 19th person exists? What exactly do you mean? Just what I said. The person who lent Maria the umbrella supposedly wasn't one of us 18. So, isn't it natural to assume that a 19th person exists? And that this person lent Maria the umbrella? Well, yeah, it sure looks that way. Then where exactly is this person now? At the very least, she must be on this island when it started raining. And ever since that time, the weather has grown progressively worse, so taking a boat would be pretty much impossible. In that case, the person must still be on the island, hiding for the rain somewhere. And without any of us spotting her. True. We've all been randomly prowling around over the mansion and the guest house, but no one has bumped into a 19th person. I'm watching you. No, my fangs are sharp. I'll test it on your skin. I would be a bloodsucker. But this island is huge. There might be other places to take shelter from the rain, other than the mansion and the guest house. At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kirei-san's suspicions were taking us in. Promi? What the fuck? Get a spray bottle. Kirei was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us. The runes!
If Beatrice is who she claims, she would surely be one of the most honored guests. The most honored of confidence, trust by grandfather. There's no way grandfather would give that kind of person a warm reception. She surely would have been ushered into the mansion. However, we haven't seen anyone like that. Wait a sec, isn't this line of reasoning a bit too hasty? Sure, no one's thought of this person, but that doesn't mean you can deny the possibility a 19th person exists, right? Maybe, for some reason, they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since. It's what they call devil's proof. It's easy to prove that something exists. If Beatrice appears in front of us all and says hi, then it's settled. But it's impossible to prove that there's no 19th person. Yes, Battler, your way of reasoning isn't bad. In our current situation, there isn't enough information to either accept or deny that a 19th person exists. But if you spin the chessboard around, she said it, and think that way, we can deny the existence of a 19th person with near certainty. Spin the chessboard around was one of Kirie's-san's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and used them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that'll give you the upper hand. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes. You see, let's say that a 19th person called Beatrice actually exists. That person must have managed, without being seen by anyone, to stealthily arrive on this island and remain hidden ever since. Maybe they had some reason, okay? In that case, why did they go to all the trouble of appearing before Maria and handing her the letter? Yeah, it really was a contradiction. If they had some reason for hiding themselves, then they should have just stayed hidden the whole time. But even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. Then, wait, Maria said it herself. She said the witch made her a messenger. Maybe that's because Maria was the youngest and looked the most obedient. But why would they need a messenger? If they just wanted a letter delivered to the family conference, they could have mailed it. If they mailed it to each of the 4 siblings, no one would be able to ignore it. There was no need for this person to carry it themselves and secretly deliver it by hand. Yeah, that does sound pretty weird. Did you suspect the ruins? In the first place, if Beatrice existed and wanted to make her presence known to everyone, then she could have just openly presented herself to all of us. Despite that, she chose the vague method of appearing through a little girl called Maria-chan, and only gave us a vague impression of who she was. Would you suspect your fellow runes? Always innocent? Yeah. Let's see, the pro manager. Okay, there we go. Yay! Let me check the perms. Really? You're sweet? I think a lot of you are pure. Indeed. Very much so. Contradiction. Milky Bonbon. Your name makes me hungry. Now I want a milk drink, but what? Are you evil? I'm evil. I'm half serious with that. My base instincts I'm not nice, but I make myself nice. Or I have been. Over a very many long course of years. Let's go a little deeper. Really aren't? I stole your wallet. Yeah. I'm not evil, huh? You buy 5 Furbies. Sorry, you could have used that money for food, couldn't you? She appeared in front of Maria, trying to give us the impression that a 19th person existed. And yet... No. Ryama Yomemi can never be evil. Nice try, cat.
Nice try, silly cat.
Think about those contradictions. You've got to keep these things in mind when you spin the chessboard around. In short, if a person wants to leave us with the impression that Beatrice exists as a 19th person, what might their goal be? Well, if this person wanted to hide, then they wouldn't have made their presence known. And if they wanted to show themselves, they wouldn't have used the roundabout approach of entrusting someone with a letter. Which means... It's simple. Beatrice is one of the 18 people. That's why they want to create illusions that there are more than 18 people. The 19th person was revealed so spectacularly. If someone were to profit from this, it wouldn't be some 19th person in hiding.
Yeah. Yeah. You're innocent. Yeah, because you have a cat icon.
It'd be one of the original 18 people. Of course, this reasoning is full of holes. If you turn over even a few of its premises, it'd simply fall apart. But I'm almost completely certain it's correct. This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly none of the 18 did this. And yet, Beatrice was hidden among those 18? What was this person planning? Hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice? I suspected it might have been Maria-chan play acting. But the contents of the message were extremely complicated, so it's hard to imagine Maria writing that herself. However, I can't deny the possibility that Maria is working together with someone. Wait a sec. Maria's a 9-year-old kid, right? What could she possibly be planning with, and with whom? And what about her straightforward, overly honest, obedient nature? Yes, I also understand what kind of person Maria-chan is. I understand. But that's exactly why I think it's possible. That girl's a dreamer who can't help but look up and blindly accept the existence of witches. I knew it! So if a person appeared in front of her and claimed to be the witch Beatrice, Maria would happily swallow it up, I think.
You're the mastermind. I like your icon. I like it. It's a cat with glasses. Fuck, I should make like 50 of my alts have that. It'd be cool. It'd be nice. It's so cute.
So, if you're saying that someone disguised themselves by wearing that fancy dress in the portrait, tricking Maria wouldn't be that hard? Of course, with that reasoning, all those women would become primary suspects. But anyway, who did Maria-chan encounter? Learning the details of that question would be the best key to solving this riddle. But this key has been firmly locked away inside Maria's heart. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her.
Yeah, actually, damn, if you just listened to her and asked her to explain what they looked like, you could have narrowed it down. But now, GG. Great job, how does it feel? Not so good when you disrespect children, is it? Wow, it's kind of like the real people too. You must respect them. Insane.
She probably won't open her heart to the adults now.
Maybe Battlers.
And the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice. Mario is sobbing.
What's in your brain? I want to open it up. I want to see you at your most vulnerable, then give you a slight push. Anyways. It's not bold, it's just that if you're embarrassed, I want to mess with you. What are you thinking of? Always positive. Wait, no, I'm evil. Yeah, negative. Yeah, actually. I want to shove you in the snake dimension.
The key to it of Beatrice is one of the 18 people or a 19th person. Maria is stubborn, right? When that girl gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better. Battler, I think a kid like you would be better at cheering her up than an adult like me. after she's feeling better, try asking. I know you don't care about all this back and forth about the inheritance, but don't you find this Western Mansion style mystery kind of exciting?
No.
Who in the world is this person that gave Maria the letter? It makes your intellectual curiosity ache. You're actually pretty tough, considering you're still getting excited after being dragged through that endless money talk. Adults can be pretty amazing. I shrugged exasperately. Exasperately. But I did notice something. Couldn't I notice how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion? And was probably trying to clear the air. Show me you cry again. It's okay. At the very least, I'd recover enough to voice my complaints. I am very simple. She wasn't my real mother, so I never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me feel like she's a real adult. I'm not freaky. Well, maybe, but I have no outlet. Fuck! Hey, Brat, so this is where you were. Great day. You really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you? I'm envious. If you can cry, it means you're in touch with your emotions. And that is the strongest thing you should keep to you, because that is, your emotions are distinctly you. At least you admit it. Can I see you cry? I think I'll make a habit of going out. Wait, never mind about that. I'm sorry. Helen's makeup takes a long time. How fast can you do your makeup? Slow? The only makeup I have is concealer. Yeah, it took a while. But now I can do, what? 10-minute concealer and then just general. It's like skincare and then you put the concealer on. That's if my eye bags were really bad. I never go super full on like Inca makeup or anything though. I think simple. Oh, can you get rid of that gray right there real quick? Oh, thank you. 45 minutes. I have cosplays I want to do, but I need a convention to go to. Do you bake your concealer? No. No. So, how's the discussion been without me? I'm sure everything was all peaceful and harmonious. Kirei-san poked the weak spot under my arm with her elbow. Setting? I have that. Setting powder? It's translucent. Should have to take a break to cool our heads a little. Looks like we'll be at it all night. Making up from an argument? I will still be mad, but when I'm mad, I will still help you. So if you piss me off, and then you come running into the room and going, I'm being fucking chased by a serial killer, I'll help you. Even if you really fucked me over. Oh, that's baking it? What? Just say, put the setting powder. I thought you were literally putting your concealer thing in the the oven. Oh my goodness, what's going on? His way of talking hasn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. Katsukan? What's that? Maryland. Wait, that's not a thing from books? Oh. So far. Okay. Interesting. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal energetic self. Still, that rain's just awful. I really don't want to go back to the house. It looks like Natsune-san set things up so we could spend the night here in the mansion. What do we do? I'll prepare some cosplay. We don't need to decide until you're done, right? You run so low on energy you can't return to our room, and we can take them up on their offer.
You're right. We can think about it later. What about you, Battler?
If I stayed, I'd just get in the way. It'll be nice and go back over there.
I see. Will you go back soon?
Nah, I don't know. It'd be lonely to head back by myself. I'll gather all the kids and we'll head out.
Okay, you go do that. Also, Battler, you won't be going to sleep that easily tonight, right?
Yeah, I'll probably be talking up late with the cousins. Sounds like we'll be up all night. Is there a problem with that? Into serious? Sort of, I see it. I'm always looking for the niche ones, but I always go, oh, nice outfit. Nice this. Good. Let's see, but I can get choked up by my words if I don't talk right.
I see. If you're still awake when the adults' discussion is over, I want to have a little talk as a family.
What? That doesn't sound like you. Apparently Kiryu-san was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kiryu-san didn't have a clue what that meant either.
I also want to talk to you about it, Kiryu. I'll tell you later, so don't ask now. Please.
I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're gonna have a talk as a family. Both Kiryu-san and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed.
Don't look so terrified. I'm the one who should be terrified. After all...
At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad. You're freaking me out, Dad. Everyone in our family's gathered here now, right? Don't make a big deal out of it and spit it out.
Tonight, I will probably be killed.
There was a huge crash of thunder. It must have been really close. Dad's expression, proudly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looks so sure of itself, and which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. He was so worn out that he looked like a different person. What? What are you talking about? That doesn't sound like you. I agree. What happened? You look so timid all of a sudden. It's not like you.
I'm gonna go fix some makeup, too. Don't follow me.
Dad turned away, weakly. After that, only Kitty and I were left, still wide-eyed. Wait, what did he say? Tonight, he'll be killed? You don't think that mysterious letter's scared him, do you? He's been watching too many serial murder movies. Kiryu-san didn't answer my lighthearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back. Battler, when you told Rudolph to spill the beans right away, he left without telling us anything. Even though he had something to say to both of us, he didn't answer you. Why? Spin the chessboard around. What do you see? Well, when he said he wanted to talk but then couldn't, that's a contradiction. What? Can you see something from looking at Dad's perspective? Yes, I can see something. He wants to talk about something. However, he doesn't have the courage to bring it up. So he actually means, chase after me, talk to me, and ask me about it yourself. My godness, he's a shoujo love interest. By saying, don't follow me, he actually means the opposite. He actually means follow me and force you to answer. Seriously, what a spoiled brat.
I wish you could read that much into people. You probably already can. I think everyone has the ability to. It's just more about decrowding the area. And we all have different things, so... Like, if I have a certain belief and I grow up, it will cloud a lot of my decisions. If I have a huge ego, it will cloud a lot of my decisions. You probably already have the opportunity if you can talk and discuss with people. So don't count yourself out just yet. It's like you probably can catch up on things, but maybe you can't ascertain what exactly it is. Right? See, for me, people say I'm good, but really, the catch is I never accurately say exactly what it is with someone. I just go, I can gauge that this might be an issue, but it's not the core of the problem. You do it close, people? There you go, then. There you go. What? Can you really call that reasoning? That's ridiculous. Can great private and police detectives deduce the emotions and feelings between men and women? They can, right? Figuring out the feelings of the opposite sex is even more advanced art than exposing the tricks in a difficult crime case. Yeah? What? If you ask me, romance novels have much deeper mysteries than that. Okay, kitty. Let me think. Actually, yeah, it could be hard to figure out the feelings of other people. If you're similar, it's easier, but if you're not... I think I got a good gist of it, but I can't see the depth. I think with me, I might get tunnel vision. I'll be focusing on one spot, and I'll completely forget about the other. I see. You guys are so cute when you go, and and then you do this. It's so cute! It's so cute! It's so nice! It means you're emotional and introspective. It's nice. You should take pride in it. You should take pride. Let's see. I see. Is that how it is? I'll stand alongside that spoiled brat. He normally loves the bluff, but tonight, he's completely tired out from that heated discussion. He probably wants someone to lean on in that moment. And responding to that need is the role of his partner. Sounds passionate. Then I'll leave that old bastard in your hands. Yes, leave it to me. I called out Kirie-san's departing back. Active listeners, yep. Huh? What? I wanted to say thanks. Thanks to you, my gloomy mood has cleared up a lot. That's good. Communication is important. Oh my god. Hey, please forget about Rudolph. I can make myself work. You can fix me instead. I can be more of a mess than you ever could be. Please. She'll take care of you. Natsuki could found it in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on her expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuki's mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all the inheritance and profit of the Ushiraya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. If I'm broken, I'm very easily fixable. You just have to, I don't know, patient, but then you have to, I don't know, I will see. Acts of service are good too. I think acts of service are good because you can just do something, but to everyone else will go, wow, you didn't really do much of them, but for me, it will mean the world. So that's pretty simple, right? Perhaps one of your friends has done that for you too. Or your fucking boyfriends and your girlfriends and your NB friends and your partner and your spouse, your soulmate. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus had, as the oldest brother had to succeed the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was so obvious that they could accept it.
Yeah, if you check on me, let's see. So, no shade. But it's like, and I understand it. Right before our debut, I don't actually get nervous with those things, with the performance aspect. It's more of a deep-seated issue I have. So anything that is relying on me, maybe I'll get really unconfident. So then I will get nervous. Stage fright is there, but it's not really an issue for me. But then, as I told before, right before, Altair messages me out of nowhere. He doesn't say really, like, too much or too little. He just says, look, you're here for a reason, you got this. And I didn't even tell him anything. I didn't tell him I was nervous about anything. I like stuff like that.
Natsuki knew this so-called 19th-person Beatrice couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice has nothing more than a fictional character that pass a message.
Our leader? No, he's mine. Just like everyone else in the guild belongs to me.
As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral to the letter's authenticity.
He was completely... Can Altair read you like a book? Now he can. He knows exactly what food I'll order from a freaking pretzel shop.
He was completely ignoring those reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, but he'd given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message.
Back off, Umfi. I'll handle this.
Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked on an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared.
You ordered pretzels? No, I ordered the typical salted pretzel and then cinnamon sugar. And sometimes the bites. And then I said, how'd you know I got the bites? And he said, well, because you prefer to eat it in moderation. Because you don't have to worry about it now, but you're worried about the habit. So he remembered what I said. Because sometimes people will say, go ahead and eat it. I go, no. My discipline's not there yet. Let's see. I put the pizza away. I'll eat it later.
By doing that, you can make it seem like the witch in the portrait actually existed. No, if anything, that alone is proof that Kinzo was behind all of this. In that case, it's the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Then Kinzo, by announcing that he'd give everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Krause's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day, so he had known how Krause had staved off the attack by the other three. And to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he sent out this strange letter which benefited Krause's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, in a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join Ava and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-to-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Krause yet again and make the ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gained them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Krause to pay them a large amount of money. Using the condition that all the siblings would guarantee Krause's position as the successor, talk about advanced payments was being brought up again, despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Ushidemiya family's store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that, on the off chance that someone found the gold, that person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Krause. The other siblings had found... they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Krause could lose, and they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuki, as Krause's only... I like her pose. As Krause's only ally in his painful position and as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. Unfortunately, Krause had very terrible communication skills and sent his wife out after she just got bullied by the rest of the family. Krause had always told Natsuki. He had told all the siblings. He always said the hidden gold is nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuki had believed it as his wife, and had supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, Natsu's words did not reach Kraus. Even though Natsu had fought so hard and had lent all her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other 3 siblings.
I think he should fight with her, actually. I don't know why I just realized that. I think if he fought with her, and they both talked about it beforehand, they'd have a formidable force. But he is so stubborn on doing it all alone.
It had happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsu had flared up against Kraus. Enraged, she had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her he wanted to talk about something, and invited her into a room that she was not normally allowed to enter. The room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling.
There's no need for you to worry about anything said by those 3, or even the suspicious person who calls herself Beatrice. After all, the gold is just a ruse created by Father. There's no way something like that could be found. Your position as the successor is a solid fact. What are you afraid of?
Kraus removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsu to enter.
Enter.
What is this?
There's something I want you to see. I've never shown you this before.
La 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 la.
Natsu he timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face and...
It was pitch black.
She searched for a switch to turn on the lights. But since it was the first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in. Okay. And when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the 2 were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out into the dark.
What are you doing? The lights.
I'm turning them on now. Wait.
Just as he said, when Kraus pressed the switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room.
That is...
Natsu had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small, round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth and elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took Natsu's breath away.
Oh my god, Toblerone.
It's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed in the legend of the gold.
It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with noble and dignified glint.
This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know whether it was cast inside or outside the country.
It took a high level of skill to make the pure solid of gold ingots. In order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry.
Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar of gold.
Natsu, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot.
Right there.
Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot. Natsu concentrated on that section.
Oh, I bite.
Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle's crest. Natsu's breath was taken away once again.
That's right. This is the legendary ingot that Father said he received from a witch, that the president of Mars witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back with him.
Why can't you let me make a conversation about me? Ooh.
I had to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the other siblings could.
How could... Then the legend of Father's gold is...
It actually exists. The gold that Ushimura Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists.
Impossible? So it really does exist.
Natsuhi was shocked. Cross had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication. She'd believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held definite proof, he'd been more certain than any of his certain siblings. The alleged gold was true. Because of this, Krauss was deeply frightened.
I'm the center of the universe. Chef Bezos, where's my money?
But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that, as Krauss' wife, she should be as close as confidant, which is why she selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until today. Why? Have I been so undeserving of your trust? That has never been...
You suck at talking, bro. He speaks like a fucking robot. That has never been my intention. Please leave the room. Your headache will get worse.
That has never been my intention. There was simply no need to tell you.
Hello?
Is that all wife means to you?
Calm down. Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits.
You suck at this shit, bro.
You're the one who's making me like that, aren't you? I've been supporting you as your wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into. And I've been offering up my heart and my body to serve you. In return, this is what I get? How could you?
Fuck, I don't know how to talk to women.
Krauss grimaced, looking annoyed. This expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsuhi, even if he didn't say it out loud.
It doesn't look like I'll be of any use to you anymore.
That's fine. I can resolve the troubles with the siblings by myself. I don't need your help.
It's wrong! This is the Ushino family's problem! It's true that I'm not permitted to wear the family crest on my body, but I am still your wife! Even so, are you saying I'm not capable of helping you? Are you?
He's so awkward. I can see where he's trying to help. I can see, but he's so bad at
Going, oh shit. Oh god, it's getting worse. Well, I especially wouldn't want to risk you getting involved. It would probably make your headaches even worse than they are now. Take a rest for today. The siblings will deal with the siblings.
You were getting somewhere, bro. You were getting somewhere, and then you had to say it like that.
The siblings will deal with the siblings' problems.
Jesus Christ, Charles.
It has nothing to do with you. That is all.
How to Lose Your Wife simulator. A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scents she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors, listening to the sun rain seemed to be a better cure. She's my wife now, or I'm her husband.
I may be Natsuhi,
Natsuhi Machina?
but I was never Ushina Miya Natsuhi. I've been despised and treated as a borrowed womb, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I've tried to properly perform my duties as a wife. But now, even my husband has rejected me.
I'd probably piss her off, though. Because there would probably be some things that I would be really slow at the uptake at learning. That I do my best, but I'd hesitate on something. I think Cross would have more proactiveness, or I've got to like deal with the demons that prevent that, so... Cross might have that one up on me. Now our power scaling relationships. However, I would give her the floor. Be equal. Because I've been excessively strict with Jessica's education. She dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Ushidamia family. No, that's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and bring back the schemes of those other greedy siblings. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Cross will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head, but it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor, whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushidamia family. I don't think she has anywhere to go, poor thing. And if all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down for the succession, with George set up in her place. Succession? It is regrettable, but George is a man, even more, has matured as a person. George is a fucking doormat. At times. Compared to Jessica, who's been right in the middle of a rebellious period and whose grades are slightly above average. They can be seen as a clan who is more fit to succeed the head. So, in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. She already is. After doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all life's joys and sorrows. Was Natsu trying to entrust her daughter to fulfilling some die of her own? Isn't that like textbook mom for some people? Damn it, I couldn't fulfill my dream, so I had to project it onto you, my daughter. Now fulfill those dreams, or else I'm gonna get mad because I see it as me not doing it. Interesting. Natsu thought back to the days when she had no choice but to marry into the Ushidamia family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten about it, and had actively attended to the life she had given to the Ushidamia Natsu. And in doing so, she had built up a new life. But just now, it felt that all of that was casually rejected. Oh, thank you for all the memberships by the way in the super chats. Let me set up a redirect just in case. Who the hell's alive? What Tavioli? Mate, that's crazy. How should I think to live my life? I don't know. Natsu helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing. Even though it should have been emotionless. Right didn't seem the only thing that could understand Natsu. I can understand you, Queen! At that point, even someone had appeared. Natsu didn't pretend to pay any attention to them. But she did pay attention. Because it was her beloved daughter. Yurkon's speech 0. I feel it. Oh, it's you, Mom. What the heck are you doing in a place like this? I thought you were a ghost. Just like always, her words are rough and not all like a girl's. She's so girly, though, it's just how she speaks. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsu's throat. However, the string gave out and didn't escape her lips. Yeah, keep that sitting. Jessica, forgive me, that my headache is awful. Please leave me be. I see. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until just now, she'd been filled with contempt for all their parents, including her mother. But now, those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out.
In its place, the words George had told her floated back up in her mind. Her parents are doing their best in their own way, and because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that part of her.
Yeah, because your dad's in it, dick. He sucked. This has nothing to do with you. Good lord. Okay. Jessica hated her mother. So she had no intention of speaking kindly to Nazi just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart. It sounds like you've really got your hands full of that meeting thing. Bro, she's repeating Krause's words.
It has nothing to do with you. Please go somewhere else. Is your headache bad? Should I go get some medicine? You don't have to trouble yourself. Please.
Okay, that's better.
Leave me alone.
Natsuki wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuki's own short temper. But there was no chance that Jessica would realize this.
Oh. Okay.
Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuki recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings.
Then I'll, leave. I'll be with other cousins so I don't get in the way of the adults. So, see you later. Wait there.
She called Jessica, who was trying to leave, and looked lonely to a stop.
What? Thank you for being so considerate. It isn't good for me to go to sleep and leave you alone. Don't talk like that, you'll bring bad luck. I've made you worried, but I'm okay now. I will go.
If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, it'd only make her feel uneasy. At that thought of mine, Natsuki left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsuki stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. But Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stopped her mother. And for a while, she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something, and she took it out.
Hey, Mom? I was given a charm today.
What was it, a charm against magic?
I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to hang it from your doorknob, I think. I forget. There's no point in me having it, so I'll let you take it.
It was a scorpion shell that Maria had given her on the beach.
I'll show my vulnerable side for $10 million.
Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuki came back to take it, she was extremely shocked.
What is this?
Some kind of prize toy?
Well, it's... I think it's something like that. I guess you wouldn't really expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything.
But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hand.
Thank you.
I'll take good care of it.
Sometime soon, in exchange,
why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child?
It's not like that's why I gave it to you. But... if you really say so.
I'm the biter.
And I will rest for now. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late.
Sure.
Natsu put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall.
No! No! Squeaky, but better for my bag. It seems the weather will be like this all day after tomorrow! Insane. Let me see how far I am. The only thing I want to reach to is Golden Slaughter. But not today, probably. Let me see. No, I'm checking. No! 8 hours? Yeah, it has. Let me see. I'm checking. Interesting. Ah, okay. Oh, wow. Close. Close. Shut up. Trying to tease me, huh? Nice, shut up, shut up. Just take the fire back. Okay, let me see. I'm thinking.
8 hours! Oh my god!
Tomorrow, my only goal point for tomorrow is the one thing. And then that's good. Then I'll touch UMINEKO another time. You've been here since this morning. Oh my god! I'm checking where I am and deciding if I stop here or not. I see where I am. Okay. Is this where it does it? Ooh. You've been here the entire time? What have you been doing, huh? Finish the entirety of chapter 1? That's impossible. Let me check. Let's see. Let me divide this. How far? We are 46% of the way. After this, I think. Yeah, for chapter 1. Let me save while I'm at it. Once it gets going, it doesn't stop rolling until, and then it goes bam. So it's all set up and then BAM! I would have to go... I have to go the whole day. Let me look at it.
There's no guarantee I can finish that. We wait 365 days. If we're close, I'm just gonna do it.
UMINEKO Day! Yippee! Yippee!
Ohayo gozaimasu.
Hi. Let's stop it like a bit. 30 minutes. It seems like the weather will be like this all day tomorrow, after all. Dang. This makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. George Aniki and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. We gotta get through the George issue. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she calmed down a little since we last seen her.
Is Maria still in front of the portrait?
Nope. She just came back and she's sleeping over there on the sofa. It's getting pretty late for her after all. Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in the mansion. What'll we do?
I'd rather head back to the guest house. Going by what we saw of our parents, I think it'd be better if we weren't in the mansion. I agree. Feels like they're telling us kids to mind their own business and stay out of their way. Let's be good little boys and girls and do that.
We were talking about this on Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking over all restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
Aunt Rosa, if you're looking for Maria, she's over there on the sofa.
Thank you.
My, she's out Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde over here.
My, she's out cold.
Yeah. We must move her to bed. If you'd like, I carry her over to a bed. Thanks, that would be wonderful. Are you all heading back to the guest house? Or are you going to stay in the room Natsune-san prepared you?
We were just talking about that. We just decided to head over to the guest house.
I see. Then could I ask you to take Maria with you? I feel much more reassured if she stays with all of you cousins. Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings. Then I'll leave it to us, Aunt Rosa. After all, we do have an expert accompanying Maria with us. Are you talking about me? I couldn't do it myself. We'll lead everyone together.
That's right. Valor, weren't you the one who hit it off with Mario when you were messing around earlier?
As he said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
Thank you, everyone.
It looks like our meeting will last until very late. So I'm sorry to burden you like this. I'll be counting on all of you to take care of Maria. Hey, Maria, you sound asleep? We're going back to the guest house. It looked like she was sleeping deeply.
She's really out cold.
I'd hate to wake her. Right, I'll carry her.
Gee, baby. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. She's 9. I lifted her up. She's the weight of 2 potato.
I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. I only thought Rosu could come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, she heard Uncle Cross always call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
Without love, it cannot be seen.
Now that's a problem. I have to go back now.
Is everyone returning to the guest house?
After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servants' room opened and Shannon-chan stepped out.
It has become very dark, so let me guide you.
That would be great. George is going to carry Maria there. Could you hold an umbrella for him?
Yes, certainly.
Shannon brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden.
Aniki, is she too heavy? Want me to carry her? It's okay. I can at least carry Maria.
I'm truly grateful. At least take care of Maria.
Sure, you got it. And I guess it's a good night, Aunt Rosa. Then I will see them over there and return here.
Yes, please. Aunt Rosa watched us leave.
La la la. La la la. La la.
Maria. I'm sorry for everything. Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. You're not gonna pull a Xenor on me, right? And do the la 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 jumping on like a jump rope with my intestines? I hope not. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house. If only I had applied for the position of Maria Carrier. Then I would have got a chance to have Shadow's huge tits rubbing all over my arm.
That's not what I did it! It's a misunderstanding! I thought if I didn't walk like this, the church would get all wet.
Come on, quit babbling and go in. Average battler moment.
We folded up our umbrellas into the guest house.
Has anyone gotten their clothes wet? I can bring some towels if you want.
You don't need to worry about us that much. Thanks, Shanan-chan. Ah, that's right. We were planning to play cards or something. Would you care to join us for a bit?
Huh? Who had the night shift today on today's schedule? I believe he had a special schedule during the family conference. Also, I think a few alterations have been made, so I will go and check.
Wait, if you had to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself.
Oh, that's alright. I can find out from the servant room in the guest house. Please, excuse me for a short while.
Shonan gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. Imagine playing UMINEKO on your own, isn't it so fun?
Sorry, scary.
Let's see. Where was I? Maria was sleeping very deeply, and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator,
Sprite!
and drink those while playing cards or something. Let's see.
Oh. Kanon? And you're here too, Genji. What has happened with tonight's shift?
Kraus has given an order. He made some sizable changes to the shift schedule.
Indeed. Order-san has the night shift in the mansion. Shonan and Kanon had the night shift in the guest house. Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house. Just now, a phone call came, saying that once you arrived, you will still remain here for the rest of the night.
Huh?
That's certainly a sizable change.
The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they?
Originally, Sharon and Kanon had been given the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house where all the relatives were staying had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Hosama should have been sleeping in the guest house. Hokinji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule had been modified. The shifts of the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house. It's probably because of Beatrice's letter.
Why probably?
After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Kraus would suspect one of us. We served directly under Master, so Kraus tried his best as he could to keep us far away from the family conference.
No! Ooh. I've been doing this for 8 hours.
Interesting. Of course, since they were working for the Ushimiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo.
Hey.
There you go. Since only Kinzo had the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have dismissed them of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed the servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study.
The sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that it caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Krauss definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's little subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion.
If you would excuse me, I will go rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. I guess tonight is a special case, after all.
Yes, certainly, Genji-sama. Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension. The ones who returned just now, were they the children? Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. It looked like they would drag on for quite some time. Then we've got it easy. It's already this late. And there's this weather. The rest of the relatives probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion. Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't around, but I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house, I guess.
Oh?
Why's that? Because you can stay away from Madame and Eva-sama, those bullies? Or do you have another reason? It's not as though I have another reason. I see. Then let's do our best together with our night shift. I'm counting on you, Nason. Just now, I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them. Sharon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Kanon uncertainly. Kanon didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked as though he didn't plan on indulging his sister. You can't. You were assigned to the night shift. Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play. You understand, right? Yes, I do understand. Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Kanon, a stickler for the rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Kanon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon. That means the children will be waiting for you. You'll have to apologize and tell them that you have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them. Go and come back. Huh? Yes. I'll go apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew to the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Kanon took a deep, single breath. Kinji's voice came from beyond the screen.
Adam, I will be here. So you can go too.
Genji-sama, Shannon was the only one called. It's not as though I was invited.
That is only because you were not there at the time. If you had been, you would have been invited as well. It is good to play as a child from time to time.
Genji, my goat!
That's not... Such a thing is not necessary for me. Human children may have a need to play. But we are furniture.
Is that so?
Nissan is also furniture. Even if she pretends to be a person, it will only hurt her later. I understand that, so I try not to get too close to people, that's all. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Kanon as well.
Wee. Almost sort of there, almost. Either I stop soon or I stop for tonight.
Is that for real? I had no clue. Dumbass, you're too loud. Do wake Mario up. Ballot was so surprised he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice. So, seriously, now that you mention it, they really did have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they?
Ah, now I see. So George Haneke is...
George couldn't be seen anywhere in that room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George said that he'd forgotten something in the mansion, needed to go back and get it. Oh, Lord. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together. Well, there's actually been signs of it for a while now. You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things. I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest, and look what's happened now. Come to think of it, I get the feeling George Haneke's always been overly nice to Shannon. Now I get it. Who are you looking at? Are you mesmerized by my eyes? I know. According to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight. It also seems to last all day tomorrow, though it should get a little better. Really? Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday. I already knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand. Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay. I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in a schedule. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as his old cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast. It's no surprise you're so well prepared. As someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday. Well, making a company prosper is a really tough job. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when sitting under my father. Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates. My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan. The hobby that's probably influenced with the fact that he shares Toyotomo Hideyoshi's name. Much of this philosophy on managing business comes from talking about them. Did you know? Takeda Shingen,
Are you fucking history dumping?
did you know? Takeda Shingen, who's viewed as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring periods, started out with his troops in complete disarray, and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well. Is that true?
I bet you she knows it already.
That's a little expected.
I'll take it though. I'll take it. I take it. You actively listen to me info dumping?
In order to unite his troops, Shingen showed his excellent leadership in many ways. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal. Normally, this kind of thing was put off until after the war, and they were all awarded at once. He continued this diligently while in the field of battle, and immediately showing appreciation for his troops, military exploits promoted them in an extremely significant fashion. Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by his illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them and so on.
Yeah? Okay.
Takeda Shingen was just the man with the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period. He was the person who cared for most of his troops throughout that era.
You know, this sounds like your dad, but then your dad got played by all of his subordinates, so I might want to think about that twice, George. Okay.
And because he was that kind of a person, all of his troops went along with him.
I knew it! I remembered. She's just listening to make him feel nice. The truth was, Shannon had already heard the story several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That is OP though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And then what happened? Mm-hmm.
Smart.
But whenever the discussion of father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue. Of course, in a capitalist world,
Money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications.
George, sorry, he's infilled up again.
But you can't build up a castle to succeed in war by yourself. Such thing can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates by borrowing their strength. After understanding this, when I looked at my father's back, I realized how immature I am. I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now. Your father's thing died, fool. He got played, you just don't know it yet. George, you truly do look up to your father. I'm jealous. Sorry, that's not how I meant it. Sorry, that's not how I meant it either. The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Shannon had no parents. She'd been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukurin House. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled in
A chance for the job serving experience. Yeah, they're not my thing.
Had their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants with the Ushimiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukurin household took the names of the characters in them when they served. Shannon, Kanon, Flayon. So, Shannon wasn't her real name. Good thing mine is Flayon. The same went for Kanon. All the members of the Fukurin house were orphans. At least, they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them that when Kanon called Shannon his sister. And while both Shannon and Kanon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the character in their names, such as Nanon and Lenon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Yoshinoya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. I wonder why. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working there for 10 years, was a notable exception to this rule. Working as a servant for the Yoshinoya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for a full 3 years would have been more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That's why, even though the orphans realized the harsh task for working for the Yoshinoya family was, they still hoped to be accepted.
Who are you looking at? I'll bite you.
Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit.
No! Ooh. Do you like Skitty? Interesting. She has been working there since she's 6.
Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear their family crest, as servants under his direct control, and have them work close to him. You've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? You must have saved up a lot of money by now. I wonder. It's not like there's anything in particular I like to buy. After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live out the rest of your life. So, the reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum? Yes, that's right. I have nowhere out to go outside this mansion. And I have been getting along with my lady and the other young servants. The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun. But that can't be your entire life, Shannon. No, Saya. Shannon cast her eyes downward when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent. There's something I've learned, as I continue to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society. A human's life is not as monotonous or short as though we were kids. All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after the monotonous, boring school days. Spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However,
Life's only like that for underage students. Compared to humans' life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of an eye. A period where they break through the shells of immaturity. The inside of the shell might be hot, suffocating in a boring world. But the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities. Yeah, I don't ship it. So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon. I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever. That's... Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle. And she never had any hope or goals for changing herself. She'd easily continue living the way she always had.
Yeah, I said I don't ship it.
She wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishment, she would have been continued pretending not to notice as she realized the way bit by bit neglected.
George, is it wrong for me to continue living this way?
Yeah,
What? Yeah, it is. You can't say that of old people. Let me look at it. What do you...
yeah, it is. Shoves my glasses up. Yeah, it is. Oh, and by the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke off into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed. Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone?
I couldn't obey that as a promise.
But if it was an order... Okay, Shannon.
I would have to obey it because I'm furniture.
Then it's an order.
Jesus Christ. Certainly, George.
As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time falling with San.
Yeah, that's fine, Saya.
George saw that Shannon, now Saya, to praise her small act of bravery. It's because when you're young, you probably want that type of thing. Hence why she said, in her mind, oh, well, geez, if it were an order, though, I guess I wouldn't be able to do anything. A lot of young people act like that.
But the short exchange alone made it clear how far back this relationship must have stretched.
What?
For a long while. The two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they built during the relationship no one else knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would surely attempt to interrupt them. But this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent.
But when did they... What? When? How many years ago?
Oi. Oi.
That's right. I have something I wanted to show you.
What could it be?
George, who'd been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box. A small box covered in deep blue velvet.
It's not psych. It's not.
Oh. The peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Shannon prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this is what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it for Shannon to take. I want you to take this.
I like the song.
I couldn't accept something so valuable.
You can't take it?
No, I'm unworthy of such a thing.
Saya, this isn't a request. It's an order. Let's take this ring. Okay?
If it's in order, I cannot disobey.
Yeah, that's right. Well done.
Chana not wanting to show a bright red face. I've read this 4 or 5 times now. So I simply just go...
That ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object, an institution timed to be offered to special women under special circumstances.
What is that? I wonder.
Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he cannot do anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend on not an order, but Shannon's, no. Saya's own will. So, from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore. Saya, I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow, without using words. Do you understand?
Yeah, tomorrow?
How should I?
I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger. If you like it, you can just put it on your finger. They explained earlier that if your name is there, they change it to on names when you're in the Fukuina household. So, it goes, Canon, Shannon, blah 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 blah, Lemon, Menon. You don't like it, that's okay, don't worry. What's my real name then, you tell me. Shannon had only pretended not to know. Shruti understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
Fail.
Look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a day. George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly. I could probably order you to wear it on your left hand. You might be timid and independent enough to actually obey that kind of order. But I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Saya. Understand?
Yes.
So, that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon. We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worry about us.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just remembered I had something to do in the mansion, so I have to go back to the mansion.
Oh, at a time like this, is that true? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously.
George a moment.
He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed she'd want to be left alone. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it.
Yeah. This is 1986. Oh my god! Suddenly...
Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait.
La 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 la.
She really hitting that.
A mixture of exhalation and uncertainty gave her a feeling she couldn't possibly describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. Her brain isn't matured yet, has it? No. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take the deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Goto had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized he was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened.
Genji-sama told me to come and help you.
Ah, is that so?
The song of this name is Hope, right? That's a relief.
I was just about to go check the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned. After all, some and the others' meeting looked as though it would continue for some time. They might request some tea at any moment.
That's true. Then what should we do? Should I watch over...
In that case,
Forgive me, Shan-san, but I'll ask you to patrol. Lazy-ass bitch!
I will stay here awaiting the family's orders.
Yes.
Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Furthermore, after one sadly forcing that task on her, Goto returned to his magazine once again and began immersed in his crossword puzzle. Shannon bowed her head as a token of sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd had until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Arcanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down. So, maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad.
Oma. You began to hear tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall.
Someone was speaking at a great length, only to be interrupted by someone.
Okay. Guys, let's not argue. No. No, not this. Good lord.
I kept on repeating. As though displeasure was seeping out in their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, yet Big Bad across discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then, she went along a prearranged route to the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure.
Stop! Stop fighting! Stop! You took me out of it.
Hello, Mommy. Hello, Daddy. Hello, Daddy. Hi, Daddy.
She walked down the hall, checking each window. There are no humans on Rokonjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. No one fit in the habit of locking up the Ushimi had family, at least not until Natsu had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures in the windows were ice cold, and as she checked them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. At that time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse at any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was the ghost story, which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushinomiya had family. The mansion had different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies.
That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Hong-kun say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he'd gotten sulky when he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of thunder gave no answer.
Oh, you're spooked? Let me leave then. Play it. I'm gonna let it speak for itself. Steen, your achievement ruined it. Oh, sorry, it's not the 5th yet. Sorry. You're being gate-kept. Or it is already. It was either I stop here or I continue, just do this part, but then I will move tomorrow to... I will move it back. That's the only thing. That was day 1. If I go any further, I'll only go to a certain scene. That's it. Let me see. That seems sufficient. Go play it. If you just speed through the text, you can go past me. You can get it. Yeah? Yeah. It's a good place to start. I like the rain. Thanks. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for the Makasupa. Thank you, Jess. Thanks for the long stream. It's interesting seeing episode 1 again. Your voice acting's always amazing. Oh, really? Biachiche. She wouldn't hurt me, ever she would. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the Makasupa. Thank you. Yes, if you want to catch up, read the manga, you want to go ahead, you can go ahead.
Don't worry. Tomorrow is the main meet. And then, if I have time, I'd love to finish all of episode 1. But after episode 1, of course, can't play further than that. Depends on how far I get. If I get far, I'll just finish it up. If not, I'll go, well, if you want to see what happened. My top recommendation is the VN. The sound novel, rather. Get it on Steam. And then, the manga is also really good. Don't always watch the anime, but just know they're going to speed through that. They go vroom, vroom, very fast. So yeah, keep that in mind. It was good. It's been 9 hours of talking. Which actually I think is supposedly, that's a first, right? Whereas I'm talking for 13 Sentinels, but I can usually just chill in the back. In their voices, so I get a bit of rest time. Whee! Okay. See you tomorrow. It'll be a bit like an hour later. Maybe an hour. Who knows? I'm holding up pretty good. I'm gonna go eat. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Yum yum. Okay. Such immersion in your voice acting. 9 hours for like 2 hours. You got flabies. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Cherry from Tales of Graces again. Yeah, thank you. If you want the link, check out the pinned link. You can check out UMINEKO there. If you want to play UMINEKO Golden Fantasia, that's also there. Just don't check that out if you want to play the game, because you will see spoilers everywhere. So there's that. Maybe you won't be able to understand it, but just keep it like that. Then again, play game, or you can read manga. Play with friends if you want. Playing UMINEKO with a group of friends, 2 to 3 would be fun. Voicing it with them. That'd be fun. Then you can all laugh together about crazy shit. And like fully discuss it there. With me, I'm just giving you a voice version of it essentially and going, well, I hope you like it. Yeah? Okay. Let me set up the redirect again. Live streaming. Whoa. Edit. Thank you for all the memberships and thank you for the super chats, everyone. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Wait, Bonzo and Haka karaoke. He just started. Okay. I guess I'll send you there. Because karaoke is not too often. You think it would be, but it's not actually. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you, membership. Thank you. Take it easy. See you tomorrow for UMINEKO. And also, what was it? Oh, wait, come over. UMINEKO tomorrow, and then Silent Hill 2 Sunday. Yippee. All cleared. All good to go. Okay. Bye-bye. Flay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'll leave the rain there because it's nice.